Ah, it's you. I was wondering when you'd show up. Probably deserved it. Yeah, no, definitely. Yep. What's going on? I was wondering when you would be here, actually. I figured it was only a matter of time. I knew Hayes was streaming anyway, so... where he is, you're bound to follow. Yep. Have you come to harass me here on this lovely Wednesday as well? My poor Emilio, you know, he died because of you. Can you explain Slash? Yeah, sure. It's a private server. Same as Path of Diablo. You've probably heard of Path of Diablo, but the thing about Slash that I really like about it, as well, I think is a huge plus, is that they keep all of the core gameplay the same. Most of it. Most of it meaning that you can see here we're allowed to use map pack and multi-boxing, but we're not... sorry. It's been about 2 weeks since I've played this build, so it's kind of difficult for me, but yeah, they keep most, like, all of the rune words are the same. All of the characters and their abilities are the same. The only thing really different about it is that they have no drop set to 0, no matter what the player setting it is. And you can use map pack and multi-boxing. So those are the main changes that they have. That's basically it. So, you know how I always bitch about not wanting to deal with botnet and whatnot? Well, this was a solution I found a while back, but of course, yeah, you get the idea. Tried reading the Reddit with other people, but not on BNet. What do you mean by not on BNet? Yeah, it's like a different crew of people from BNet for sure. Yeah, like everything here is separate, completely separate from BNet. Like my characters here are not the same characters that I would have on BNet. If I went over and I changed my configuration, I could set it back to play on BNet if I really wanted to. But on Slash, everything is completely localized here. Different community, different set of people. We're allowed to use map pack multi-boxing here, different version. And what was the other thing? I think one other really big thing too is shit, I forgot. It's like, anyway, whatever. Basically, it's different everything. Basically, just picture 2 BNets. I mean, without the bots in this case. And occasionally, yeah, there are some people here and there who do get caught botting, but they do get caught botting, and then it's like, thank fuck, finally, and then, yeah, it's nice. Like, someone controls the server to remove bots. Yeah, exactly. It's completely community managed. You don't have to, you know, there's no Blizzard or whatever to try and, yeah, there's no Blizzard to try and be all like, oh shit, yeah, we're just going to do nothing about the bots, even though they're very prevalent. Like, I'm already fully aware that there's a ladder reset coming up. I think that's going to be later this not this week, sorry. It's going to be end of next week, on Friday, even, but I'm not really that interested in it, because, like, what the fuck is the point of playing on a ladder reset, knowing that in a matter of 24 hours, probably less than that even, only the people who actually have any kind of forum gold are going to be the ones on top. Like, end of discussion, right? But yeah, you can play here with other people. It's pretty fucking awesome. Especially on reset night. Yeah, I definitely would recommend trying it out, even low-key. It's really, really fun. At least, yeah, at least trying it once would be pretty chill. I think the next reset would be in early August, so if you want to try it out then, you can go for it. I'll be here. I usually do something silly every season. Yeah, get the idea. And you can see this season I'm actually I haven't played D2 in 15 years. Yeah, no, I know that occasionally you drop by some other people's streams though, like Alara's and whatnot. So I figured maybe you would at least be playing a fair bit of that. But you just watch Llama? Yeah, Llama. There you go. Maybe longer. I didn't realize. I thought that you played it at the same time that you... Oh, fucked up. I have the... oh, my fade's off too. I guess it wore off. I think I've seen Worldstone Farm before. Are you looking for something in particular? Okay, so, yeah, I don't really... I'm a bit surprised as to... I guess if you only watch Llama, it shouldn't really be that much of a surprise to me that that you don't see a WSK get farmed. It's a TC 87. It's a level 85 area, same as Pits, Ancient Tunnels, Chaos Sanctuary, Kuros Temples, Maggot Lair level 3 Mausoleum, right? But it's a lot more dangerous than all of them. But it's a lot of fun though. This is the thing. The variability makes it. The variability of what monsters that you'll get, because sometimes you get souls, sometimes you get flares. It's like a lot of different options. You can get anything in WSK2 in the game. So when you say looking for something in particular, well, actually WSK2, picture, you know, the pits. I know you know of the pits. I know you know for sure of AT if you've been watching, Llama, because that's where he spent a lot of his time farming with his Blizzsork, right? And in those areas, as you know, anything can drop, including Tyrael's Might. In my case, I don't really care so much about grailing. I care more about finishing my character. That's usually my goal every season. Well, actually, no, that's just not true. Yeah, I actually try to do like 1,000 of an area each season, just for shits and giggles. Different area, I switch it up. My original plan this season with this martial arts assassin, because it's a relatively weak build, was to actually do Mausoleum. But then, after actually playing her more, I realized that I could actually run her in WSK, because I can run 3 elements with her, so I actually don't ever have to worry about immunities fucking me over, right? So that's pretty nice. I guess it's not great for Sorks, if that makes sense. It's not just that it's not great for Sorks, it's also that, I guess, yeah, I mean, you could farm here with a Light Sork, that's the thing. If you have an Infinity on a Light Sork, you can certainly farm in WSK2. In fact, that's where some people go, but I guess the thing is with Llama, he uses Blizzsork in AT because that's probably the build that you can use where you get the most amount of MF without actually having to sacrifice much killing power at all, right? Because under normal circumstances, you would, like, you know, it doesn't really matter too much. Like, you normally pack on like 300 MF, but in his case, if he's trying to get like Tyrael's Might, then of course the easiest way to do that, relatively speaking, is to pack on a shit ton of MF and farm AT. Now, even with diminishing returns, right? But like, with diminishing returns, that's you still have that issue of higher amounts of MF not really giving you as much as, you know, like, basically the leap from 300 MF isn't the is much better than 300 to 600, but still, like, if you're packing on a shit ton of damage with a Blizzsork already, then yeah, you can afford to go like 600 MF. So anyway, yeah, WSK2, especially with a Light Sork, you can pretty much do any, or sorry, WSK2, you can farm it with a Sork. You can farm it with a Light Sork. You probably could farm it with a Blizzsork too, even. But I think that most people will stay in AT for various reasons. It's also much easier to farm AT. WSK2 is obviously much more dangerous. Even just seeing souls is obviously really scary. It took me a long time to actually figure out a setup that I could use that would allow me to still have some amount of killing power, while making sure that my character wouldn't just immediately die. So, yeah. One other thing I wanted to point out, with regards to Slash, because we're doing no drop, or because it's no drop 0 on all players' accounts, I can actually afford to farm on players 1 without it hindering my farming potential. So that actually makes it a little bit easier to play some of these builds that in vanilla, like actual vanilla, like if I were to play single player, I'd probably, of course, have a much tougher time with. This martial arts assassin is a very clear example of this, of course. So yeah. Anyway, I think I'm down to my last 3 charges. I'm probably going to need to start buying gold from people in a couple moments to refill my Naja staff. That was the other thing I was talking about too earlier. I also... What's my gear? How long have I had this character? Okay, I'll go over that in a sec. The thing is, just want to quickly explain for... Actually, yeah, I mean, I guess this is a good tie-in anyway to your question. This is my gear. It seems a bit bizarre, but it actually gets the job done, right? A lot of people will use Tal armor on Sork specifically, or exclusively, but actually, it turns out that Tal's armor is an exceptional armor for just about any class that... Well, sorry, let me rephrase that. Pre-Enigma, obviously, right? Like if I have Enigma, I'm fucking ditching this thing, because, you know, you can't really compete with O-Skill Teleport. But, like, 40 all-res with MDR and, like, MF, and even a free socket, like that's really pretty tough to beat, and a shit ton of defense, too. So, yeah, and I actually self-found this one, so lucky me. So that's my armor. 320 gloves. Somebody was nice enough to hook me up with this. Another perk of playing on a community server. I mean, yeah, part of the reason I play on Slash, and I think I have a lot more fun playing with others, even if we get access to map pack and multi-boxing or whatever. Let's see, Shaco, I don't really think there's much to be said there. I isted it because I wanted to hit exactly 300 MF, and this was the easiest way I could think of to do it. Let's see. Angelic Amulet and Angelic Ring. That puts me up to... Here, let me show you something. If I take off this ring, you see, my Phoenix Strike attack rating goes down by about 8,000... what is this? 7,500, right? That's a pretty massive difference. It's because the 1,000 attack rating gets boosted by Phoenix Strike's bonus, by Claw Mastery, etc. So it's a very massive difference in my ability to hit monsters. Then, of course, on my other ring, I use Ravenfrost. CBF, attack rating, are both very, very nice. Dex too, of course, but cannot be frozen is obviously the really big one. And then, of course, T-Gods. I wouldn't usually use T-Gods, but T-Gods is essentially the difference between me getting mauled by souls and me actually surviving souls, so that's just the bottom line. Their T-Gods is really important. As you can imagine, no one actually plays Martial Arts Assassin, or very few people play it but me, so I have essentially a monopoly over all of the martial arts life skillers. And then I just use a bunch of 0.7 MF SCs, and a few SCs with cold res too. So the thing with the cold res small charms, and lucky, it's just my good luck that they all happen to be the same graphic too. You'll notice that they're cold res specifically that I'm getting. And that's because for this specific character, cold res is actually probably the most dangerous of the elements to deal with. For two reasons. First, my gear is already set up in such a way where I have good light and fire res. So I really need to make up for cold res in some other ways. Second is that most people don't know this, but if you have a lightning enchanted, cold enchanted monster, the charged bolts from the lightning enchanted will actually carry over the cold damage from the cold enchanted too. And so basically, if I don't have enough cold resistance, I'll just immediately die. Like, I'll just instantly die if I stand next to a monster that emits charged bolts, which carry cold damage too. So yeah, these are pretty important. I guess I didn't go over all the equipment. This was the other piece of equipment okay, on Switch, of course, Nadges. This was the other piece of equipment I didn't show. Yeah, so these were self-found, by the way. Originally I was planning to use Trabs on this build, and I was actually going to go try to push for 400 MF. However, yeah, 40 light res, 33 fire res, half freeze duration. That doesn't matter, of course, because I already have Ravenfrost. 24 MF, so really nice set of boots. Not like, you know, GG goat boots or anything like that, but yeah, I mean, it's not tri-res, but it does light and fire, which are two of, well, I mean, I guess arguably light cold might even be more valuable, but to me, to this specifically build. But these were pretty nice EP boots, and I was more than happy to wear them for this build with MF. So 24 MF no less, so that's 1 point off perfect. Yeah, so overall, that's pretty nice. Now, this is the other thing I forgot to mention. I was saying that it was mostly vanilla, minus the map pack and the multi-boxing. Just for shits and giggles, a couple seasons ago, I think it was last season actually, they enabled the use of the runeword Plague. This is one that's been talked about in the D2 community from time to time. Apparently it was in the single-player files that was just simply never edited in, or never enabled by Blizzard. And it actually gives a pretty handy set of bonuses. Plus to all skills, minus enemy poison res, cleansing aura. That's really nice. Basically, if I get cursed, it wears off in under a second, which is insane, because I have 2 plagues, which combines it for level 26 cleansing aura anyway. And then, of course, most important thing here is a chance to cast lower res when struck. So, assuming that I can survive long enough for it to proc, I walk up to a bunch of monsters, and while I'm hitting them, they hit me, lower as procs, and then when I unleash whatever charged skill off of martial arts that I have, it'll just mop the floor with them. So it's pretty nice. Yeah. Now, with regards to the MF question, it's a really good question. Is 300 over 299? And the answer is not really. It's just that when I do these, I like to hit round values for MF. Like I like to hit the nearest 100 or the nearest, well, just a specific value. You know, like I don't like 299. It looks kind of fucking ugly. So yeah, I prefer it being I prefer it being 100 or 200 or 300 if I'm trying to do like 1,000 runs of whatever area, because it's much easier to tell people, hey, yeah, I gotta cast Fade before I die. Yeah, it's much easier to say, hey, I ran this area 1,000 times with, 300 MF than it is to say, oh, I ran this area with, 299 MF, right? Like it just sounds better. Like when you just say 300, nice clean round number. And honestly, a lot of people will advise to get something like that amount of MF, 300. Basically, 300 is a pretty nice number to reach, because I think most people will usually say, like, yeah, 300 is about as far as they'll push their character, because otherwise then they have to jump through some hoops to try and push it any farther than that. So yeah, that's the idea. Anyway, yeah. I don't know if there's any other things that I really need to cover about the build, gear-wise. How long have I had this character? Since the start of the season. It's, yeah, I mean, I use a different character every season. Last season, I actually had 2 characters. That was an odd case. Usually I only have one main character. And this time around, it is a martial arts assassin. So, yeah, martial arts assassin was the goal. And part of the inspiration for this was a lot of people consider martial arts assassins to be one of the weakest builds in the game, and it kinda is, if I'm being honest. Like, it's not... There's a lot of issues that it has, but I wanted to actually form the opinion for myself by trying it, as I'm sure you can kind of guess, right? The way I usually am, rather than just taking people's word for it and just being like, okay, yeah, this is complete shit. Like, I wanted to actually play the build for myself and see how it performs. And I guess more than that, I also wanted to try, like, I actually wanted to see if I could make it work. If it's as bad as people say, and I guess just like what I can do with it, really. And it's been a lot of fun. I'm glad I gave it a try. It's a lot of fun. Actually trying to see how actually learning how the build works. That's kind of what it was. Learning how the build works is pretty awesome. Because not a lot of people actually know what the martial arts assassin really does, or how it really works, right? But I had the pleasure of actually kind of learning how to play this character, and yeah, it's been pretty awesome. Like, for example, a lot of people don't know this, you can actually charge different skills or different charge-up attacks on the martial arts tree, and you could unleash them all at once. So, for example, I have Blades of Ice here. If I just charge up 3 times, and then I go and charge up Phoenix Strike 3 times, and then if I charge up Fists of Fire 3 times, and then Claws of Thunder 3 times, then I can actually launch them all at once. There you go, see, it looks kind of wonky, but yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Is it a strong build? Absolutely not. The damage is way too low, it requires too much build-up time. It's just, if the sole goal is min-maxing, there is absolutely no way that this would qualify in the top 10. Hell, I don't even think that this would qualify for being the top 20. 25 or possibly even 30 builds that you can make, but it is probably one of the most enjoyable builds from a mechanically challenging standpoint, and because of that I really enjoy it. So yeah. Hey, what's up, Furry? How's it going? It's going alright. How are you doing? I haven't been playing for some time. I'm back now and I'm just trying to readjust to this shit show of builds, so it's been fun. Hope you're having a lovely week so far. As I'm starting the semester started up, so I haven't been playing much. Oh, fair enough. Should be working on a paper. Yeah, well, fuck it. If you're not working on the paper, you might as well just play some D2, you know. Had zero idea. I googled last week when I saw your title from a couple weeks ago. Yeah, exactly right. Like if you're asking about the martial arts assassin. Yeah, this is... Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, so this is a mistake of mine that I keep doing. I keep popping Burst of Speed instead of Fade when I come in here. Fade is what's keeping me alive by making sure that my res stay at 85. If my res stay at 85, you know, I'll like the souls tickle. I'm telling you, there's like a lot of stuff. Like, I've learned a lot from playing this character and how things that work and things that don't work and like adjustments I need to make. And oh fuck, he's got conviction. All right, well that's convenient. No wonder I'm having such a hard time with this run. But anyway, never played Assassin except for the once in a blue moon Trapsin. Yeah, no, it makes sense. And for me, for a long time, it was like that. However, there's actually a lot of really cool Assassin builds that don't usually see the light of day. Trapsin is, I'd say, maybe like 90% of the builds that get made. However, there's Venom Sin, there's Rift Sin, there's Kick Sin, of course, Martial Arts Sin. In fact, even in the Martial Arts tree, you could you could technically do Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice. You could do hybrid between two of the three elements. You could do all three elements. There's Ghost Sin, I've heard of that build name, like, and then of course there's Fire Trappers, along with the Lightning Trap Sin, which is normally just shortened down to Trap Sin. So there's actually a lot of different really cool builds. And let me focus a second, because look at this, Lightning Enchanted, Magic Resistant, Aura Enchanted. Yep, that is painful. Let's just hope that he stands there and dies the Meteor. I need to single this one out because otherwise I can't kill all the other. Okay, there you go. That's better. Now I should be able to walk through the rest of this easily. All right, cool. How viable is a Warcry bar build? For players one, that's actually not terrible. Don't expect it to be cranking out runs as quick as other builds out there for any area, but it's definitely not as bad as people make it out to be in players one. Yeah, and what I mean, but like, I can even show you my Warcry barb, although it's not... I would say that at this point it's unfinished, and also that it's not, well, it's specialized for one specific area, and that area is pits. Like, I don't recommend really running that type of character, or the Warcry barb anywhere other than pits, really. Or maybe Chaos Seal glitching, you might be able to make that work, but it's not... it's definitely not an area that you can do, like, mass crowd control farming with, or mass crowd farming with. Yeah, like, you can't blitz through Chaos and full clear it like you can with, like, a Poison Necro. With Trav, you could run Trav too, which isn't terrible. Anyway, I'll talk more about the Warcry barb in a sec. I'll be right back, 1 second. Hey, how's it going, Seth? How viable is a Warcry barb build? Let's see. So, yeah, as I was explaining, yeah, Warcry barb, I guess it really depends what you define viable to be. Like, what do you want it to do? Like, if you want it to farm high runes, it's more than capable of crushing Trav. It's, pretty good for doing pits too, like Champ Pack specifically. You could actually probably run Pindle with it pretty well too. I'm trying to think of some other places. You probably aren't going to be really doing much cows with it, obviously. I don't even think I'd really recommend WSK. WSK is just, well, And if you're just targeting champ packs, WSK might not be too bad. No, I think the main issue with the Warcry Barb is you could farm pretty much anywhere with it. It's just going to be slower to try and kill everything than it is like a Light Sork, a Blizz Sork, or a Poison Necro, all of which have both greater damage and also greater AoE. But the thing that the Warcry Barb has is that it's quite, it's durable. You don't need to have a second character that, you know, you don't need to have like a bow barb, like a bow barb made specifically to work as the CTA for the character. You don't need a CTA. And you have find item, you know, all the perks of playing as a barb. So actually, especially find item, that's the really big one, right? Because like it is no drop 0 across all player settings. So generally, it's agreed upon that killing packs of monsters, like big packs of monsters here, is the most. It's probably the most lucrative way to gain wealth and to find like the high-end items. But if you want to, like, TC or farming TC87s isn't terrible, I guess. So I don't know. You're definitely not taking as much advantage of no drop 0 if you're playing a Warcry Barb on Slash, but it's not terrible, and you can kill champ packs with it, which is pretty good. How many boss groups in WSK2? Like 3 to 4? I don't really count. I would say that 3 to 4 is a good ballpark for it. Although it gets a bit complicated sometimes for 2 reasons. The first is there's a lot of variability in WSK2 in terms of what monsters spawn, and I think that might actually impact the number of boss packs that show up. The second thing is that not all of the monster packs are born equal. What I'm talking about here is, you know, the exploding, I think they're called frenzied hell spawns or whatever, the ones that like explode and shit, like they'll run at you and they'll just detonate themselves. Yeah, those don't actually drop anything, and so, even if they're a boss. So what that essentially means is that, yeah, you're gonna have, well, it's not. If we're looking at it strictly in terms of boss packs, maybe I'd say on average 3 to 4 is a good guesstimate, but probably isn't as many drops as 3 to 4 boss packs, is I guess just the bottom line. Depending on what champ packs you get or boss packs you get. Yeah, I haven't been counting boss packs, honestly. I was just focused on finds. And I've been focused on full clearing, so I haven't really been counting or farming the boss pack specifically. Yeah. Let's see, 8 charges. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to pay for gold. Looks like. I don't know if anyone's still farming gold, though. That's the only problem. I'm down to 50k. ISO gold. Actually, anyone selling gold? Let me ask that. And then after that, I can actually fetch my rune mule and determine whether or not I actually have any runes I can... Oh my, there you go, 2.5. Shit, that's crazy, yo. Now there's tons of people who actually have gold available. Nice. Okay, so Bjorn was first. What's the going rate for gold right now? Okay, so Bjorn 1-1. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's another perk. I forgot to mention that too. There's a lot of really cool. Things too that they have on the server. There's also multi. Here, hold on a sec. One sec. I just realized that it seems that they made this as a hell game. Alright, there you go. Bjorn 1-1. There's also autofill, game name, which is pretty cool. You don't need to create an ISO gold room? Oh yeah, absolutely. I can give you, nah, MG. Is there a rune you can use? Yes, and yes, I can use Ort plus C-Gem. I'm not gonna farm Orts plus C-Gems. Yeah. yeah, you can also see with the map pack, we got Auto Party, we got Auto Game Name Fill. I think that the more recent map pack has Description Fill, and it also has HD. Like, you can actually change the resolution to be HD, which is absolutely insane. Sound familiar? It's an HD mod for Diablo 2. So no trade stream because everyone knows each other? Yeah, actually, yeah, good catch. Good eye. Indeed, because most of us are already well, there's a trust system that goes on the server, right? Like, if this guy just up and leaves with my rune, and of all things, for somebody to scam me out of a fucking rune, like, come on, man. Then yeah, like, usually they get shitlisted pretty quick, and it's also a pretty fast way to get banned off the server, too. About good non... Yeah, I was a while ago. Well, actually, I was giving options for good 85 places to farm that weren't in A5. Oh. Yep. If someone scams you of an I'll give you an Enigma D2, it's only fair. No, I'm fine. Like that would just be sad. Like, I wouldn't even be too upset. It's like, okay, no, wow, you were that desperate to scam me out of an rune. Like, wow, big fucking whoop. Like, if you're gonna, I heard this saying once. It's like, if you're gonna scam somebody, you might as well go big, right? Like, don't go for like fucking pennies and dimes. Like, you gotta go for like the big one. Like, scams somebody out of like a burr or a jaw or like an enigma. Like, why rune? It's so weird, so bizarre. Anyway, but some people are strange. Some people are very strange. But that's a different topic. Anyway, whatever. That's pretty much that. I think I can go back to my runs now. What was the last run I was on? I think it was D105, right? It's another thing too. I think 105 was the last run, right? Yep, it was 105. So I'm gonna keep at it. I try to make sure that I'm on top of these things. Let's see your comment now. Try to cross that. If you want other places to try farming. Okay, yeah, because this guy's looking for places to farm. I definitely can understand that. Not everyone wants to farm fucking level 85 areas over and over. Which I'm okay with. I actually prefer farming the same area over and over because I don't have to actually specialize my equipment for those areas, or for different areas. Like, I can just tailor it for one specific area. Like, this is a prime example of that. Let me see if I can cloak the shadows and then try to take this guy out. There you go. That's pretty good. Fine. Enigma 1910 Annie. Man, this guy's just trying to fucking flex on my ass. Like, what the? Whoa, what is going on? I tried to teleport like 3 times and it just did not let me. Were they just that strong? Here, let's see if the meteor will kill them first before I go in, because maybe there was just too many monsters trying to interrupt my casts. You know, that might also have been it. I think one of them had Holy Freeze, so that was what was causing me not to be able to teleport out so easily. Yep. How the hell is it so... okay, well, whatever. I'm actually going to sell everything sometime. I don't know when. Well, I mean... You'll figure a time out. You'll definitely figure a time out. Ooh, look at that. 20 FCR, 54 life, 11 all res. Now, it's kind of missing something to actually make it, like, somewhat valuable, you know? Would have been really great if it had even like +2 to a skill, you know? That would have been good. Almost good. Yeah, almost good. So close. Oh well, too bad. Anyway, I hope you're doing well, Seth. It's been a while since I've seen you. I normally was, well, I was supposed to stream, I think, last Wednesday even, but I really wasn't feeling it, so I opted not to. But I'm back for this week, and I think the goal is going to be to try and do 50, as per usual. 50 runs, so we'll see how it goes. Anyway, yeah. So on 3 Watcher, there's other really cool perks too. I should try a little bit harder to sell Slash to you. I mean, it trying to be better than BNet is a pretty low bar to pass, but like I'll tell you right now, like there's a lot of really cool things that Slash has over BNet. Global chat and trade channel, which are optional, of course. You don't have to be subbed to them. You have actually a multi-server setup. That's the other thing too. Like what that means is, you know how on BNet people on Europe realm can only play with people on Europe realm. Well, here on Slash, people who like if you make a game, you can actually choose whether you want to make the game on which realm you want to make it on, and you can still trade and interact with other people perfectly fine. Same with trading. Well, people use the Slash subreddit for trading mostly, and there's also a trade chat here. So yeah, depending on, like, if you have like a really GG item that you want to sell, of course you're gonna put on the subreddit and you're gonna put it up for like as an auction, right? But you know, if it's like a small time item, like, you know, 2.5 million gold, then yeah, you're probably gonna just straight up. You're straight up just gonna ask people, hey, yeah, does anyone want this for like or a mal or whatever, right? So yeah, it's a lot of really cool things you can do. Also, no realm down. That's a huge plus. No CD keys that you need, so you can just if you ever want to play with some friends, you can just hop on Slash and you guys can just start a journey together. Although of course, the setup process might be a bit of a pain. There's a Slashdiablo launcher now, so it might be a bit easier. But traditionally I've had quite a number of problems with this launcher. So that's, whoa, fuck, that was scary. It's still dangerous. Still dangerous. Oh, is it because I'm using burst of speed? That's probably what it is. Again, I need to stop doing that. It's a hard habit to break. Anyway, I'm just gonna drop the meteor here, and then I think this should be okay. Come on, just walk into the fire, damn it. Whatever. Okay, done. No need to sell. I don't have time to play D2. Yeah, but you have plenty of time to just watch other people play instead. Like, yeah, but I hear you though. Of course, for sure. I hear you. Like, trying to play this game. Like, there's definitely been times when some seasons have just gotten so addicting that I had to stop. I think this was the case with my my Poison Necro. Like, the season I played my Poison Necro, one of the reasons, like, probably the main reason I stopped playing wasn't because I got bored at all. It was that I was becoming way too obsessed with playing the game that I just had to sit down and say, okay, nope, fuck that. I have to, you know, do, like, life stuff for a change rather than, yeah, anyway, I hear you, though, for sure. You remember your freshman year of high school? Yeah, I can watch while I do work, can't play and work. That's fair, that's fair. Of course, of course. Enjoy Slash a lot, there's a really good community. I wish it was a little bigger, though. Yeah, the flavors are nasty, and, yeah, no, I hear you. I can understand where you're coming from, that you wish it were a little bigger, for sure. Yeah. I mean, for what it is, I'd say that it's pretty nice, though. Like, yeah, I mean, ideally, I would want it to be bigger, too, of course. Like not like 10,000 people big, but even like 1,500, 2K people would be a dream. But of course, you know, it's not. There aren't that many people playing, so that's just too bad. But I'm enjoying it, and yeah, I think a lot of other people are too. Come on, just die to the meteor already. Today. Didn't I drop the meteor already? Okay, there you go, drop the meteor. Oh, and he's already dead. Okay, well that's so awkward. Okay, at least they're all dropping rejuves, full rejuves. That's really good. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, this is, once again, like, it might seem a little bit slow farming WSK like this, but this was really, I mean, This isn't one of those builds to play for optimality. There's plenty of other builds to play for that, for sure. Like, any Sork build probably would be more effective than this. Like, yeah, probably you wouldn't want to run, like, a Fire Sork or a Blizz Sork here, given the immunities that you have to face, but, like, you could probably go and run Fire Sork into... I'm just trying to think, like, what's a good place for Fire Sork? I'm not talking Mausoleum, I'm talking, like, Arcane Sanctuary. There's, well, nah, even that's questionable. I don't know. There's just much more effective ways to play than this, but again, I wanted to try this martial arts assassin, and I picked out WSK because I figured it would be a good fit for this character. And the goal for me this season, if I can manage it, is to run 1,000 WSKs, and then the sub goal, I guess, is to build an Enigma. And then run players 8 Bales. That's my end goal, actually. That'd be really fun. I don't know if that's going to pan out so well, though, but we'll see. That's going to be its own demon. Yeah, that's going to be a whiles from now, though. The Enigma's the big thing, too, though, on 3-Watcher. Like, at the end of the day, like, this build definitely needs Enigma, but obviously I can't just forum gold it. I have to actually work for it, and one of the reasons I'm so committed to farming this many WSKs, like 1,000 WSKs, is so that maybe, if I can even get, like, a Jaw to drop, that's it. Like, I had my Enigma, right? Like, just a single high rune drop would do it, because I already have a Burr. I got a Burr off of Ancient Tunnels, like, a couple, like many weeks ago, but well, here we are. Oh, cool! They're the exploding Fokkers. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna borrow mine. You can. I'm done with this ladder, other than making a wolf druid for some reason. Okay. I mean, again, right, like, I appreciate it, Seth, but really, I need to, like, I really do want to work for it. Like, you gotta understand, man, I'm telling you. When I taste that Enigma, and I work for it myself, it'll be glorious, right? Like, it won't just be, like, an Enigma that I borrow. Like people do that, and that's totally fine. But I really want to be able to go rags to riches with this character. And then I want to be able to report, like, you know, my findings, right? Like, I want to just be able to say, yeah, this was the journey, and no, I don't want to be like, oh, I just borrowed an Enigma halfway through. No, like, legit, it'd be great if I could actually, like, tell you guys, like, okay, well, this is actually all of the things I found out about the character in all this time that I played it, right? That would be really fun. So I'm really looking forward to that. Hey, plus 12 life, plus 12 mana. Is it worth charting down? I don't think it is, so I'm probably just going to veto it, but I'll hold on to it, though. Okay, so... always worth... Oh, this guy. Seth has his... Well, Green Cable is Seth, but yeah, he's got his own testimonial. So, with Mapback, would it be efficient to run anti-meth? Okay, so, yes and no. Yeah, this is a tough question to answer because there's a lot of different ways for me to answer it. The first thing I'm going to say is, if you're talking about is it efficient to run anti-meth with this build, the answer to that is probably, I would go with not just no, but fuck no. Like, this character, there's two problems with farming those Andy and Meth. I don't have the mobility, and Andy and Meth, I believe, both have a chance to block. And I don't really want to go into all of the details, but just know that chance to block really fucks me over because it messes up my timings on which charges I release on a specific set of monsters, right? Like, what if I want to release, like, this is a great example, like, these are monsters that are lightning immune. I don't want to release lightning on them, I want to release fire or ice. So, in Andy's case, I would want to launch fire, obviously, because she is vulnerable to fire. But if she blocks it, then I might actually end up releasing lightning or cold instead, right? Like, so that's messy. But I think you're asking, just generally speaking, is it worth it to farm those areas? And honestly, if you're asking about generally, like, again, it definitely helps to have map hacks so you can find the, like, most of the time spent, like, when it comes to Andy and Meth is actually trying to find where they are. But the thing to consider with these, with this server is, again, it's no drop 0. And you're not really probably too familiar with all of, like, the drop mechanics in the game, and yeah, I can't really go over all of them, but basically, you want to farm a ton, like a bunch of monsters on the server, more so than you want to target bosses. Because the boss will drop like 6 items, right? Whereas every individual monster will drop an item. The reason not every monster is dropping an item here is because I have my map pack with its filter. But yeah, like, yeah, there's a lot of things to consider for sure. No drop 0 is 1. 2 is that Meph and Andy can't drop every item in the game, whereas monsters in level 85 areas can. 3rd is that Andy herself is kind of shitty for dropping anything beyond Shaco and I guess War Travs. Like, at least Meph can drop Arachnid Sash and Rainbow Facets, but Andy can't drop either of those. I don't even think she can drop Amaras. So really, Andy is not even that good. She's not even really that good for, like, compared to Meph. What I will tell you though is that an area that's agreed upon, or a boss that's agreed upon to be a pretty nice place to farm, you wouldn't expect this, is actually Duriel. Duriel is actually pretty good. And I think that Duriel is infamous for the legendary 6 TP drop, but actually it turns out that you can quest bug him, and that's, again, like, that gives you some leeway to work with, but I'll go more about that later. Okay, cool. Hey, oh, that's a lot of people. Oh, sorry, 1 sec. Baldies? Anyway, yeah, nice to have you on board with us. Any thoughts about D2 Remaster? A few. But I'll go over that in a second. Hey, how's it going, Vorfy? How's it going with you? Oh, what are you up to? Is every other spot better, probably, but it's one of the best spots in the game. Well, again, it's not a question of is it better. It's just, yeah, like, I mean, if like the benefit to like farming Andy and Meph is that you have like with Andy you have a higher chance to get SOJ. And they're both bosses, so they're more guaranteed to drop uniques and sets compared to regular monsters if you quest bug them properly. But again, the trade-off is there's no way to get Defathom, Deweb, and other really GG items off of those those bosses either. Anyway, Slashdiablo, yes, exactly. Seth's explanation is pretty good. It's not on OpenBNet. It's just a multiplayer private server. That's the idea. So let me know if you have other questions about it. My thoughts on D2 Remastered, since you were asking about it, Baldies. I am always very skeptical. A lot of people usually get, in my opinion, okay, like I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but I'm gonna just be real here with you. Like, I feel like a lot of people get hyped a little too prematurely. Until I actually see some confirmation from Blizzard that they're actually going to be working on D2 Remastered, and I actually see the finished product, because like sometimes like they'll announce something and it ends up in like development hell, and sometimes even the finished product itself, even if it comes out, it ends up like Warcraft 3 Reforged, which was, from my understanding, a steaming pile of dog shit. So it's like why would I get up my hopes for a company like Blizzard, who maybe once upon a time was like a really reliable game development company, and then now they're just a shell of their former selves, right? Like, I don't want to get overly excited about something before I actually see what the end product is, or even that it's confirmed first. Like, a lot of people are, I feel like, jumping on this idea that, oh shit, yeah, like, it's coming out. Like, no, that's not quite how it works. Blizzard has yet to actually confirm anything themselves. People are just saying, oh shit, yeah, well, this is a leak that was announced, and yeah, everyone was like hyped up over it in the D2 community. But again, I'm always quite skeptical, especially in this case, because every year in which somebody has said something like this, it has always, up until now, every single year, come up, but it has every single time also been false. The last time people got excited over this was, I think people were looking at the box art for BlizzCon or whatever the fuck, and they were like, "Oh wow, that's the original Diablo from Diablo 2, right? That means that it might be a Diablo 2 remastered." And then, well, what did we get? Diablo Immortal. So it was like, well, shit, right? Like, why would I want to get my hopes up for something that hasn't even yet been confirmed? That's my thoughts on Diablo 2 remastered. When it comes out, do I have high hopes for it to be a good, well done remaster? No, absolutely not. Would I still get it? Yes, absolutely. But all of this is even dependent on the notion that they would even add it, right? Which, as far as I can tell, they haven't even confirmed anything yet. So yeah, we're far from that stage. In which they say they will not change much, just the lobby and slightly change graphics, all skills kept the same. Is that, again, is that like something that was confirmed yet? I think I've tried everywhere. Flare, jungle, and sub areas can be fun. Okay, sure. Let's see. Pits, Q-Bug Dury, let's see, Maggot Lair, Love 3. Let's see, Tombs. Let's see, I think it's Walls of the Dead, and I think it's Tal Tombs, Flare Jungle, Kuros Temples, Trav, River of Flame, Halls of Pain, slash Nith, slash Pindleskin, I think. I think that would be pretty good. Moz. Non-85 areas, you can expect not to get orange boxes, but some of them have good mob density. Alright, anyway. Yeah, there you go. So, man, you guys are going all in, just saying a bunch of stuff. Fix a bunch of bugs, effectively breaking the game, you know. No, Coaster, I disagree. I honestly don't think they're gonna fix a bunch of bugs at all. Like, think about this, right? It's Blizzard we're talking about. As if I were in Blizzard's shoes, what I would say to myself is, how can we make the most amount of money while putting the least amount of effort? And a reskin is the easiest way to do it. Like, legit, a reskin is the easiest way to do it. They probably aren't going to fix any of the bugs, and more importantly, they're probably not going to fix any of the core problems with the game, such as the real-world trading or botting. Bird's Jaws and Sirs, Q-Bug Jury, not bad either. Ideas for you. Also, Drifter Cavern might be worth exploring. It's for you, but has a gold chest. The D4 will be returned to classic D2. Yeah, well, anyway, that's expecting microtransactions. See, that's another thing too, Baldies. Like, I didn't even think about microtransactions. Maybe, I wouldn't really put it beneath Blizzard. Yeah, that's not bad either. Lots of souls there. Yeah, so microtransactions. So with regards to the microtransaction, tell him to do River of Flame. I gave him like a list of areas to farm because he said that he's farmed like a lot of different areas. So I just listed out a bunch for him, in case in case there's some that he have. Okay. Although, yeah, that actually makes sense. He could do Chaos, he can do WSK, he could do Halls of Pain, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that he is he's presumably a Poison Necro. Anyway, yes, BlizzCon 2020 cancellation confirmed. Yeah, that's not surprising. Mm. So, with regards to the microtransactions that you were talking about, like, I didn't even think so far as to, like, as thinking about microtransactions, but honestly, I'm not really, I wouldn't really be that surprised if they did implement microtransactions, to tell you the truth. I still don't, I'm still not entirely sold on them. Like, even if they do this, right? Let's suppose that they do microtransactions. What are they really gonna MTX, right? Like new items or items? Like, are they gonna just make it literal pay to win? Like, you can just buy an Enigma on day one. That's already what one of the private servers does. So I mean, it's certainly not unheard of. Like, how would that work, right? Like, the way the game is played, like, I guess the only real pay to win is if you make it so that, I don't know. I don't really, as a remastered game, I don't see them adding MTXs. Like, I think that that's a tall order even for them. But hey, like, if that happens, like, I shouldn't really be too surprised, I guess, is just what I'm getting at. Awesome. Yeah, probably visual enhancements work pets, which I think is fine. Honestly, I think it's fine. Like, rather, I think, unpopular opinion, but I don't really... I think that microtransactions are not a terrible thing as long as they're not done badly, right? Like what I mean by this is none of this pay-to-win garbage. I guess that's just the big thing. Like, it shouldn't be the case where you have to, like, you unlock something and then it immediately is superior to all of the existing options in the game for free-to-play, right? Like, or for the core product, right? Like, and none of this loot crate shit either. I think loot crates are just the most annoying fucking thing. Like make it so that rather than make this whole like gambling spiel, just straight up like it's either the item or it's not the item. People know this ahead of time, and then they can pay for it if they want it, and they can pay for it if not, right? Like that for me is like that they do loot crates in a pay to play game, right? Like that for me is really scummy, because you're not really selling a finished product, which is what people are expecting to get. At least I feel that way. But with regards to the MTXs, like, okay, yeah, let's say that you could buy wings. I think that that'd be pretty cool. Honestly, you don't really need wings to play the game. You don't need pets to play the game. If they actually took the time to add stuff like that, I think that actually wouldn't be terrible. And it wouldn't be game-breaking either, as long as it doesn't give any kind of in-game gameplay advantage. Like, you make your character look fancier, right? Hey, that makes total sense to me. Like, I don't see people complaining about, RuneScape making membership, like, unlock 90% of the game's content, right? Like, I don't know. I think I wouldn't mind microtransactions as long as it doesn't affect, I guess, people's ability to play the game and how they're limited by the game based on how much they pay. That's my biggest problem. Or hiding 45%. Yeah, that's another big one too. I think Sims has this problem. Sims is so fucking bullshit in this. Like, oh yeah, you can get, I don't know. It's fucked. Like, I don't myself play The Sims, but I've heard stories of people who, had to pay like $60 just to get DLCs. It's like, what? Like, come on, man. How does that make any sense? Just so that they can have a child or something. Like, okay, that's. Let me just mind blast them before I just immediately die. Anyway, yeah, add sub and donate button. I'll probably pass on that. Yeah, I prefer, for me, like, I don't really, I'm not really looking to become a partner or a sub or whatever. I just do these things, or I just do these streams because I get to chill out and chat for a little bit and hang out with people and talk shit about things at random, like the D2 Reforged or Reborn or whatever the fuck they want to call it that's coming out, right? So that's just me. Sorry to disappoint you, but yeah, it's not my Yeah, Seth has been pushing for it for a long time, but it's just, like, plain and simple, it's just never going to happen. Okay. Anyway, let me know if you have other questions about these. I know it was quite a lengthy explanation, but I'm telling you, like, I do have quite a number of thoughts on the remaster. Well, I do and I don't. Like, a lot of people are super hype about it, but I feel like I'm one of the very few people who are kind of like, well, what the fuck, right? Like, this happens every year. Like, people are so quick to forget that every time where people get hyped for something like this, without any confirmation, they just leave themselves up for disappointment, and it's just like, well, shit, who didn't see this coming? That, yeah, no, like, Blizzard, again, doesn't really care about what we want, and they just pump out whatever they feel like making. Okay, hold on a sec, let me just get out of the way here, before I just die again. It's so annoying. I've been chugging up a lot more rejuves than usual today. Maybe I should go get myself a full belt of rejuves before I continue. Might make things a bit easier for me. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that after this. I also haven't been paying like full attention. That's the other thing. Just make virtual tickets super cheap and do it. Honestly, yeah. Although I guess maybe part of the issue is they have to look at it from a cost-benefit analysis too, aka. Like, are they going to be making more money from doing this whole virtual BlizzCon? And I honestly think they would, but maybe they don't see it as such. I don't know. Or maybe they... I don't know. I have no idea how they're going to go about doing any of that. That's for them to figure out. And that's for us to find out. Embarrass themselves this year. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, yeah, please die of the meteor. Oh, yeah, right. These guys won't die of the meteor because of... Hey, that's not bad. Alright, that's a pretty cool find. Yeah, yeah. Not bad, not bad. I think that's Arcane's Valor, right? Unique Balrog skin. Not every day that you find one of these. Just as I am about to wrap up this run, too. Well... Oh, yeah, 2 rejuves. Or 2 full rejuves. Maybe I might not actually need to go and farm rejuves. Maybe I'm just not being careful enough in these past few runs. Yeah. Haven't really been as focused, and it's been, like, I'm a bit rusty with the build because, again, like, I haven't played this in about a week, 2 weeks. Yeah, it's been quite some time, so, yeah. Oh. Yep, there's still monsters up there. Alright, that's cool. Hey, Seth. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good week, though, so far. We're already halfway through, so, yeah. And I think, Seth, it's almost summer for you, so lucky you. That's pretty nice. Or it's almost your summer break, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, so let's take a look. I believe this is, well, this is an Arcane's Valor. The only question is, did it roll +2 or +1? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna guess +1. Hey, it's a +2. Yo, that's pretty good. +2 Arcane's Valor. Wow. I think that the damage roll also has Arcane's Valor. I don't really ever find this item, so I don't exactly know all the stats. 180 on ED. Hey, what the fuck? Yo, that's a variable roll. What the? Oh man, it was so close to triple perfect. Yo, that's crazy. It has 180 defense, that's perfect. +2 to all skills, that's also perfect. The only thing that it's lacking is damage reduced by 15. It's damage reduced by 13 here, so it's too short, but yeah, that's actually a pretty legit item. Or that's a pretty legit find, and it's probably my only find in the last 30 runs, so very happy with that. +2. +2 skills, I think 180 ED, and 13 damage reduced by Arcane's Valor. And I think this is 110. Yeah, just a little bit short. There you go, good enough. Damn, it won't actually fit. Ah, fuck. You know what, good enough. That was one of the best items you could get back in like 2002. Yeah, I'm fully aware. And I know that there's still some people who do like to use Arcane's Valor on the server too, still. For their odd builds, if I could even really call it that, so. Yep. Hey, there, speak of the devil. There he is. Still the best. On break because he's got a virus everywhere. Well, yeah, I think a lot of us are in a similar boat, kind of dicked over because of the stupid virus. But anyway, yes, he'll buy it off of me from 4 ohms. Yeah, definitely. You're stuck on cartridges for most, if not all, of summer. Really? What happened? What builds use Arcane's Valor? Hey, Muse. ZZZ can explain to you, but I think he uses it for his lights work. Actually, he did some number crunching, and I believe that for him, he found that it is still the best build, or best item for maxing out DPS, if I recall correctly. But I don't want to speak for him because, again, that's his findings and I don't want to butcher it. There you go. Good. Got most of them. These guys are slippery too. Oh no, am I dead? Am I dead? Oh fuck. Yes. I realized my mistake as soon as I teleported into that pack. I'm like, yeah, he has conviction. I'm like, am I just gonna die here? Like I saw my life flash before my eyes, and fortunately, I mean, my Merc died, but I managed to survive that. I don't know how I survived that, but that was fucked. Anyway, yeah. Nah, I got one for free like 2 months ago. Because it's Slashdiablo, everything is free unless it's DU ever griffs. Yeah. Well. It's only 9 strength more than Spirit or Storm Shield. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that's the other thing, too. A lot of people cite, like, high strength requirements for Sorks to be an issue, but, like, you know, a lot of the time you're rocking Monarch anyway, which is 156. And then, well, in Arcane's case, you only need 9 more strength above what you normally have for your Monarch, so it's like, yeah, it's not actually terrible. And then you get, like, plus 47 to Vit, or, well, plus 0.5 per character level or whatever, right? So that's kind of nice. Now I gotta isolate again the boss here. This is probably one of the tougher bosses to kill. YOLO! Oh well, again, maybe I shouldn't have YOLO'd it. Okay, come on, just stand there, yeah. Come on, walk into the fire, please, just walk into the fire. Oh, this is fucked. Okay, there you go. Now I don't have to deal with that shit no more. Okay. Gonna get my Merc back, and hopefully he doesn't die again. And yeah, I kind of want to do a full belt refill. I'm gonna probably do that, yeah. That'd be a good idea. Use Arcanes with Storm Shield because you need the FHR without Spirit. I thought that Spirit has 45 FHR, though. That's the only +2 armor that you can facet. Oh, yeah? Rejuves. Alright. Can't believe I'm doing this, but I don't want to risk dying and embarrassing myself. So I'm just gonna pull up and try to get some rejuves here quickly. Poe ignored. Alright, nice. Let me just fade. There you go. Another rejuve. That's looking pretty good. Okay. Okay. They're pretty much dead, so I'm just gonna... Hey, what's up, Seth? There you go. Alright, I think I'm just about done here. How many rejuves have I got? This is pretty solid town up. Alright, cool. I'm only going to take a few, though. I'm guessing that you're here for some rejuves, right? Yeah, I'm only going to take 3. I already have the rest. I think it should be okay. Thank you, though. This is enough for me for now. Cheers. Storm Shield has FBR, not FHR. Okay. Yeah. No, but I was saying I thought Storm... Okay, yeah, thanks, Seth. So, this is what I don't understand. You said you want to use Arcanes without Storm Shield because you need the FHR without Spirit. But, like, the wording on this for me is a bit confusing. The way you worded it suggests to me that you actually need the FHR, but, of course, Storm Shield itself, Storm Shield itself doesn't have any FHR, Spirit does. So, Arcanes with Storm Shield. You know what? I see. I think I get what you mean now, because you need the FHR. Okay, I see, because Arcanes itself has FHR. So you get the FHR actually off the Arcanes, and then you get the FBR off of Storm Shield. There you go. That makes more sense. Alright, cool. Alright. Time to get my next potion. Big FHR. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, let's fade out, and then let's actually continue farming these stupid souls. Suffering destruction at 1 terror. Alright. Okay, apparently I'm still having a tough time. Oh, you know what? That's why. I was wondering, like, I popped Fade, like, or I thought I casted Fade. I could have sworn that I did. Like, I actually did. But for some reason, like, it didn't register? I don't know what that was. Ugh. These WSKs are so messy, though. Just because there's all these... I guess I shouldn't be complaining because, I mean, at some point, maybe one of these guys is bound to drop a rune, because there's so many fucking souls, but, like... At the same time, it is also really messy. I wanted these runs to go a little bit quicker, because I'm trying to push for 50 runs by the end of tonight. And there's no way I'm going to make it there if I keep rolling soul packs. Like, I wasn't expecting this at all. Okay. DRB? Alright, cool. Seven to 10 fire damage. Okay, yeah, garbage. Come on, just kill him already, fuck. Alright, yeah. Like, I don't know why he's backing out. It's like, oh yeah, Soul's like 5 HP, just gonna leave it be, you know? Why not? Just doesn't deserve to die. Not today. Yeah, against these guys, maybe I should do Meteor with Blades of Ice, Freeze. That would be good. 780k on stock since COVID started. Add donate button. We'll share some Nasdaq RMG with you. Hey, look at that. Here's some in-game RNG with me, which I think is arguably more important. I believe this is a Vamp Gaze, and I was actually looking for one of these since I began this season. Well, it's a bit late now because at this point I'm farming WSK, so now I need Tal Mask, but more as a light sword or chain lightning more? I'm gonna let somebody else answer that. No one's a bit of too long of a response. Alright, Let's check it out. Let us check it out. Uh, and I think I rolled some pretty... This is a pretty garbage V-Gaze. 8 life leech, 6 mono leech, 15% DR, yada yada yada. I'll just write it down. No big deal. It's a V-Gaze like any other. Can't really say too much about it. And 15% DR, and what was the other one? 13 regular DR, is that right? Oh, let's see. 11, okay. 11 DR V-Gaze. And this is run number 110. Right? No, 111. Cool. That's gonna be a long-ass list. Hey, Seth. Chain on lower and light on packs. Every third cast. Oh, haha. Yeah, I mean... Button here. I knew the no sub rule. Didn't realize no donations either. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, there's no donate and there's no subs. That's right. Hates money. Yeah, man. I'm like, money is evil. Yep, money is evil. I don't want no money. But Arcane's SS Ishuda's Gryphs and put facets in all of them. Then you have 40 ELR and can reach 50 DR with String of Ears, 45 MDR with 2 Dwarfs, and 105 FCR with 220 Amulet. Yeah. Eat chocolates here? No, I don't. Well, granted, I haven't had chocolates in a while, so... Yeah. Anyway. Like 220 Amulet, but let's not talk about that. Yeah, okay. Then Pepsi money to the Pepsi company? Why Pepsi? Donate crypto coins. Nah, that's cool, man. I mean, I think I need to do a bit more to actually earn the monies anyway, rather than talk shit about D2 Remastered. I appreciate it though, for sure. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going. And who do we got? Doing enough for over 4 years. Chocolate ice cream like an hour ago. Damn, you're so down on yourself. Hey man, I'm just honest here. Like, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I'm having fun with doing these. As long as you guys are tuning in and you're actually enjoying it, then you know I'm cool with that. Hey, Thorazine, long time no see. Well, oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, how is it going? What are you up to? You'll give your money to charity if you really want to give it away. Give them money, you simps. Yeah, what ZZZ said. Shame on you people for trying to give me money and trying to be generous and shit. Used to be an emote. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it was. I don't think it's ever been an emote. Anyway. Alright, it's been a fun run. This one took a lot longer than it should have, but... There was a lot of souls and I've just been chilling. I should actually try to play this a bit more optimally. Like, I've been really just, what's the word for it? I've really just been zoning out and just chatting with you guys mostly. It worked for me. Oh man. You find a job this run. Thanks, Thorazine. I appreciate it. I do need the all the luck I can get right now. Alright, let's give this a go. Okay. Okay. There you go. Next pack is going to be poison, so I should prep Meteor, which I think I have already. Okay, and let's go here so that I don't just get completely mauled by all of them. That's cool. And I don't want to die to the explosion, so my Merc can almost survive that. Actually, yeah, I can still survive even with, as long as I have Fate active. Okay. Big pack's dead. Although I've been chugging down quite a number of potions for this. There you go. Good. Very, very nice of this monster to give me one. It was. D2 messaged you a link. Oh yeah? It was? Damn, that's crazy. I don't ever recall this at all. Like, on Twitch? No way, dude. Fucking crazy. Okay, zap. There you go, 2 of them. 2 charges. And the rest of this should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, one of the frustrating things about playing this character, the more I want to chat with you guys, the more I chat with you guys, the more I have to divert my attention away from actually playing this character. And as much as I hate to say it, like, it does slow down the run by a lot. Like, this one's gonna probably finish in at most 2:30. But there you go. I'm just gonna back out for a sec. Okay, there you go. See, 2:11 that run. Pretty good. But yeah, I know it's hard trying to juggle everything. Slow down DGG confirmed. I mean, go for it. I mean, I'm here to chat and chill with you guys. It's obviously way more fun doing this, like, talking to you guys while I play, of course. I'm just, like, looking at this, and that run from 2 runs ago, I think it took me... What the hell? There you go. Finally, I was waiting for the thing to pop. Anyway, yeah, 2 runs ago, it took me 10 minutes to actually, 11 minutes to finish that run, which is an all-time, like, worst run time for me, so that's, had to really see if I am losing my mojo or if I'm just, well, just sucking for today. And all those explosions going, thank you, Merc, for sucking them all up. Oh, this one has conviction. I gotta be careful. Okay, there you go. Is there anything down here? Wow, I'm astonished there are none here, but... Link chat for how slow this build is. No, I'm saying that it's even slower than it usually is. Of course, I would never blame chat for how slow it naturally is. I mean, I think this is something we've all established already from the last 30 times I've played this fucking thing. Shows up for the first time, sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. I believe that. Okay, let's just, yeah, let's just avoid for now. Gonna cloak the shadows quickly, make sure that, there you go. Let me teleport on the fucking thing. Come on, man. Might have made a very serious error here. I don't really want to fuck with all these guys that are mighted, but I pulled the mighted monster over. I should have just dealt with the mighted monster when I had the chance. Now, because of that, this is going to take a bit longer than it should, but that's okay. I actually played this game so that I was just sitting in game for an hour talking in global chat. Yeah, no, it's nice. Honestly, like, I know you're... from my understanding, you don't usually like to spend as much time on global chat nowadays, but it's definitely nice actually like chatting with people like that. For me, is a huge part of like why I play on a private server rather than pluggy or whatever, right? Like I actually like talking shit too and with people for sure. But damn, sometimes too I also want to like make sure that like I don't fucking take forever on these runs. Like I do want to finish these 1000 WSKs at some point before the end of the season. That's kind of what I'm hoping for anyway. And more than that, I need a jaw rune so I can make an enigma. If I can make that enigma, oh yeah, that'll be fun. It's gonna be its own demon. Light or cold sword spirit is definitely BIS. Oh. Yeah, well, Dome. Okay, here you go, 3.5 minutes. Does this private server delete old characters when ladder resets? Nope, you get to keep all of your old ones, of course. They just get moved over to non-ladder, same as you would if you were playing on BNet, right? There is definitely a non-ladder, yeah. You could play non-ladder, but no one really plays non-ladder unless you're like gonna go PvP or something, I guess. Oh, hey, look, exploders. Okay. Normally people are upset to see the exploding ones, but I actually kind of like the exploding ones just because that means less work for me for these 1,000 runs, you know. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, you get to keep all of your old characters, so you get to see really, well, yeah. The old ones are pretty nice. Or you get to look back at your previous work, and I mean, honestly, sometimes people like to play non-ladder, and they don't like to race with others on the regular ladder. So if you make a non-ladder character, people tend to be a bit more, what's the word for it? Like, basically, more generous. Oh, yeah. Oops. Very wrong. Chat. Yeah, so apparently somebody's looking for me. Just trying to figure out how to kill this this guy. Oh, I'm good, thank you though. Yeah, he's offered me a chip gem and an ort, but like damn, dude, I'm gonna need a lot more than one chip gem and one ort to refill the stupid staff. Ha, Rams. So random. Out of the blue. Ooh, let's Cloak of Shadows that. And let's not. See who all of your mods were and saw him. Actually, let me check something out. Let's see. Didn't realize that I set him as a mod. Oops. Even Stewbucks. Here, hold on a second. Let me just quickly... D2 or Rams? No. Well, I mean, that's its own story. Rams happened to... It was Rose, actually. I think Rose passed by first, and then he pinged Rams about it, so... Yes! Imagine not making you a mod. Aren't you already a mod in enough channels? Especially Ryu's. Oh, here you go. I'd almost forgotten that this was a pack here. Besides, there's really nothing to betray. No. Han3 Watcher and I know each other. Not like in real life know each other, but we know each other. And he's upset that I didn't contact him and tell him that I was streaming D2 earlier, basically. Yeah. And both of us also know Rams. And he's basically, like, Han3 Watcher is low-key upset about the fact that none of us actually told him that I like to just stream some D2 every now and then. Just lurk everywhere or what? Yeah, because I don't usually like to, well, for various reasons, I don't usually like to interact with other people's stream chats most of the time. Never see you in chat. No, I usually don't say much. To tell you the truth, ZZZ, I'm not normally big on watching people play. Like, I'll drop in and check out, like, Ryu's channel from time to time. But I don't really say that much. Like, I focus more on Ryu as he's playing, and him specifically, rather than actually, you know, listening to chat and, you know, trying to interact with people and memeing. No, man, it's not my cup of tea. My cup of tea is just, you know, sitting back and unwinding. If I need to chat with people, then I'll chat with you guys for sure. But various reasons, yes, yeah. The other one too is like sometimes, like here's the thing, ZZZ, like when I'm like on somebody else's channel, generally I just want to sit back and like not really do anything, right? Like I don't want to like I'll just say it straight up. I don't want to have to like answer in-game questions to try and help people gain more knowledge about the game. I don't want to, you know, get into some long prolonged argument with some other dude from the other side of the internet who might have a varying opinion and have to try and agree or disagree. No, fuck. I just want to sit back and fucking enjoy like some good gameplay, you know? Like I don't, yeah, so for me, go into other people's channels, I don't usually say that much. I might drop in from time to time and like check up on how the streamer's doing, or I might talk for a little bit with people if I deem it necessary, but I don't usually hang around, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, especially as somebody who already makes content myself. Like, I get enough of Twitch as it is, enough of Twitch chat as it is. Like, yeah. See you in Darks quite a bit. Dark Humility, oh, you're talking to ZZZ about that, because I don't drop into Dark Humilities that often. Yeah. But Dark Humility seems like a pretty chill dude, though, for sure. D2D2 con, what the fuck? Should I hang out with all my stream followers? Oof. Yeah, all like a couple hundred of them, I guess. Like, isn't this enough of a hangout as it is? Isn't any time the ladder resets on Slash already enough of a hangout as it is? Where I show off yet another bizarre and unusual and off-meta and just stupid all-around idea that I want to unveil to you guys? I guess plane tickets to Alberta, yeah, okay. Nope, we gotta see the man's McFace. No, man. No, 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 no. That's not our deal here. Look, listen. You guys have it ass backwards. You guys want to donate me money, which I don't need, but then you also want to see my face, which is no bueno. Like, come on. Well, can't we be in agreement on like anything on this chat? You know? Come on, guys. What the fuck? Y'all jokers be crazy. Glad to see that some things never change. Yeah. I don't know, man. I legit don't know. I don't know what it is with me and attracting people that just want to see what I look like, you know? For the life of me, I cannot understand. It just blows my fucking mind, dude. Actually blows my mind. Everyone wants to see my face. Yeah, I'm sure you guys do, but it's just simply never going to happen, so, sorry. See you in the next lifetime. We don't agree. I like putting a face to the voice. Okay, great. But I don't, so, sucks to be you, then, I suppose. I don't want to see your face. Thank you, ZZ. I don't want to see your face either, so fuck you. But you look like an open can of spam. Okay, now what does that even mean? Like what does that even actually mean? Like an open can of spam looks sexy, okay? Like, I stare down at that barrel and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna eat this tonight. Like real hard, you know? But I don't ever look at my face in the mirror and say, damn, dude, I'd want to eat that for breakfast, you know? Like that's just not how things work, bro. Like, that is not how things work. And let me focus here before I actually get killed, because this is a Fnat Scarab, so that's a bit more dangerous. There you go, okay. Fnat monster dead. Quadriplegic transverstite. I'm playing D2 like Stephen Hawking's. Oh yeah, oh definitely. Let's see what you look like. Oh, that's great, awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it. At least that's something we can all, well, you and I can kind of commiserate on. And it's fine. Honestly, I'm giving people shit for it. I respect it. Some people are curious to see what I look like, and you know, that's totally cool. I respect that, but As to whether or not that'll actually impact whether or not it's likely to happen, well, you know, I'm not going to pull a blizzard on you and say maybe. I'm just going to say straight up no. Like, there's things that might happen, then I'll actually say that might happen. But if they're not going to happen, then I'm not going to try and lead you guys on and pretend like they won't happen, right? People with good looks and bad voice automatically put on their camera. Even Ryu's stream was better with no cam. I don't know about, well, honestly, I'm largely in, I don't know. For me, and I just realized I forgot to pop on fade. Or it wore off. I assumed I didn't pop it on though. Anyway, yeah, like I've seen some of Ryu's streams prior to him having a cam, and I think it was fine. Like, I don't really think it was a big deal either way with or without face cam. But in my case, I wouldn't myself want to add a face cam. That's just the bottom line. Look at what he looks like. Sounds like a cool dude to chill with, and I appreciate that. That's good. That's honestly, it's also good. 10,000 attack rating. Yeah, okay. You hang on IRL for some reason. You probably won't see my face either. Good. Good. See them live though, or just on NoobTube? See them. NoobTube. No. This was. No, I only discovered Ryu like I think after he had his like face cam and what. But I saw some past like content of him without his face cam. So yeah. Okay, great. Wait, did it just... What the hell? How did it die? I don't even have bleed or poison. Actually, yeah, maybe it was poison. I don't know. Oh yeah, I just remembered. The other reason I use T-Gods isn't just for the souls, but it's for these stupid scarabs. Otherwise, this would be nigh impossible to survive. Spam for breakfast? Is spam good? I know you like it. Yo, spam is fucking amazing. Like, you could eat it any day of the week and what? Or that non-face streamer would look worse than their voices? Ha ha ha. Well, I mean, maybe I do, maybe I don't. But regardless of what I do or don't look like, it doesn't really matter that much. It used to be a riot before you could see his face, but it was like live comedy, not YouTuber trash. I don't know. I mean, I can kind of guess. I can kind of see where you're coming from, but at the same time, like, I'd look at his channel and, I mean, without the face cam, or with the face cam, like, it's funny seeing his facial expressions, because if I were in his shoes, I would have a similar expression, but just a little bit less exaggerated. Like, the thing is, he's not faking those expressions either. Like, they're genuine. Like it's not like he's just like, oh, okay, well, fuck, like, I just got mauled by souls, you know, like, what other expression are you supposed to give? And I think that's, for me personally, I think it's pretty funny. That's just me. People looking worse than the voice part. Lieutenant Eddie. Yeah. I don't know. Well, anyway, end of the day, though, yeah. That's just the, They're always worse. That's why they start with no cam. Oh, man. Ugly mother truckers, yeah. What's the population of this private server like? Here, one sec. Right now... Oh, it actually went up from when I hopped on. Right now there's about 200 people online, it says. Some of us are multi-boxing, though. Some of us have multiple windows of the game open at once, so it might not actually be... 226 might not be entirely accurate. What I can tell you is that at peak, which is usually on a ladder reset, there's like somewhere between 400 to 600 players playing. This COVID reset was, I think at peak there was like 650-ish players, but usually in most standard cases, you could expect there to be somewhere between 400 to 500 people. Which doesn't sound like actual players, not like multi-boxed or what, but like, yeah. Actually people who are actively playing. And that might not sound like a ton compared to BNet, but again, like 400 to 500 real players that you can trade with, chat with, play with. Like, that's way better than what BNet has to offer for the as close to vanilla gameplay as you can really get, right? Like, yeah, not always. Okay, so go ahead. What's the figure that you have in mind? If not that many. Hey, wow, now I have more full rejuves than I had previously. RNG, man. Yeah, I like how I had to fight like a bunch of souls and soul packs for a while, and then all of a sudden it's like now they're gone. Oh, you're regarding these statements about webcams. I thought you were talking about like server pop. But yeah, server pop is usually somewhere around 500 on day one, and then about 450 for the most of the weekend, and then it starts to slowly taper off as more and more people either finish their builds, get bored, have too many life responsibilities to keep playing, and so on and so forth, right? Like, I know in my case, I would love to play more D2, but of course I can't just non-stop play D2. I have lots of other things I need to do too. Can't just, stream every single day like I do on ladder reset night, or like on the reset weekend even. And through like 5 face reveals of stream, I watched, got no count. Every time it was bad. You normally want to see their face. I don't care what they look like. Sometimes you don't want to see the man behind the curtain. Yeah, well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, no matter how ugly or whatever like people look, I don't really think it matters. As long as you're interacting with the people, which we're doing right here, I think that's what matters the most. And besides, as I always like to point out, like, where the fuck am I even gonna put a face cam, right? I could replace chat with my face, like a big close-up of it, where you can see my nostrils and my tongue, but like really, does that really contribute? Does that really add anything? Actually, I think it even might detract from it. Or the way some people do it, they just put their cam directly over their gameplay, which I absolutely despise. Like, you guys have no idea. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that. I don't hate it. I just really don't like it. Like, I dislike it with a passion, because for me, gameplay is king, right? Like, if I'm playing a game of any kind, I want people to be able to see everything. I want people to be able to see which skills I'm using. I want people to be able to see my items. I want them to be able to see who I'm fighting, what I'm fighting, where I'm going, and so on. And a lot of people just drop a face cam in the middle of the fucking road, like on their, like, dab smack, not in the middle of the screen, but somewhere where it blocks off something of importance to me. So, I don't know. That's another issue too. See, you are ugly, this is facts. Oh man. Close up on your 5 head? Oh yeah, man. Wish I could overcome my camera shyness and become a streamer. Well, you don't see, this is the thing. You don't have to put on a face cam in order to stream. Like, you can totally just, yeah, you can totally just go voice. Oh, let's fade. There you go. Glad I realized early. Yeah, you can totally just do like mic and no face cam. That's an option, of course. And then there's other options too. You could just not have a microphone, although you can certainly expect that no one, or virtually no one, will be staying on your channel for an extended period of time if you do this. Despite what people say, I don't personally feel like face cam's a necessity, but that's just me. Definitely there's going to be a ton of people who disagree with that, but yeah. Something, all the big, 90% of the big streamers don't have a face, or have a face cam, blah blah blah. I don't really, I think honestly it's possible, and I've seen some people who do it. I think Antibot from League is a pretty clear example of this. Never done a face cam in his life. For a long time I don't even think he had a mic, but still he's pulling in thousands upon thousands, well, I think it's thousands of viewers at this point, yeah, but anyway. Yeah, blank stare as they play a fucking game. I don't know. Show us your boobs. Oh yeah, for sure. So you bath with an unkept beard and mayonnaise in the corner of your mouth. Yep. Sounds pretty accurate to my day-to-day routine. Some games can do cam well, some can't. Yeah, fair enough. That's another thing too. Like, where would I put my face cam on like D2 though, which is what I'm streaming here, right? Like where would I even put my cam? Can you just die? This fucking guy and his aura enchanted. Aura enchanted holy freeze, no wonder. No wonder I'm attacking so slowly. I was wondering about that. I'm like, wait a second. I shouldn't even be frozen, but apparently I am. Alright, well anyway, that was interesting. Let's see. 1K no face cam, or someone where cams his hands. Hey man, you never know. Some people might have that hand fetish. It's a thing. It's a real thing. I don't know. I think it's just more like the speed at which he's doing everything. It's kind of weird. Like that's kind of my main guess as to why. But like I don't really. I can see why you would also be perplexed by this. Like of all things, the hands. Like, all right. They're very tiny in the middle of the second D and D2 D2. Okay, I mean, sure, I guess, like... Yeah, man, I just think that it's kind of stupid. Kind of pointless. Pulling off 2060 viewers, no face cam? Yeah, exactly, right? Like... And I think that you're being modest about it, too. I know that there's been times where you've pulled in even more than that. From my understanding, I think like 80? Anyway. A splits timer transparent overlaid on top of his face, you could do that. Yeah, again, like, I just don't like it. Honestly, I just don't like it. I don't see a point. I just wouldn't do it. And some people get what they want, and it's like, with the whole face cam, and, you know, it's like, great. I mean, I guess, but not really interested in doing a face cam. It's just me. My best is 138. Oh, yeah. I see. It really helped grow my community. Yeah, but I don't even care about growing my community. Like, I just want to chill and do some fucking D2 streams and like chat with people like Seth and Coaster. Like shit. How hard is that? I don't need a sub button. And I don't want to grow my. I don't really care much more. I shouldn't say I don't want to. I'm just here for the shits and giggles, man. I don't. Yeah, definitely growth is not... Everybody's different, but growth is not a way to entice me to get a sub button. Anyway, not to try and throw it back in your face. Like, I appreciate the feedback for sure. I could really care less about it. Like, I really could. That's just me. And yeah, it's kind of nice staying low key too, because like in this case, you know, I can actually chat with all the individual people who are here, right? Rather than, you know, some people have like hundreds of people, large chats, and those are, you know, incredibly difficult to manage. Hundreds, thousands in some other cases, and it gets messy. It gets really, really messy. Works minimum wage and it's enough. Yeah, but it's a little bit different too, though. Like, the difference here is that streaming isn't my job, and I'm not actively trying to make it my job. So for some people, the money they make off of streaming is what they have. Well, I shouldn't say what they have to live. Aw, white diadem. Anyway, yeah, like it's not necessarily all they have to live off of, but like that's kind of like what they try to confine themselves to do. But in my case, no. The streaming is I mean, as much like the easiest way to explain it is it's just a hobby. Like, and yeah, I could make money off this hobby if I feel like, but I also can choose not to, and I simply choose not to. I don't really care much for it. I just want to play some games and, you know, show you guys some really cool, weird, and bizarre builds and strategies on Diablo 2, right? Like. And for nostalgia's sake, just play the damn game and, you know, just chat with people while I do it so that it's not as mundane, not as monotonous, not as tedious, not as repetitive. Well, okay, it's still repetitive, but then at least I have you guys to back me up too. So you got the idea. So it's different. I honestly think it's different. It's not just about working minimum wage, because especially, like, I don't even make money here. Like, I'm hardly making a wage at all, let alone minimum. If I were making minimum wage with this, you know, streaming not that often, then great, but I'm not. But yeah, I just have different focuses from other people who are trying to become big streamers, and that's just the reality of it. Yeah, I don't know. It's... Yeah, for some people, I think that it's hard to kind of like... It's kind of hard to imagine, like, as people who watch the content, it's like, oh, well, yeah, just do it for you know, just go and get yourself a sub button. What's the harm? And honestly, there's really no harm in getting the sub button. It's just more work than I would want to do for it. But like the whole idea of like actually trying to grow my channel and all that shit, no, I could honestly care less about that. And for some people, that's kind of it's kind of mind-boggling, because like, you know, if you think that if you're gonna spend a lot of hours on the channel, you might as well go all the way with it. But for me, I'm doing this for fun, so that's good enough for me. Anyway, again, that's just my feedback. I'm just giving my honest take on these things. I'm not trying to say I'm right or I'm wrong, but this is kind of how I see things. And I mean, other people see things differently. Although at the end of the day, as the person who's actually making the content, I guess I do have the final say in these things at the end of the day. Why the fuck would a 138 watch boring old me? I have no idea, because, you know, there's a lot of different reasons, right? Like, there's no one reason to watch somebody stream. People watch streams for different reasons. Some people watch to get better at the game. Some people watch for background noise. Some people watch because the people who are streaming are just, in their opinions, very genuine or cool people that they would love to hang out with, right? They want to hear the opinions of some of these people. Sometimes they get turned on by these people, right? Like legit. That's a legitimate reason for some people to come back. It's an odd reason, but hey, it's a thing, as I think many of you would already know about. But at the end of the day, you just need one, and you need one reason for each of these 136, and they could all be 138 people, yeah, and they could be different. They could all be different. They could all be the same. Maybe they're all there because you're playing Project Zomboid and you're the only one who's playing Project Zomboid, right? Like, you could, if you have a literal monopoly on the game, then of course it could be super popular, and you know, a lot of people would really want to see content for it, and then they're just stuck to watching your content. Like, that's kind of, I mean, this isn't for content creation, but this is kind of the case with The Sims, right? There's no other simulators similar to The Sims, and because of that, EA has like full control over that genre, essentially, and there's nothing that people can do about it. Like, you want to play a simulation game, you're stuck to The Sims. Sorry, tough luck. Just drop the damn meteor, yes. Okay, good. Yeah, there's nothing people can do about it, so anyway. It could be insane and somehow still work. Hit affiliate for 3 years, never activated it, yada yada yada. Well, put your John stream for us every day. I'm tired of this one stream per month shit. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Let's see. I don't have all the charms and stuff. I haven't been playing much. Fair enough. For me, it's feeling awkward about subs. I feel like I'd owe them something. See, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that's something I forgot. I always forget to talk about too, right? Like I feel like a lot of the people who sub are paying this as kind of almost like a service, right? I'd almost feel like I owe them something, and I hate that, right? Because at the end of the day, people are putting money towards you, and it's like, okay, well, you know, there's no agreement on this. But at the same time, like, you feel bad when you're taking money from people, and it's like, for me, I like to do things at my own pace. With this content, I should say, specifically, right? Like, there's other things out there that I do, for which it's kind of like, okay, well, you know, I'm not doing it as a hobby, like, I actually have to do it as, like, an obligation. In this case, well, it's a hobby, and if I, like, suddenly say, okay, guys, now I'm gonna go, and go, like, sub button and shit, and people start subscribing to me, then, you know, it's like poor old Seth is gonna think, well, yeah, D2D2 is now gonna be streaming like 3 times a month, or sorry, 3 times a week rather than 3 times a month, and it's like, oh hell no, no. Like, I stream when I have the free time to do so, and when I am in the, like, when I feel like doing it. That's the really big thing that I feel like is underrated, right? Like, sometimes I just don't feel like doing it. I'll just be real. Like, I didn't stream last week because I just wasn't. I didn't feel like I was in the right condition to do so. So I vetoed it, and I had that option, and I don't feel bad about it because, like, I mean, I feel kind of bad about it because I told people that I would try to do it on Wednesdays when I could, but I don't have to commit to that at all. No obligations. Feel you owe me something regardless of whether or not you have me as a sub. Yeah, well, at least someone's honest about that. Someone lent me their grief PV. Oh man, I thought you already had. Pesticin, why grief PB? I thought you already had your grief in a Colossus sword, a Colossus blade. Some loyal boys under his belt. Yeah, and that's coaster. So Baldies was saying, legit, do you have any ideas on how to improve intelligence in life? A few days ago I realized how primitive I am. Okay, that's a very bizarre question to ask, and you're probably asking, despite what... Yeah, I mean, Seth is joking about that, but I feel like you're in the wrong place. If you're looking to increase your intelligence, like... Probably Twitch chat is the wrong place to be. The first place that you would want to check, if you really want to get smarter, right, is... Well, definitely not Twitch chat. Like, you want to go to somewhere where you can actually grow your intelligence, right? Like, read more books, or talk to more people, or attend more events, right? I mean... Once again, I'm not a life coach or a life master or genius or whatever, but I'm telling you, like, if you really want to, if you want more intelligence, that means you kind of, I guess, want to learn more. And if you want to learn more, the easiest way to do this is to try and, I guess, branch out and talk to different people, do different things. Don't just follow the same routine over and over and over again. Even something like D2, like, this isn't really an intelligence thing, but for me, one of the reasons I play different builds every season is because I learn more about the game rather than just playing fucking Blizzsork over and over and over again. Wow, what a surprise. Wow, much impressive. Like I gain a lot out of this, right? Like, no, try something different, right? Like, I cannot stress that enough, that some people just do not do this for the life of them, which is fine. But if you actually want to try and, like, get smarter or what, then yeah, you don't want to try and switch things up a little bit or read more. That's probably a really good one. But again, probably even step 0 before any of that is, you know, you're in the wrong place. Like here, we're trying to play some Diablo 2. Okay, I'm here for the memes. I'm here for trying to get some good drops like a Jaw rune. I'm not here to really, like, try and become any smarter than I already am. So you're gonna probably want to find a place where they have more help for that kind of thing, that kind of topic. Anyway. And yes, Valdez was saying, come to the right place. D2D2 knows all the knowledge of the known and unknown universe. Oh, for sure, definitely. So, was the name D2 already takes you on D2? D2 seems pretty unoriginal. Get the fuck out of here, dude. No. Originally, when I started this channel, I wanted to go with the name... Oh, hold on a sec. That's messy. Yeah, if they got might, I gotta be a little bit more careful here. Okay, this should slow these guys down. I can isolate some of these champ packs. 4 champ packs side by side, that's messy. I don't really want to mess with that. One sec. No, my original... Yeah, exactly. It's, as Seth explained, it was originally supposed to be, like, it was supposed to be Diablo 2 and also Dota 2. So it was supposed to be both, and then they fucking turned Dota 2 to shit, so... Yeah. So I stopped playing that. And now people mistakenly think that when I write D2D2 that it's actually just Diablo 2 twice, but no, it's really not. It wasn't meant to represent that at all. And more than any of that, who really gives a fuck about the originality of the name? Like, it's just a damn name. Is it really any more or less uncreative than Home 3 Watcher? I wonder about that, really. Be better with a BB, so I want to test it. We don't want to make one and find out it isn't, so let me borrow one. Oh, fair enough. But I thought you had already tried it, but anyway. He's Dota 2 now, yeah, exactly. Much impressive. We call these people stupid, and that's okay. Also hates Cloud Arms now. Gull .25ers, same build every season. Yeah, again, I'm not gonna get into the whole Gull .25ers, but yeah, the whole same build every season is like a real issue, which again, it's not really an issue, like, if people are happy with it. I guess my bigger concern is, like, is more so that, in my case, I feel like I won't really get much out of playing the same character every season. You know, like, okay, if I really wanted to, I'll just go Nova Ball Sorceress, and then I'll have, like, by now I would have, like, probably over 100 ohms or some shit. Like, it doesn't really, that's really not, you know, like, wow, what a surprise, right? And I also was, anyway, I don't want to go on, like, a long tangent, but I guess just the bottom line is, there's a lot more to a game than just playing Blizzsork over and over again. And honestly, for me, yeah, I would rather explore those different things rather than just doing the same thing over and over. And it's kind of like this, similar to real life in a way, right? Like, okay, like you could do the same thing over and over again in real life, but if you're not really learning anything out of it, sometimes it's kind of a waste of time. Right? Like, if you're enjoying it, then great. That's fine. No big deal. But if you want to, like, learn something, if you want to grow as a person, or if you want to, like, get smarter or whatever, then you're definitely not going to want to keep doing the same thing over and over again, because you just have nothing to really gain out of it, right? Like what do you learn out of that? Out of just doing the same thing over and over again? Like absolutely nothing. I say as I proceed to do 1,000 WSK2s with this character, but that's a different story. Anyway. I did try it. It came up with an alternative setup. Okay, fair enough. Clearly I have the most creative name here. Okay. If you sold your 100 ohms on eBay, then you could quit your job and become a full-time streamer. Yeah, man, I'm sure tons of people would be down to pay up big monies for the purple boxes and whatnot. For sure, man. That's... Yep, sounds about right. Anyway, Baldies, this is a really good question. What do I think about Diablo 2 speedruns? Now, this is one which I think is pretty interesting, and I actually think that Diablo 2 speedruns are super fucking cool. Yes, like, super cool. It's cool in the sense that I find it interesting just how far people who are dedicated to the game can find ways to, I guess, break it. Like... I don't mean like literally break it, of course, but what I mean is like playing it in a way which is like more optimal than the majority of us would be inclined to play it at, right? Like for me, when I first started playing this game, it took me hours to make it even just to act through Act 1. And meanwhile, you've got players like Indrik and now Slimo apparently who have beat the game in under an hour. Yeah, like in under 1 hour, which, you know, that's crazy talk. Like, you know, if somebody had told me like a couple of years back, like, yo, somebody could beat the game in under an hour in a couple of years, like, shit, I don't know if I would have believed that, right? But like now, like, we're seeing this. There's people who are really good at the game, good enough at the game that they know the maps to a point where it's like, how should I say this? Where maneuvering through them is basically child's play, right? Like, that's something that all of us, like a lot of us struggle with, even I struggle with, because of course I'm using map hack on Slash, so I have actually pretty terrible map knowledge, I'm just gonna say it straight up. But these people have these memorized, they know how to make decisions on the fly, like, they know like where to level, how to level, like when to level, which characters are good, etc. Well, I guess which culminates in just Blizzsork, but you get the point. Like I think it's just cool. Like trying to find ways to play the game as optimally as possible. I don't always do it. I don't do it myself. I have things that are more interesting, but it's actually interesting watching other people do it when I don't myself take this approach usually, right? Like, in my case, if I want to play optimally, I'll go play my, like I said, my Nova Ball Sork or my Poison Nectar. Both of those are very valid, like, for just trying to farm wealth quickly, but for me, there's a lot more to playing the game myself than just playing optimally, but watching other people play the game is a different story. And I actually want to, oh yeah, okay, I kind of want to try a different routine now. I want to try going, actually, never mind. Recently saw sub 1 hour Sork all the way to Bale. Yeah, exactly. Slimo's run. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, Slimo I'm telling you, man, like, the kind of shit is so cool, right? I think, here's the thing. A couple years ago, Llama made a video, okay? And the video was, what is the fastest speedrun time possible? And he said it was like something like a 110 at the most, or the most you could probably push it down to is 110. And to be honest, like at the time, I didn't really know much about D2 speedrunning, but I actually didn't really agree with that. Again, like I didn't really know too much, right? I'm not saying like I knew it all. What I'm saying is, I found it kind of odd that he was suggesting that it could be pushed down to only 110 when the time had previously, prior to that, been 120. Because the thing is, like, there's a lot of different... How the time got pushed down to 110 in the first place is that people came up with different strategies to make it to that point, right? I remember at one point the world record was held by, I think, an assassin even. It was held by an assassin for like an hour 15 minutes. And I'm like... And then somebody took it down farther with a Sork, of course, right? And this leaves me thinking, like, how can somebody say, okay, maybe those times are off, but I guess just what I'm trying to get at is, it's hard to really say that, oh, the farthest you could push it down is 110, when people are always coming up with new strategies to try and push down their times farther and farther and farther, right? Like, like we're seeing, like, previously it was thought that Countess tower runs were a necessity, but now that's gone. People just don't do Countess anymore. They just skip Countess and they go stealthless. At least from what I can tell, they just do a stealthless run now. And of course, there's RNG involved in this, but it's of course like it's a completely different approach, right? Like people tried lots of different things to get it to the point it's at right now. So yeah, even right now, somebody's telling me like shit, that's crazy. Well, I mean, I don't know about Noob or what, but, like, he also does some speedruns himself, and I'm kind of like, okay, that's pretty cool, right? Like, that, I mean, for Llama to give his opinion, like, oh, definitely there was some reasoning there. For me, I'm kind of like, well, shit, like, even something like, you know, if there's a way to make it so that, you could not have the four-way arcane. Like, if there was a method somebody figured out, like, I always talk about this. I'll say it again, right? What if there's a way where you can actually figure out which way to go in arcane every time before you make it to Act 2, right? Like that would be pretty huge. And a lot of people are telling me, no, probably somebody would have discovered it by now 20 years later, and yet it took 20 years for somebody to beat the game in under an hour, right? I'm like, I'm a little skeptical. I'm honestly very skeptical as to this notion that, oh, well, you know, there's no four-way method to arcane, when there very well could be a possibility that there could be a way to, and that would be like basically where that ties into all of this is, I feel like that would be a way to make the runs more consistent. Some people have runs that are like close to 1 hour or like 1 hour total or what, and knowing exactly which direction they'd have to go right away would make the runs, at least some of those runs, a bit faster and the other runs more consistent. So that's something that was never discovered. If something like that were discovered, then it would speed up the runs even more, I'd imagine. So, you know, there's always new ways that people can come up with to speed these things up to make them go faster. I don't like that mentality of, oh, the game's been out for 20 years, so certainly there's no other things that can be done that haven't already been done. That's kind of, in my opinion, it's kind of horseshit. They do jail till level 18, no Countess. Exactly, right? Like, now Countess Threat is dead. You just push level 18 jail. It's crazy. You know, though there's some controversy now since he did it without sound to force quicker loads. Alright, well, I mean, sure. I mean, I'd love to see people try and beat the game in under an hour even with the quicker loads, right? Like, that's not easy. Granted, I mean, I can see where the controversy lies, but I just think it's cool that possibility is there, right? Anyway, so Yeah, he was drooling on P1 runs. Sub 1 hour for Bale already happened a long time ago with Players X. It took like a year for Players 1 to catch out and drooling on P1 runs when obviously P1 is faster. Yeah, exactly as Hom3 Watcher said. Like, P1 is the classic. Like intuitively, you would do a run on P1. At least for us chumps, that this is the case. Like, yeah, it's like the basic bitch category, for lack of a better word for it. Which again, right, like it's debatable how good it is to use P1 as a measure, because like if you're doing a speedrun for any other game, like there's mechanics that people will utilize to try and speed those runs up, right? And Players 1 is the same way. Like why would we limit ourselves to only using Players 1? So I can kind of see, like, there could be an argument made that Players X is a mechanic and that it could be used, but I don't know, that's something that should get more focus. But I guess P1 is what people started with, so I guess that's what people care about more. For me also, I was most interested in P1 personally, more than PX even. Because PX, it's like, okay, yeah, like you made it through, you made it to 1 hour. Like, okay, there's definitely a proof of concept here, but like, for me, like, I actually want to know if you play by yourself without using the Players X command, like, can it be done? Can you do it in under an hour? And how can it be done in under 1 hour? And well, Slimo I think delivered on that. So, I don't know. How Super Mario Odyssey speedrunners thought sub 1 hour was impossible. Exactly, right? Like, it's never possible until people say. Or it's always, what was the phrase? It's like, it's always impossible until it's possible, right? Like eventually some nutcase comes out of the woodworks and says, all right, here you go, here it is, it's done. And everyone's like, oh shit, wow, that's crazy. And it's like, well, something that was thought to be impossible, proven wrong, done, instant. So I don't know, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of just being like, yep, nope, that's as far as down as it goes. So I guess for a number of different reasons. Like the original question that was asked is just, what do I think about Diablo speedruns? And I think they're fucking awesome. I think they're awesome for many reasons. For me personally though, like just to simplify the explanation a little bit so that I'm not left rambling for like 30 minutes about this topic. For me, I think they're most interesting because they help show people just how optimally you can play the game compared to how like a standard filthy casual player would play the game. I guess that's as easily as I can put it. Alright? Okay, next question. I think I might go Sin again next season. This Sin is absurd. Oh, that's good. What's the, what makes you say that? What's the latest in developments for your character, Coaster? Intuitively, you would use players to go faster, not restrict yourself to Players 1. I don't know, well, yeah, but for me, originally when I first started playing this game, Players 1, or the Players X command was labeled as a cheat by, like, shit like GameFAQs, right? And even I myself, I would have never tinkered around with the player's setting back as a casual player. Now, if I'm doing a run, then yeah, of course I'd do Players X. Nowadays, I would do Players X, but back when I knew nothing about the game, intuitively, I would not have even considered using Players X command at all, right? Because at one point, I was there as a complete shitter. A cheat is revealing the map or adding gold. Yeah, exactly, but again, right? Like, it was seen as a cheat command, like a cheat code. It's kind of like, I don't know, if you were like trying to do a speedrun of Tony Hawk Pro Skater or some shit, where on like the PS2, where, you know, you could input a bunch of buttons to like access everything. Like, yeah, you wouldn't use it, right? But of course, again, like, that's your definition of cheating, and probably my definition of cheating even isn't the Players X command, but it's definitely for pressing those buttons to unlock everything, right? Like. But here, I don't know. I guess it's just kind of odd. Anyway, Baldies, your question, is it Baldies or is it Baldies? I think it's Baldies. Anyway, have you ever attempted speedrun? If so, it's my personal best. I've never attempted to speedrun, no. At least not Not like a speedrun in the sense that, you know, you try to push one character from normal to hell or even through all of normal. No, I've never really... The most I ever tried was trying to go Skellymancer through normal to see if I could even come close to the Bone Mancer time. And, I mean, spoiler alert, I didn't, so I kind of gave up on that notion pretty quickly. And that was that. That was the most interest I had in personally speedrunning. More of my interest lies in just playing the game for fun and actually showing people what kind of odd builds exist in the game that don't normally see the light of day. Because there's lots of other people who play on BNet, and it's like, or not just BNet, but like Pluggy, and they'll do like, you know, optimal builds. They'll play like, you know, they'll play their Blizzsork, Light Sork, Trapsin, Hammerdin maybe, Poison Necro, but other builds like these don't really see the light of day, right? Like Martial Arts Assassin, Pesty Assassin from Coaster, Warcry Barbarian with a Reaper's Toll, like, you just don't see them. You honestly just don't see these characters, plain and simple. Nova Ball Sorceress, there's another really good one. It's a lot of fun to play, but doesn't see the light of day because, you know, people are so focused on trying to play the characters that will actually get them to where they need to be on their Pluggy Holy Grail. Anyway. Some random people years ago for arbitrary reasons and should have been doing PX the whole time. Yeah, in retrospect, probably they should have been doing PX the whole time. It always seems impossible until it's done as the actual code. Oh, is it? Okay, well then great. Alright, cool. I guess I'll see Seth in a bit then. I was using players back in 2004 when I played single player to go faster. Why would they not do it in the speedruns? Yada yada yada. Haven't thought of a name for it. Okay. You mean your Pesty Sin or like a completely different sin? Anyway. Classic because you're doing the run by yourself, as in players one player for the X just artificially adds experience. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. New sin for next season. Alright, cool. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what your new sin will become. I already know what I'm going to be making next season, I think. I already told you specifically because you insisted that I just tell you straight up. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like... No, I'm just going to figure out my timeline for the next few seasons. But again, yeah. Slash same season reset as BNet? Absolutely not. You know, BNet's doing their reset next week. Slash does its reset every 4 months. The last one was, I think, early April. Yeah, so early April. So the next one should be early August, I believe, for Slashdiablo. R2, R1. Okay, yeah, it's pretty full. I'm still missing 2 rows, though. I could probably use, there doesn't seem to be that many. Oh, there's a champ pack. Maybe I can get some more juice off of that one. Work with that. I think I answered everybody, though, for the most part, so... I think that's everything for now. Let me know if you have other questions, by the way, Baldies. Yeah, I'm just chilling here, doing my runs, and the fewer questions, I guess, the more I can just focus on actually doing these. Oh, hey, an R1. Alright, sweet. Okay. Let's see. Rare ring. Ah, it's garbage. I don't know. This has been a pretty dry set of runs, though. Like, it's been, what? We're on run 124 now, and the only thing I found was, like, a V-Gaze and the Arcanes, as opposed to the first half of the runs, where I actually did find some pretty decent items strewn out here and there. Either way, I'm at run number 125 now, so that takes us up to 25 runs done. 25 runs done this evening, so we're actually almost at the halfway point, and then after that, maybe I'm just debating whether or not I want to take a quick break so I can grab myself some food and then come back and continue, or if I'll just keep at it until I get hungry and then do whatever. Oh, for now, see you later. Alright, sounds good. Have a good night. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll probably see you on Saturday, I guess. Cool, done. Yeah. Oh yeah, let me fade before I get killed here. I think one of them has conviction, it looks like. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm seeing things. Oh, right! Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can't. Oh, I'd forgotten. Hmm. Yeah, I guess it's gonna have to be, well, the following week then, at some point. Alright, cool. Well, yeah, you have yourself a lovely weekend then. Alright, see ya. Alright, cool. I think chat's died down a little bit. I'm gonna probably try to blitz through these next few runs while I have the opportunity to do so, and you guys aren't asking me, like, a bunch of questions. Hey, Seth is back. Nice, nice. Wait, did I just pop a rejuve? No, I pressed Phoenix Strike. D2, what's the meaning of life? I don't know. To play D2 at this point? I don't know what more to say, man. Damn, that's a lot of them. Alright. What did you do in the olden days before D2? Before there was D2, there was D2. I don't know, man. That's a tough one to answer. D2 is probably like one of the... Yeah, D2 is probably one of the... That's a good question. It's been so long I don't even remember, man. Like... Diablo and Dota were such a huge chunk of time that I gamed that it's really hard to recall anything that came before that, to tell you the truth. 60 before D2? I don't know. 60 before, 60 after? Doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. That was run 125, and that was a 3.5 minute run. Whew. The last 25 runs might go a bit quicker than I was hoping. Maybe. Nah, who am I kidding? That's not going to happen. The reason these runs have been going so quickly is because there's been no souls. As soon as they start adding souls, and the runs are going to take way longer, of course. That's usually what happens. I can tell you this, though, Seth. I can tell you one of the things I did after Diablo 2 was Modern Warfare, particularly Modern Warfare, or Call of Duty, particularly Modern Warfare 2. I'm really looking forward to that, like, if they ever do, like, a multiplayer remaster for that game. And there's some hope for that. Like, for a long time I was not holding my breath, but then they released multiplayer campaign for Modern Warfare 2, and in the future maybe they'll... Who knows, maybe they'll actually... try and release the remastered multiplayer. Now that would be insane. Ooh, R2, R1. Although I do wonder how many people would get in on that action. I certainly would. It's something I've been wanting for a long time. That would be neat. Although yeah, I'd say that that'd be pretty fun. I don't know how they would implement that though, particularly if they would add crossplay or not. I know that's something that would, like, crossplay is a bit of a double-edged sword, like, in the sense that I get to play with people who are also on console, like people that I know who are on console, but those console players have a much tougher time, right? Like, so I don't know. I don't know for me if I would want to see them add crossplay to this Modern Warfare 2 remastered or whatever, but aside from that, I would be looking forward to it. Although the other problem too is there were a lot of imbalances in Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer. Noob tubes, one-man army, painkillers, no one ever really talks about that one, commando lunges, and of course host advantage. And in each of these cases, I feel like not everyone is going to have an agreement as to how things should be rebalanced, because noob tubes were generally agreed upon to be one of the most broken things in the game, or at least one of the most annoying, if nothing else. If they remove it, or better yet, if they try to rebalance it, is it really still Modern Warfare 2? Or is it still a remastered version of Modern Warfare 2? It's kind of the same argument with Diablo 2. Like Coaster was saying earlier, like if they're going to try and rework certain things in Diablo 2, like if they're going to get rid of e-bugging, for example, is it really still the same game that they're trying to remaster, right? Like for me, even Blizz, or like Sork Blizz and Sork Teleport, like they're core parts of the game, right? Like that's how the game was left as by Blizzard for a long time, right? So if they all of a sudden now say, okay, no, we're going to make Teleport a 2-second cooldown, we're going to try and decrease the damage on Blizzard, I'm sure a lot of people would be kind of ecstatic, but at the same time, it would be kind of a different game in a way. I've only played COD on the DS Lite. If you change anything, it's not a remaster. Well, that in itself is questionable, right? Like, there's, I mean, once again, I don't want to be that guy that gives you a hard time with this discussion, but like, there's some things which have to go. Like, imagine if there's a game from the olden days where it's like, you know, this, I don't know, for that game there's like one character that's just stronger than everything else. Wouldn't, and I mean, that became very obvious. Wouldn't you at least want to see that get kind of remastered before everyone just starts using that same, like, that same item or a character or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, there's certain bugs, like actual bugs in games like Diablo 2, right? There's certain things in these games which a lot of people turn to because they're ludicrously broken and better compared to everything as every other option. Would you really still want these options as, like, I don't know. Would you really, in a remastered version of the game, like, a lot of people want to see the game stay the same way, but a lot of people also want to see a lot of the game's problems get fixed or resolved in some way. And so, by not doing anything to fix the problems, you're keeping those problems there. Like, people still knows those problems exist, but I mean, at least it's still the same game, right? Like yeah. And it's still considered a remaster by a lot of people if they change one or two things for balancing purposes. But I don't know. It's a little messy. It's kind of hard to draw the line, in my opinion. I mean, if they fix things, it would take the remaster literally and try to perfect the game. See, yeah, right? Like, I guess probably one of the best examples of this is like Final Fantasy VII. Right? Like, Final Fantasy VII, they remastered the game, but they added a shit ton of filler content as well. And yet, it's still considered a remastered game, but the filler content kind of ruined it. Right? Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird remastering a game. World of Warcraft, there's another one. There's another really good case of that, right? Like, there were certainly, I'm sure, bugs in the original World of Warcraft. Did they just keep them in the remastered version of the game? So a lot of questions. At least for me, there's a lot of questions. For some people, maybe it's more clear-cut. At least Barrett was cool. You mean like Barrett 50 cal from Modern Warfare 2? So again, like, okay, well, I guess they really kept it to the core gameplay, but shit. Again, like e-bugging too, right? Like e-bugging armors in this game, people look at it as if it were a core part of the game. Like it's a mechanic now, or it's seen as a mechanic. It's not really a mechanic. It's a bug, but of course people use it because it's there, right? Like if I need a 3-socket armor, I also need to drop Tal, Thal, and P Topaz into the queue anyway with this Eth armor for a Merc, because even without e-bugging, Eth armors with runewords is still the meta, because you get the most amount of defense and the most amount of survivability from it, and then of course the 50% extra defense is just the cherry on top. So, oh, Barrett in FF7. Yeah. Refer unintended game mechanic. Yeah, well, I can see why you'd say that, but it's not an unintended game mechanic. It's a bug. Like in no way is it supposed to be the case that you get an additional 50% defense for re-rolling your armor. That's just not a thing. That's not supposed to be a thing. You could try to be that guy and say, oh, well, how do you know that that's not what they intended? But really, like, it just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. Like, the whole purpose of that one specific cube recipe is to make it so that your armor has a variable number of sockets. Nothing else. That's what's listed on their website. But the way they coded it is poor enough that you're now getting like an additional chunk of defense out of thin air, which obviously probably wasn't supposed to happen. Okay. You're in FF7? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I didn't play FF7, okay? I'm just saying, like, again, there's people who are angry with that remaster, for, from what I heard, that reason. I guess, too, the other issue is, I look at remaster, and remake as like the same thing, which I guess arguably it's not. I feel like it's just the same word. It's just like different words to describe the same fucking thing. It's just like the old game, but with like better graphics, and the core gameplay stays exactly the same. But again, right? Like, I guess they just mean different things. Okay. Anyway, let's keep at it. I don't want to get another DS Lite. Oh yeah. What about a Switch? Crap was fun, or PSP? Yeah, at this point I'm surprised you're not just playing Animal Crossing. I know a lot of people were pretty on board with that. Now you hear that's actually a genuinely good game. I think the developers really hit the mark with that one. Come on, just kill this Roderick. Shit, how hard is that? You guys are probably gonna explode on me. Exploder. Okay, so still confused as to how the Wii U did so badly, but the Switch Lite did so great. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's not Hold on a sec. Okay, there you go. I can not just immediately die. Because there was a conviction monster there, so that was pretty dangerous. Never touched a Switch Lite, but they look the same thing with different games. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe... Isn't the Wii U, like, the design of it, like, you can't actually play with others, but the Switch, you can actually, like, it's portable, and you can actually just straight up bring it to somebody's house, and everyone can just play, like, games together. Like, people actually are looking for social games, right? Like, people want to actually be able to play together. You know, hit up their friends and just play a couple rounds of, like, Mario Party or Mario Kart or whatever. I don't know, man. By the way, this is an off. Yes, that could be. I forgot people have friends in real life. Ha ha. One day, I think you'll also perhaps you just talk to real people. I think you will. I honestly think you will. At some point. Like, I'm surprised that you're not already. You seem like a pretty chill dude. Like, I mean this in earnest. So, I can't possibly imagine it'll be the case where you just don't ever end up finding a cool group of friends to hang out with and whatnot. In fact, I'm surprised you're not already in this boat. Maybe you just haven't found the right groups, the right people. Fucking holy freeze. Yeah, but I do think that that might have something to do with it, probably. I'm telling you, man. As you meet more and more people, you're gonna slowly drift away from here and actually want to do things with those people, like, who share common interests. Hey, Quester! Dude, martial arts assassin? Yes, yes indeed, it is a martial arts assassin. I'll show you my final build, or well, my final build in a little bit, okay? I'm just in the middle of talking to Seth, or Green Cable. They're talking to older people and I am people my age. Yeah, but as you get older, and as other people get older, they're going to become older people, right? So at some point, you're going to have a much easier time talking with people that are your age right now that will eventually, you know, be older. I'm surprised that this is the case for you, though. For me, I can kind of see why you're in that boat. For me, I mean, there's been points in my life where yeah, I haven't had as many people to talk to, so I can see where you're coming. And I spent a lot of, well, even now I spend a lot of time on the computer. But I mean, there's also lots of really cool people out there that you eventually meet who you're gonna want to have outings with and play on the Nintendo Switch with, at least. And then you'll understand why people want to use the Wii U or the Switch over the Wii U, I guess. Anyway, older people hang out with a minor is weird. Yeah. Gonna be a boomer like me? Yeah, basically, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, Quester, thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a lovely day. So what will my final build look like? So, first of all, let me show you what my character looks like, Quester, and you let me know if you have any questions. This is my character right now. Double Plague, Shaco, Angelic Ring and Amulet, Raven Frost, 320 gloves, T-God's belt, and these rare boots, dual res boots that have high MF and pretty high light and fire res. Now, probably the main upgrades I will need to finish off my build. I am probably going to need Call to Arms on Switch and Spirit Monarch, as well as Enigma. Once I make it to Enigma, then I can sub out my Naja's Staff for Call to Arms, because this Naja's Staff will then be obsolete. So that's going to be one of my upgrades. Let's see, what else would I want to sub out? Because already, like, my character is pretty loaded. I have a perfect, well, I can't really call it a perfect Geeds, but it's a 40 MF Geeds. Assassin Torch is pretty high on the attributes and resistances. Nihilus is pretty shit, but that's not a big deal. Since my, well, this is my self-found Nihilus. Mostly I'm just waiting on Enigma. Enigma is going to be the big thing that I sub out. And then I get to replace my Najas for CTA, and then I'll actually have battle orders, and that'll make me a lot tankier and my Merc a lot tankier. And then I think the other thing too is here. Ah, yes. So at some point, once I finish these 1,000 WSK runs, I'm probably going to switch up my equipment for survivability so I can run P8 bales. That's going to be the end game for this character. What that end game is going to look like is I'm going to have Crown of Ages, or COA, in place of Shaco, and then I'm going to have Stormlash and probably like a Storm Shield as my switch, and I'm just going to use a Bow Barb to Battle Orders me for max health. So, yeah, I'm actually really close to the end. Also, my charms, I probably need some more Res MF charms. And, of course, my build, I don't really plan to switch it much from this. I'm probably going to dump more points into Fists of Fire as this character levels more and more. But the reality is, I'm already... this character is already pretty close to its, its end game setup. So, yeah. Yeah, so that's a good question. Why Storm Shield and Lash? Why not Lash and Spirit? The answer to that is actually really quite simple. Because if I'm using a Lash, I'm using a Storm Lash specifically so I can bring down the health of monsters. And that's really about it. Right? Like, I don't really know why I would need to go and use a Spirit when the only skill I'm going to be really be using is Dragon Talon, right? Like, yeah, I'm just going to be kicking them with Stormlash, and I might need some extra damage reduction when I'm going up against something like Lister. But I don't really need the Spirit for anything. Like, I would use a Spirit for if I wanted to boost my plus to skills, like if I were really looking to like increase the damage on Fist of Fire or whatever, but I don't care much for that, so... How much does Stormlash fetch on Slash? Not much. Usually I think I see Stormlash go for about a Mal, to be honest. Mal, maybe Ist at the most. If it's a good roll, maybe more than that, but really it's not. It's a really cheap item. It doesn't really cost that much. Stormlash with Bonehew on Switch easy bales? Yeah, okay. You try running P8 bales with that and you let me know how that goes. I can imagine it probably won't end well, but hey, who knows? Maybe you'll prove me wrong. Yes, right. Okay. Come on, just die already, damn it. Hey, what the... Oh, it's max range, no wonder. Anyway, all good. CE is pretty powerful and Mercs hit decent hard with the right gear. Again, I'm not talking about Corpse Explosion. I'm not talking about Necro Corpse Explosion. You specifically said Stormlash with Bonehew on Switch. Now, I implore you to try using just a Bonehew to run those bales. And you let me know how that goes. Like, I'm not once again, like, if it's a Fishy Master with like a well-geared Merc, no biggie. But Bonehew, good luck. Good luck with that. And then that's not even factoring repair costs either. Like, that's just one big messy affair. Once my Druid gets up and running, kind of want to try. Oh yeah, please let me know how that goes. If your Corpse Explosion Bizarre whatever build works for P8 bales, yo, that's fucking amazing. I'd love to see it, but shit, dude. Like, level, what is it, 13? Level 18 or whatever level Corpse Explosion with charges on Bonehew, with no decrep proc, like, I don't know, man. That's no bueno for me and my kicks in. My kicks in, the best I was able to come up with is Stormlash, because it's repeatable and at least I don't have to repair charges on the Stormlash either, which is a huge part of the problem, right? Anyway, yeah, instead of Lash, I would use an EBOTD since I already have that. Okay. What would my Merc use? Oh, that's easy. There's only one very obvious solution, that's Infinity. I mean, you can't even call it a solution. Yeah, Infinity would be my go-to for sure. Like, not even really much of a contest there. Because I need the damage, right? I honestly need the damage for the rest of my MA skills. But it just so conveniently happens that it also boosts the damage on static field because it reduces monster light res. Yeah, exactly. I'm an elemental person. Alright. Come on, damage. Stand still so I can hit you with the meteor. Or I could just kill him with Blades of Ice. Should be my usual routine. Alright, anyway, so that was a good run. I think I'm probably going to push to about run number 135, and then I'm going to go grab myself a bite, alright? I think that's a good stopping point, because now I'm actually starting to get hungry. So yeah, let's finish up these next few runs, and then hit a good, nice, round, clean number. So run 135 I mean, and then I will go grab something to eat. I'll try to focus a bit more for these next 5 runs, because, yeah, again, see if I can do this quickly. Okay, so I gotta pop Fade on my way in. Lightning. I think my biggest concern with this build, not the build, but one of the things that kind of gets me with this character is that sometimes the lower res doesn't proc when I want it to. Like, sometimes I'm standing like dab snack in the middle of a bunch of monsters, and they just don't seem to want to proc the lower res for whatever reason. I noticed this. Alright. I think I'm just gonna teleport on these guys quickly. Should do the trick. And again, the meteors went down, but they didn't have lower res. But I guess it doesn't matter because I just let them burn to death. Herodrums are pretty slow, so they're not gonna really be getting out of the way so easily, but still. Okay, now if I can just... There you go. My charge stayed long enough for me to drop them. Oh, small charm. Good. Okay, that pack is dead. We're back to here. Okay. Alright, that was pretty good. 3-minute run. I still have 22 charges. Yeah, I should probably go refill those. I don't want to have to go and refill them halfway through the next run. Okay. There you go. Good. Gonna keep at it. I wonder how many more Omrunes I'm gonna have to throw out for these people who are selling gold. Although, I don't know. I also am kind of worried that I'm not going to be able to finish this, I just need Enigma. I think that's the big thing. Like, I just need to finish my Enigma, because, like, right now I'm spending so much gold on... Or so many runes on getting gold, which I don't mind, but at some point... there's not going to be anybody selling gold as it gets closer and closer to late ladder. I feel like there's going to be more people who stop playing, who are no longer going to be getting gold, and then I'm not going to have anybody who's getting gold. And so what that means for me is I'm going to have to self-farm gold myself in the future unless I find that Enigma, or get the runes for Enigma ASAP. Although I guess I could always just borrow it off of Seth. That is always still an option, but still, like, as much as possible I would want to avoid that. Buy my Enigma at 9. Again, I was just planning to make my own Enigma. I don't know why I would need to buy one off of you. Yeah, look forward to getting my own. Finding Enchanted Cursed, okay, yeah. Let's go up top right first. There you go. This is definitely going to be... There you go. Double lightning, and then for some reason the lightning just isn't doing that much here. Kind of curious to see what this build is capable of in cows, now that I really think about it. Like, in cows with lightning and infinity and enigma, that I'm actually kind of curious. Like, it just had this like epiphany, right? Like, part of the issue with this build, it doesn't lack in AoE when it comes to cows. It just is not tanky enough to handle getting whacked by 30 different cows at once. It doesn't also have the damage to kill them. So if I had that infinity plus the lower res procs, I wonder what this build would actually be capable of for farming cows. I was also thinking about it a couple days ago, and I realized that I still don't have Death Sentry on this build. I do think that if I had used Death Sentry, this build actually would not be that slow as I'm having here. Like, already these runs are like 3 minutes each, which is pretty impressive for a build, like, for me. I think it's kind of impressive for a character that's not really that's just all around pretty mediocre. But I realized that if I had actually started using Death Sentry, I probably would be even able to get these runs down to, especially with lower res, like, off of my Plague, I'd probably even be able to get these runs down to 2.5 to 2 minutes, because like it would provide the AoE I need, and it'd be like a secondary source of damage. Yeah, that way it's not just me and my merc who are doing everything, and me with all the AoE. Janky AoE, no less. Actually, I think yeah, I'm just gonna repair. There's also that other issue of... Didn't I already do it? Do what? Didn't I already do what exactly? Put a point of Death Sentry? No, absolutely not. I had told cow... Oh yeah, I did, but this is... You gotta understand, the way I did cows was that method where I just drop meteors on them, right? But in reality... I gotta get out of here before I die. That was pretty painful. I almost died there. That was pretty bad. Anyway, yeah, in reality... I want to see how it would go if I used... Instead of Meteor, right? I want to see how it goes if I would use Lightning instead. That's just the main idea here. If I could use Lightning, that'd be really awesome. Because Lightning has way more AoE than Meteors do, right? Okay, my merc somehow survived that after I just dropped her. Barely made it to full rejuve. Come on, just die already. Okay, there, finally. Ow. Okay, heading top right. If you find a way to get your hands on a green essence, I can get you a token. Oh, no, I'm good. I have, like, I don't need a token. Like, I have 2 spare tokens, and I think right now, where my character is at, I don't really need to respec for any reason. Did you guys try a diff game server? Okay, let's see if this will kill him. Fuck it. I'll just drop another rejuve. I'll just pop another rejuve, no big deal. Cool. Alright. Hmm. 1 in 5 aren't working for these guys? That's kind of a surprise, actually. Yeah, GS4 works for me. I'm surprised Electra's having some issue. Maybe talk to one of the mods, Electra. That's so weird. Yeah, some of these people actually aren't able to make a game. Wonder if... yeah. I mean, a lot of people are encountering this issue, so it's not just one person. Maybe a server restart might be in order, who knows. But I'm fine for now, I think, for the time being. Although, actually, if for some reason the server did go down for me, then what that means is I could just go grab myself some food. So I really don't have anything too bad to lose from this. Okay, drop a meteor. Come on, just pop the lower res. Yes, thank you. Spam in a tortilla for Din Din? Oh, now you're making me even more hungry. That sounds even more appetizing. I don't know. I actually don't know what's for dinner. I have to look. Announcement for starting all game servers. 1 minute. Okay. KK. Alright, well, I guess this run's a bit of a wash then. I'm going to have to veto this, and I'm going to have to redo run number 33, but what this also means is that... oh yeah. This might actually be a good time for me to go grab myself some food. I know I said 135 is what I was going to settle for, or I was going to push for 135, but I think now would be a good time to go grab some food while they're still restarting the servers. You put spam in. My dad puts it in hash browns or eggs. I don't actually put it in anything. I just leave it, you know, fried, and then I eat it with other stuff, like with eggs. Like, I don't actually put it in the eggs, you know. I don't like try to make an omelet or anything. Yeah. Like a side, I wouldn't even say like a, yeah, kind of like a side, but not really a side because I eat it with the eggs, you know? And then, yeah, with hash browns too, yeah, sometimes hash browns, eggs, and spam, but I don't actually put the spam in the hash browns or in the eggs. I usually have it separate. Yeah, I like to have my food usually split up. That's just me. Anyway, we can talk more about this later, but I'm freaking hungry as fuck. Like, I want some food, man. Alright, Seth, I'll hopefully see you in like 20 minutes. And same to anybody else who's around, but yeah, I want to go grab myself something to eat. Alright, when I come back, hopefully we can continue the last 17 runs. Yeah, we're already on the second half of these runs. Alright, sounds good. Talk to you soon, Seth. See y'all in a bit. Oh, hey, Bernie. Yeah, I was just about to grab food. Like, I saw you just as I was about to hop off, and, like, yeah, I figured I'd say hi, and then now you're here. How's it going, Bernie? Yep, I'm just on run 133, or I'm going to be going into run 133, but they're restarting the service, so I wanted to go grab something to eat. When I come back, we can talk more, all right? If you're still around. But yeah, I am pretty hungry, so I'm going to go eat. And you missed so many runs. Not really. You don't really miss out on that much. I started at run 100, so it's been about 33 runs, but I didn't really get that much anyway, so whatever, no big deal. For sure, I'll go brush teeth. Okay, sounds good. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna go grab some food in a second after I finish talking to KV here. Oh, I guess. I don't know if he's still here though. Maybe he's already gone. I don't know. Okay, for real though, I gotta grab myself some food. Talk to you guys soon.
you locking at the sound. All of the gyal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murderous. Me a the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some mics. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me a the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some mics. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Pull your
love it though, cause no good habit is for breaking. So let that liquor pour down on your chest right from those lips, and we can blindfold all our problems. We can't lie, we love this.
Bad habits.
Yeah, you gotta have
Bad habits.
yeah, I gotta have it.
Bad habits.
You want it, you grab it.
Bad habits.
Yeah, you gotta have it.
Bad habits.
I want it, I grab it.
Bad habits.
Always had a taste for the poison. Yeah, I can feel you in my veins. The key is right there if I want it, but I've gotten used to the change. They think that you're killing me slowly. I think you should sharpen your fangs. You don't have to ask where we're headed. You know where we're going again. Down a rabbit hole where there is no giving, just taking. Yeah, you love it though, cause no good habit is for breaking. So let that liquor pour down on your chest right from those lips, and we can blindfold all our problems. We can't lie, we love this shit.
Bad habits.
Yeah, you gotta have
Bad habits.
yeah, I gotta have it.
Bad habits.
You want it, you grab it.
Bad habits.
Oh, damn. Looks like, well, first of all, I'm back, so hey guys. Yeah, I was trying to talk to KV Lightning, but apparently he's hopped off, which is unfortunate. I feel bad now, because he replied just after I went to go grab some food. But yeah. Let's see. Whoa, wow, there was a lot of stuff. Hey, Fabian, are you still around? Fabian Ruiz? Called me just as I was grabbing some food. I don't know if you're still around. I'm gonna guess that he's probably not around anymore. Yeah, I know that some people also... I mean, these are some... This was actually a really good question, if I could make a Necromancer budget guide. And there was definitely... There's definitely some desire on my part to actually go and make guides for other builds too, and other characters. But I haven't gotten around to it. And I also didn't really see much of the point to invest some time in doing that, when I think the number of people who tune in and look at them probably isn't as many as I would have wanted it to be, but anyway. Besides, I did the ones that I wanted to do anyway, so it's no big deal. Hey, Wrath, are you around? Yeah, I was out for a snack. Well, not really a snack, more like dinner, but yeah, I'm back now, and I'm gonna continue these runs. How are you doing, Wrath? If you're still here. Let's see, just trying to work out a Blade Fury work. Oh. 1 to 8360 with an ITD mod. Whoa, okay. Yeah, piercing doesn't work on it. Yeah, it's true. What hasn't been done? By the way, Seth, it's... Oh, yeah, Seth is gone, I guess, but it's supposed to be... You spelled peaked wrong. Yeah, it's supposed to be, I think, P-I-Q-U-E-D. If you're doing peaked. Piqued one's interest. Don't know if I have the balls. Oh, hey man, you gotta go big or go home, Coaster. I mean, you've already done something bonkers here. Might as well give it a go. One more time, right? Peaked. Yes, yes indeed. Anyway, Bernie, how have you been? Have you hit 99 yet? I think I lost track. There were a few people who hit 99. I don't think you did though. Going home. Haha. Oh, Seth. Or Coaster. But why, though? What could possibly go wrong with this new character idea you have? You're at 37%, and you're 98, right? Damn, dude, you're really going at it for reals. That's fucking awesome, dude. It's fucking awesome, dude. I wish I could say I were 37% on my WSK runs, but I'm far from it. I know I said I would do like once per Wednesday, but I didn't do last Wednesday, and honestly, even if I had done last Wednesday, I'd do this Wednesday. At this rate, I don't think I'm going to actually finish this character by the end of the season. Or, well, I'll probably finish the character. It's more that I'm not going to finish the runs by the end of the season, which is concerning. So, I may have to step it up and pick a day where I do a bunch of runs. I don't know when it'll be, but I would love to pick a day where I just do maybe 200 or 300 runs. Like a long marathon stream. I just don't know which day. Looks like I got BK. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to keep it though. I don't really think anyone really holds much value for BK. WSK is bae. I miss killing boss groups. Yeah, I can imagine. WSK is pretty fucking awesome. Lots of fun. Lots of variability. And of course the Rodram Ancients give a pretty sizable chunk of XP. So that's pretty good. It works, it's just very expensive. I just don't want to suffer the early stages. Oh, that's totally fair. Yeah, I respect that. That's... Yeah, even 1 to 8760, I feel like, yeah, you wouldn't mind that amount of damage. That amount of damage, like, is roughly what I have right now on my Lightning, even, I think. Let me check. Yeah, it's about what I have on my Lightning. Give or take about 20%, but, yeah, like, starting off early, I can imagine that would be pretty difficult. Probably you're not up for that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Maybe go Fire Trapper into Blade Fury. If it pierced, I'd do it, but it's single target. Yeah. Doesn't always hit. Oh, yeah, no, I hear you. That's rough. Anyway, so run's done. 36 charges left. I don't think I need to repair this. No big deal. And here it is, BK Sacred Charge. I'm going to probably just dump it, of course, but I think it's worth at least listing down as a drop. BK Sacred Charge. And this was run number 133. I memorized it because this was my first run back from my grabbing food. Okay, cool. Just gonna dump that. Yes. Yeah, something else I wanted to address quickly. Well, two things actually. Because this idea was brought up, and the person who brought it up is gone now, but it got me kind of thinking. I never actually talked about this, but if I were to do like a budget video for a Necro, I don't actually know if I would even want to make a summoner, like a guide for a summoner specifically. I probably would have tried to make one for a poison Necro, actually. Yeah, I probably would have done one for a poison Necro. I guess I could do summoner. Summoner is actually easier, I guess, but because I don't know, it would be cool if I had at least one for every class. Like for Druid, for sure, I would probably want to do. I would probably, as a Druid, want to do Windy, of course, but for Necro, I'm not so sure what I'd end up trying to make, I guess. Definitely would want to do one for Sork too, but the Sork I definitely don't know what I would have wanted. Well, for Sork probably I'd just do a standard blue Sork. Anyway, why am I even talking about this? It's so random. It was just thoughts, because my channel, I haven't made any like D2 videos lately at all. And when that guy asked, it got me thinking back to when I started those budget builds, what I wanted to go for. And definitely those three. Those three, the Hammered In, the Javazon, and the Traps In, those were very viable alternatives to the Cold Sork, or the Sork. That's why I made them, but now, beyond those characters, I don't know what else I'd want to make. Anyway, 3 champ packs. Let's see. Make for this season or next? Oh no, I'm talking about just budget guide videos. You know how on my channel I have like all these like, oh yeah, here's a budget build video, blah blah blah, and you can make this character this specific way, and then it actually isn't terrible for P7 or whatever when you're just starting out, yada yada yada. Well, in the future, I don't know, if I were to make another one of those, I have to debate what I would end up trying to make, right? Next season, I already know what I want to make. That's and the season after. Honestly, what I do next season, I might switch it up with what I do the season after. Like, I'm not really too sure. It really depends on what Dewscrim wants to do. Because I know that there's going to be one season I'd love to play with Dewscrim, like where we just go at it, him and me. But that's something I'm going to need to work out in the future with him. But I think right now he's still playing World of Warcraft. He just wants to Druid. Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware. But I proposed some very interesting ideas because, you know, he's a good pal of mine. We were not really like partners during the last season I played Druid, but it was definitely, well, him and I definitely worked together a lot for some of the things that he was trying to do, right? Which I guess it's essentially a partnership. What I meant by we're not partners is in the sense that it's not like I was just giving, like we were sharing wealth. Although we kind of were in the sense that we were trying to like get him better equipment, so there's that. But yeah, like, anyway, complicating things. Basically, it'd be really cool if one season him and I actually go at it and just do whatever we feel like. Sorry, that took way longer than I thought. Oh, no big deal. I was just explaining that that you spelt peaked wrong, just so you know. It's P-I-Q-U-E-D. There's 2 different kinds of peaks. And you're using the wrong one. Thought you would like to know that. Not to nitpick, of course. Thank you, yeah, no problem. Hey, 3-socket diadem. Nice. We all know this. Okay, so, yeah, with regards to, like, the future seasons, though, I know that he's going to want to make a druid, for sure. I encourage him to make a druid. Like, I remember the season that I think I went Boa. He opted to make a druid, but he was trying to use his Necro as a farming character. So, yeah, it was, well, him and I were trying to come up with some ideas that he could do with his druid. And also, yeah, there's just, like, one season it'd be nice if him and I could just play together. That's kind of what I was gunning for, but that'll be in the future. Maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. It really depends on him. I don't know how much more World of Warcraft he's going to want to keep playing, so that's all that. Take a peek at that peak. It really piqued my interest. Okay. I think it's P-E-E-K in this case, though, for the first peak. Alright. Probably... I think I should have just enough to finish these runs. Yeah, I know. The peaks get all of us, too. What the hell? There you go. Damn, they did so much damage so quickly. What the hell happened? There you go, finally, fuck. If I make pub bales, will you join them? You mean like right this second? I mean, I wasn't... did you need me there for like making them P8? I can... if you want, what I could do... I did this all wrong. That sure ain't a thing I would learn in school, only due to the wise man of all knowledge of the universe and all things in it. Well... You know, to be honest, Seth, well, here's a tip from the wise man. I like to be honest and say I don't have all the knowledge in the world, because what that also means is, because if I indeed had all the knowledge in the world, that means that there's nothing more to learn and there's nothing more to gain, right? So for me, I think it's good that I'm not actually as smart as you insist that I am, because now that means that there's a lot more for me to try and come to understand, and it's actually a great the learning process for anything is actually really good and really fun, right? Like, if I already knew all the ins and outs of this game, what fun would I really have playing, in a sense, you know what I'm saying? So, just food for thought, too. Philosophical question. Figure you might enjoy that. Anyway, basically in layman's terms, what I'm trying to say is, I definitely don't know everything in the world, and it's probably a good thing that I don't know everything, just because this means that I have a lot more leeway to learn things, especially in this game. Now, I was just wondering, generally speaking, no, I don't really see much of a reason to. I mean, I could, if you just want to, like, for shits and giggles play, like, you and me, like, no big deal, like, I'm up to join them, but... because... when I'm playing right now, my main goal is to run WSKs. When I see those pub bales, I mean, like, I would join pub bales, like, just to socialize with people, but I don't really join pub bales to level my character. My character's already level 91, which is good enough. I can get my own levels from WSK farming. And it's not like, yeah, I don't really... Basically, I don't really have much of a reason to run bales, I guess, or to run into bales. Like, I was mostly focused on running WSKs tonight, and if I needed levels, then yeah, maybe I'd run them, but I don't need anything right now. I'm just rambling. Yeah. I don't know. Every season, like I feel like this is the case. I always say, like, oh yeah, I'll be down to join Bales, and I am. Like, if you want to do Bales together, then I'll join, and we can have a few runs together. Maybe I'll even join you for shits and giggles after this, but after run 140, maybe I will. But I always feel like at some point I'm going to need to join Bales, and then I realize that I can actually self-level a lot of the time, so I don't really need to rely on the pub Bales necessarily to get me to a certain level. Get that Griffins from WSK, baby. Alright, sounds good. I'm pretty hyped for that. Hey, Fatty! Long time no see. How's it going? How have you been? Yeah, definitely I have been out of the loop a little bit. And even the first few runs today, I was having a tough time trying to adjust. So, yeah, hope you're having a lovely May, Fatty. He's learned how to be the most modest man alive. The scroll keeper found a new scroll. No, I'm not. It's not even a modesty thing. Like, for real. I'm not as smart as you make me out to be. And when you start doing things like going to, you know, when you inevitably leave high school, you'll start to understand more about how there's far more brilliant people out there than I. Far, far more. Anyway. Come on, just die. There you go, there's the meteor. Like Elon Musk? Yeah! Honestly, yeah. But I mean like actually meet people. I'm not talking about just like people you hear about, but like people you actually know in person. Yeah, it's a very eye-opening experience. I can admit he's big brain, yeah. Doing 5 made Enigma on plugging Necromancer only Grail. Okay, a few days ago we rolled a small pits for pits. Small map for pits, sorry. Okay, well that's awesome. By the way, are you still playing on Slash or are you done for the season? Fatty? Runs pretty fast. Ah, very nice, very nice. Oh. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say mob density in WSK. Like, this set of flares is absolutely bonkers. Like, that's a lot of flares. I'm telling you, man, WSK2 is just so crazy with how varied it can be with mob density, the types of monsters you can get, and so on. Okay, before I get killed by this pack, I'm just gonna step out. And I might have to do an intermission run to go grab some full rejuves quickly. So here's another topic that I was saving for a rainy day for today's stream, in case we were going quiet. And I wanted to talk about this quickly. The HD resolution for the game is pretty insane, okay? Let me tell you this right now. Alright, now this might not come as a shocker for some of you, but I don't think people realize just how bonkers the HD resolution is. Like, a lot of people are like, oh wow, now I get to see more on in my game, right? Like, that's or not more in my game. What I mean is, normally, when you set it to a higher resolution, it's, you know, much easier to see things. Like, you're increasing the size of the game, or the size of the window, and blah, blah, blah. It's much better, right? Like, 800 by 600 is just too tiny. Or so most people would think. You're done on Slash, I think? Okay. You're done on Slash because you finished off your character for the season? Like, what was the, I thought you were going to go until you got Tyraels, you said. So, I don't know why you've, you're pretty much done. 10 all res, why not? Or 11 all res, with some light res. That's a pretty nice ring. Ah, there's an R1. Ooh, let me just kill this one quickly. There you go. Yep, gotta farm up those rejuves. Ah. Okay. Good enough. No more socializing on there. It feels lonely playing there most of the time. Really, I still see so many people on chat channel. Although I guess maybe in the hours of the day that you play, probably there would be a lot less people because most of us are on West Coast, or not West Coast. Sorry, most of us are playing like West or East Coast, with a fair bit fewer Europeans. Well, that's fun. I mean, that's totally fun. I hope you're back next season, though. It'd be nice to see you back on here again next season. There's just not as many people, I think, at this hour. Yeah, definitely a lot fewer people on at this hour. Yeah, usually the first month of Slash is when it's most busy for like the number of people who are playing on at a given time, especially with this reset. It was COVID, which kept people indoors for a lot of it. I didn't get a chance to play as much as I wanted to, but that's just how life turned out, so, yeah. Well, yeah. Alright, let's see. This is good enough for now, right? I can keep going for Darkwood. Doesn't seem to be anybody here. Ah, fuck it, this is good enough. Anyway, you're saying you want to talk about the HD resolution. What did I want to talk about with it? Yeah, so basically, long story short, Seth, I think that the HD mod is just more broken than people realize. Like, not broken, not as in like it's not working as intended, but it actually gives a really big advantage. Like a lot, maybe not like a really, really big advantage, but bigger advantage than people realize. Like for me, I didn't even realize just how big an advantage it gave until I think last week actually, because last week I actually, just for shits and giggles, I went and tried the HD mod with with my Nova Baller. Just to see how low I could actually push the run times of that character, okay? And the results that I got were absolutely bonkers. Now, if anyone wants to hear me go over them, it would be... Well, I guess there's not really much theatrics to really add here. Said, no more Diablo, Paul. Okay. Okay, sad. Said, okay, sad face, verbally said sad face. Alright, well that's it's an interesting theory. We need new content, something for month 1, 2, 3 on Slash Ladder. I don't know what kind of new content you're looking for, though. I guess in the sense you're probably kind of like, this is just not that enjoyable because there's nothing to go for. But for me, I mean, again, this is my take on it. I like the game where it's at without any like extra additions. I do think that it would be cool if people organize like tournaments or like MF tourneys or like PvP tournaments, right? Like that'd be pretty cool. But at the same time, I think that the game is fairly limited as to what you can do with PvP or PVM if you're not really setting yourself like a lot of odd goals, right? Like in your case, I mean, you already did like 1,000 maggot layer, you did 1,000 AT, you did 1,000 this, 1,000 that, and you're also you did try a few different characters, but in my case, even in my case, like I try to switch it up by playing a different character every season. I make sure not to go Sork. This season I tried to challenge myself by not going Bobarb. Otherwise, the ladder will end way too quickly unless you have like a really big long-term goal in mind, like pushing 99. Especially if you have like an abundance of free time on your hands too, which a lot of people do because of COVID-19. So yeah, MF tournament with big prize pool too. Yeah, okay, so this is the other thing too, like at some point runes don't really mean much. Like I'm just saying it straight up, right? Like intuitively you might think, well shit, no, I mean if you have 5 birds then that's crazy, but think about this, like at some point you're not actually gonna have anything to do with that wealth. Like you'll have 100 ohms and maybe you'll try to bid war somebody for like a perfect D-web, I guess, if you're into that kind of thing. But if you don't really care much for like trying to like super GG out your character, then you're actually not going to have anything to do. Like, and you could say, okay, well shit, they should add new content. But part of the reason why I love playing on the server is because there's, you know, this is Diablo 2, right? In the original Diablo 2, there was no more beyond running Ubers, beyond MFing, beyond PvP. There's like nothing else, right? Which I'm perfectly happy with. That's one of the reasons I play here. If you're looking for like more content, it might be worth trying out something like Path of Diablo or Resurgence or Median XL or the Annihilus mod, right? Like all of these actually provide some options for you beyond when you actually finish your character. I don't know. I'm just saying. I did like 7k. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I'm not even surprised that you're burnt out from playing on Slash. Actually, I'm more surprised that you got burnt out on Slash without anyone to talk to, and then you decided to hop over to single player where you really have. One sec. This is a problem. Okay, I'm just gonna chicken out. That's great. That was interesting. I tried to dragonflight to a monster, and then it teleported me in the middle of the pack. Okay, well, yeah, good to know that dragonflight is working as intended. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm not really all that surprised that you got burnt out. I'm more surprised that you got burnt out and then you switched over to single player where you don't have the social aspect at all, and you're going to be continuing to do more runs. Although I guess on single player it's tougher, and you have pluggy Holy Grail to go for. So there are those two things. Yeah, I do think that it would be pretty cool to see Holy Grail. I do think it would be really cool to see like a Holy Grail achievement on Slash. So that'd be really nice. That might entice more people to keep playing for the end game. Or like I said previously, PvP tournaments. Some people might actually really enjoy that. Iron Man. There's some options. It's just that no one's really taking the time to go and try to set any of those things up, because I guess no one has the time. I'm done with Slash with single player. I don't blame him. Oh yeah, no, of course not. I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying, like damn, like shit. I mean, there hits a point where yeah, you're done until next season. Next season, yeah, like things get back to being fresh for a little while again, and then rinse and repeat, right? But yeah, for me, that's why I try to make it a point to pace myself too. I don't like to just get burnt out when playing. Testing WSK1, 2, 3, and Throne Room with Hammerden, Elite, and Champ Clear. Okay. After each ladder, then delete it when next ladder hits. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of people like playing single player. Like I even enjoy playing single player. I just typically prefer the social aspect of Slash more. And I guess I'm lucky enough to be playing on peak hours for the server, so that's probably why I'm having a much easier time trying to find people to talk with. Holy Grail on Slash would be dope. I realized I did more elites per minute. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I mean, in my case, when I was playing my Pit Singer, actually that's another build. I'm kind of curious. Fatty, have you ever tried the Pit Singer character before? Because I know that I've shown it to you before, haven't I? Because with the Pit Singer, you can actually hork level 85s. Or sorry, the champ monsters in level 85 areas, so that also might improve your kill time, well, or drops per minute, or something, I don't know. That might be fun, worth experimenting, looking out for too. The single player 120, that's actually also true. 125 STR Necro Telly is, as I would imagine, insanely awesome on 0 ping. We're grabbing a shrine for Bales. Hey LeBron, are you still here? I'm guessing you're still here, right? If you want, I can, if you don't have enough players in your game, I could try to box in a few for you to make your life a bit easier. Because I do actually have some side characters I can box in your games that are in hell, in case you needed somebody to. I can push it to like players 4-7 if you need. Well, oh, don't worry, I'm sure someone will join. Okay, that's fine. Just let me know if you don't find anybody, because I'd love to try and help you. Oh, okay, so KCOM's got you. Because yeah, like again, I want to do these WSK runs, but of course I'd be more than happy to help you with your silly little journey to make it to level 99. And at one point I wouldn't have been able to box characters in because I didn't have any characters, but as I think I explained, I was doing some experimenting with players 4-1 ladder reset start, since I didn't want, well, I always, every season I'm always playing with people from last minute losers, so, or last minute winners, heroes, whatever you want to call it. So I never actually get a chance to try these theories of mine that I have. So I eventually just took the time to try and make some characters on my own time and play around with those. Let's see. Never tried Pitsinger, but Pitzerker Barb? Yeah, no, I believe Pitzerker, but yeah, Pitsinger's pretty cool too. From what I researched on Slash, fair enough. Hey, Hamry Adam. If I played Diablo 2 for like my whole life, but never played Path of Diablo, is there enough of a player base on POD to make playing the ladder fun? I would say probably for you, yes. The thing, though, you gotta look out for here, Hamry, is I am playing not on Path of Diablo, but a different private server called Slashdiablo, which is as like pretty close to vanilla D2, right? Like Path of Diablo did some balancing changes on like rune words and different characters. Slash doesn't have these things. They did enable the Plague rune word, but again, they haven't changed like the way the characters work or anything like that. Enigma's still really strong and so on, right? Like, so basically, what I'm trying to get at here is, I'm not myself a Path of Diablo player. At least I'm not like a Path of Diablo regular. Like I played a couple times, and I can tell you right now, you're not gonna have an issue trying to find people to play with, especially like at the start of the ladder. Like the games are full. Like there's actually lots of people who play. Like I think now that it's been like 2 or 3 months into the ladder, or possibly even 4 months into the ladder for Path of Diablo, you might have a tougher time. You might have a tougher time trying to find games to play in normal, but I still think that there is enough people that you should be okay. I think it's worth just trying out for yourself and seeing, and forming an opinion of your own. Because yeah, if you're asking me, I would tell you that it's worth taking a look at the very least. But I think you should actually check for the final say. No, this is not Path. This is Slashdiablo. It's a different private server. For the vanilla game, there's fewer players, but for me, a huge plus is that this is the core game with minimal changes. Yeah, just things like, you know, declone spawns off of a gull rune instead of like SOJs, because the old system where it would only spawn off of SOJs was a little bit wonky. Since they copied that off of BNet originally, and in BNet, of course, you know, a lot of people were duping SOJs, so there was always an abundance, but now there's no such abundance, which makes everything a little bit more complicated. Anyway, I don't want to get into all the details because you don't care about any of that. I don't want to bore you to death either. But just know that Path of Diablo, I think you'll enjoy it. Honestly, most people who've tried Path of Diablo kind of enjoy it. I personally, I have my own qualms with it. One such being that it is a little. I don't like that they reworked Enigma and made it so that only Sorks have access to O-Skill Teleport. I also think that it's, like, from what I've heard, the endgame is a little too easy. Because you get access to things like 6 open socket Wind Force. You get access to things like 4 open socket Storm Shield, right? Like, at least there's more endgame content though, so that's kind of nice. It definitely has a lot of perks. It's kind of like a different take on D2. It's D2-esque in its gameplay, but with like some new things to spice things up. So I think it's worth a try. And player base wise, don't even try to worry too much about that. I think it's at least worth giving it a look to see if you have enough players to play with. So yeah, hopefully that is a satisfactory answer to your question. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean, right? Like I'm telling you, 4 open socket Storm Shield, man. That's legit a thing. In Path of Diablo, I'm telling you, you gotta look into it yourself and see if you like some of the things that they've done, right? They made certain things easier, like the Boazon. In the original game, like Boazons were kinda weak because they're so gear dependent. At least until you actually get the gear, and then maybe then it becomes like reasonably decent, I guess. But after that, we have Path of Diablo, where everything is a fair bit easier. They nerfed Blizzorks, understandably, because Blizzorks are too strong, but then a lot of other builds got some pretty crazy buffs too, so you gotta actually check it out. Imagine 6-socket Mangsong. Well, yeah, I wonder if people would even end up using Mangsongs despite such a change. And Mangsong is just so... it's pretty ass. And yes, Slash absolutely has a ladder. Sorry, I almost missed your question there. Slashdiablo has a ladder. They had their ladder reset, in fact, when was it? It was back in start of April. So it's been almost 2 months. We're almost the halfway point for Slash. And I mean, I'm biased because I play regularly on the server, I guess, and I know some of the people here, but I would absolutely recommend trying out Slash 2 if, you find sometime early August that you're bored, you got nothing better to do, you want to just revisit the olden days of D2. Yeah, honestly, try out Slash. But if right now you're just asking about POD, I think give it a try. See if you like some of the ridiculous, in quotes, changes, and then aside from there. Actually, want to try PODs or general chat like Slash? Yeah, absolutely, there is. Yeah, honestly, if you want to try POD, just give it a go, Seth. Like, I mean, I always talk shit about it. Coaster always, like, we both collectively talk a lot of shit about Path of Diablo. And neither of us are, like, the biggest fans of it by any means, but, I mean, that doesn't deter me from saying that people should at least give it a try, so that you can actually see for yourself what it's like. And then some people actually end up liking it. What's his name? Elite JT, for example. He tried Path of Diablo, he really liked it. But, yeah, I'm not quite like that. So the main difference by playing Slash is just D2 without bots? Oh, yeah! Yes! But because we're midway through the ladder, you might have a tougher time trying to find games. But once you make it to Hell and you start farming, if you can start farming yourself and whatnot... Oh! If you do play on the server, you're not going to have, like, as many bail runs and whatnot. You're going to have to do some of this yourself. A lot of this yourself, but... you will have people to rush you if you ask around, and you're definitely going to have people to trade with and chat with, too. You can see there's a global chat channel. There's no bots. If somebody is botting, they get caught and then banned. Yeah, no, I get that. You're not quitting Slash for another private server. Like I said, you don't have to play... Like... I guess what I'm trying to say is you don't have to be confined to just Slash, right? Like, just because you try out Path of Diablo doesn't mean you're stuck there. Like, I remember that the last time I played on Path of Diablo. I went on, I played for 3 hours intending to try and make it to Hell, and I couldn't even make it past hour 3. I was so fucking bored. So I just hopped back to Slash. I'm just like, yeah, no, I can't do it. And then I continued playing my Sork. I think that was the last time I played on Path of Diablo, but again, I don't believe that my attitude towards the game is the general attitude towards Path of Diablo. Anyway, yeah. So Hamry, yes, playing Slash is I would say that it's like basically like playing D2 without bots. Yeah. Like, the other thing to look out for, you're allowed to use map pack, you're allowed to use multi-boxing, so you can have multiple windows of the game open at once, and you can, map pack speaks for itself. Also, you have something called no drop 0. You know how when you're playing the original game, if you have more players in your game, items are more likely to drop. Here, it doesn't matter what player count you're on. Every monster will always drop an item. That doesn't necessarily mean the item's going to be good, but the drop rates are a bit more forgiving. Anyway, I'm throwing a lot of information at you, Hamry, but yeah, I don't want to just blindly be like, okay, yes, this is vanilla D2, and then you hop on the server and it's like, oh shit, well, this isn't vanilla D2 because of these reasons, and well, then what do I say, right? I don't want to lie to you, basically. 5 FHR, 8 Fire Res, Small Charm, on run number 140. Wow, that's honestly the best find I think I've gotten in the last little while, so that's pretty good. Yeah, the drop just won't roll the 0 items drop chance. Exactly, yes. I think I know enough about D2, actual D2 to understand. Oh yeah, then sure. Then this makes explaining this way easier. Yes, it's yeah, it won't roll the 0 items drop chance no matter what player setting you use. So player discount doesn't affect. Yeah, it doesn't actually affect the. It won't actually affect the odds, well, the number of items that drop. It's just always going to be better than players 8. Sorry. What the hell? My Merc's like close to dying. Probably because I'm standing him in a laser field, but fuck, that's a lot of souls. Elementalist Paladin in the making. I quickly put something together and it is viable. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Now that, Elementalist Paladin. I wonder if you're going to use Vengeance or Holy Shock or what. I'm very, very curious. So out of curiosity, why a martial artisan? Oh, that's the actual reason I clicked this. I saw martial artisan and was intrigued. Okay, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked. So... every season that I play on this server, I like to try a different build. You know, I like to keep things interesting because what fun is there to play fucking Blizzsork every season? Like that's just one big snooze fest. This season, I wanted to actually try a martial arts assassin because it's a build that I've never played before, and it's one of those builds that everyone says that, oh shit, this is garbage, right? But no one, like, I've never actually like given the build an honest shot. Like, I wanted to actually try it for myself so I can see exactly how the build performs, if it's actually a pile of garbage, and spoiler alert, it kind of is. But yeah, right, like, I didn't want to just listen to everybody and be like, okay, yeah, like this build sucks, without actually seeing for myself how the build works. Well, yeah, sorry, how well the build works, how it plays, how to use it, right? Like, how, well... And there's a lot of stuff along the way that I learned, too, playing this character, right? Like, a lot of people don't even know how a martial arts assassin works. A lot of people probably don't, well, from my understanding, don't even know that you can actually charge up a bunch of skills and then unleash it all at once with a finishing attack. Like, look at this, boom! Look at all those effects, right? Like... Yeah, a lot of people just look at martial arts assassins like, man, this is a pile of shit, but it's like, why? So for me, I guess the bottom line is, I'm playing a martial arts assassin because I actually wanted to try to main a martial arts assassin this season, since a lot of people said it was kind of trashy, and I've never actually played it myself before. So, yeah, and this is the end result, and it is actually not bad. Or it's not terrible, I should say. Like, it's able to run WSK2, which is honestly pretty good, considering WSK2 is probably one of the toughest areas in the game to farm. One of the toughest areas. Or rather, just WSK in general is pretty dangerous, but you got the idea. Anyway. Coaster was... Night Coaster says, Oh, Seth. All right, D2, my Wi-Fi is such a dog shit. I'm going to call it a night. All right. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Seth. I never did get a chance to finish talking about the HD mod, but maybe I'll save that for a discussion with you next time. But yeah, have a good night. If you well, I hopefully will see you again next Wednesday. And maybe I will... Well, maybe I'll hear next time that you played Path of Diablo. I don't know. All right, have a good night. See ya. Anyway, so Hamry... Actually, let me answer Fatty quickly. 7 Burrs, 5 Jaws, 1 Champ, 4 Wind Forces, 5 Ghost Flames, Execution Justice, 1 Griffin's Eye, 1 Templars from Item Find, 88 Find Mang Song from Maggot Lair, 3 Shadow Dancers, 2 CO8 Gargoyle's Bite, and 3 Storm Spires, but no materials. Nice. Anyway, well, you can discharge as many as you want. It just requires a bunch of micro and switching between skills. Oh, absolutely, yes, and couldn't sleep. Yeah, you would. Anyway, yeah, I did get a BK Sacred Charge, but it was okay. I mean, like, I just picked it up, I wrote it down as a drop, and I dropped it. Anyway, but yeah, so Hamri, going back to the martial arts assassin, though, it's a very challenging build, for sure, right? Like, perhaps, I mean, I think, yeah, I think you're probably more knowledgeable about it than most people, but let me tell you, like, it's been something, it's been a ride. But it's not terrible. It's not as awful as... Like, I figured it might be unplayable. But I've been able to get it to do just about everything that I wanted it to do. I can even run cows with it, just really badly, but I can still run cows with it. I don't know. I don't know what to say, really. It's just a challenge that excites me, I guess. Right? Like... so yeah, that's why Martial Arts Assassin. Yeah, and next season probably I'm going to be doing another oddball build again. That's usually what I do. I don't like to really do meta builds. The last meta build I did, or the last meta build I did was the Light Sort from 2 seasons ago, and even then, I didn't really use the Light Sort for very long because I turned it into a Nova Fireball hybrid, which is just way more fun to play, and more effective even for players 1 farming than Light Sork, arguably. So yeah. I mean, it's still pretty rare, even if not very cool. Still a cool drop. Yeah, it is. It's alright. But right now, I'm quite one-track minded. Like, I really want a jaw. Like, if I can get a jaw, I can build my fucking Enigma, and I don't have to keep paying people for teleport charges, essentially. So yeah, that's, I think, the big thing for me at the end of the day. Not to try and devalue the importance of other drops, but yeah, that's, I think, the biggest issue for me. Anyway, I think it's because Fade is such an awesome skill in weapon block. Okay, yes, well, here's the very interesting thing, though. I actually don't run weapon block on this character, which might just sound a bit bizarre, but actually, it's kind of crucial for me not to use weapon block, it turns out. Because if I use weapon block, it actually interrupts the timings on my martial arts. How fast can this character do LK runs? Honestly, I fucking swore off LK after 2 seasons ago, but I can give it a try for you quickly if you want. I guess it really depends how close the chests are to the waypoint. If I have to go 2 ends of LK, then it's like, what? Probably I'd say about 30 seconds. Assassins don't need keys, so thankfully I don't have to worry about that. I could just go Harmony, I guess, with Burst of Speed, and that would be... It's probably my go-to. Yeah, I'd say about 35 seconds, probably, something like that. Yes, exactly, because it puts me in hit recovery, right? Because my character has the block, and so what ends up happening is, like, look at this monster, right? Normally I go 1, 2, 3, right? And then I know that I'm going to be releasing the cold charge, but if, let's say, like, I wanted to release, I don't know, Chaos Lightning. I, of course, need to charge it twice, and then I attack, right? The thing is, if my guy gets put into hit recovery, it actually interrupts the timing on my attacks, and then I actually release the wrong skill early, or I release my Phoenix Strike early. So because of that, my workaround was to build my character such that I actually just skipped Weapon Block and Shadow Warrior, and then just go down like this, up to Fade. But yeah, I definitely agree that Fade's super important, though. Although, ideally, I would have preferred to use Burst of Speed if I could have managed the resistances without having Fade, but that's just not going to happen. Like, there's just nowhere else for me to get resistances, even with dual res boots. Even if I had tri-res boots, I still wouldn't have anywhere to get resistances while trying to juggle damage and 300 MF. Yeah. Doesn't Fade give flat damage reduction too, or is it just resist? Oh, it does. It does. No, you're right. You're right. It does. That's something I hadn't even brought up, but again, that's another important factor too, right? You get plus. I was just talking strictly in terms of resist all by itself, but you also get well, in this case, it's level 10 Fade, so you get 10% damage reduction, and then you also get curse duration reduction, which actually comes in super handy when you're comboing it with Plague, which has cleansing, and you know, cleansing also has curse reduction, so curses last under a second on my guy, on my girl, whatever you want to call it. So Fade is just really good. Having said that, I still would have ideally wanted Burst of Speed because I get a huge boost of IAS, right? Which means I can do DPS, or it increases my DPS by a lot, but the reality is that if I use Burst of Speed, then my character is basically like just way too prone to dying. And besides that, the even bigger problem is that I have latency issues. Or rather, let me rephrase that. The latency issues that I would normally encounter are actually amplified with the martial arts assassin because timings are super important. Sometimes I'll launch an attack with burst of speed. I'll think that I procced 3 charges, when in reality the server thinks that I only proc 2. And this discrepancy actually kept causing me to release the charges a lot earlier than I wanted. So overall, it's a very finicky build. Like I don't have a better way of putting it. This is by far the most difficult build I've played up to date, and this is despite the fact that I've already played the Swapcast Telly Boazon, which also was its own demon. Like most people don't even know what that is. You guys probably have never heard of that. Like Swapcast Telly Boazon, like. It was a character that I made a while back. I can show it to you guys if you want, but that was its own mess. Yeah, okay, so you know about Swapcast, yeah. I wanted a way to not have to use FCR with the boa. Yeah, because normally, you know, you have like a CTA on Switch or like a Whizspike on Switch, and I had to really figure out how to make swapcasting work. And that took a while, and let me tell you, latency issues combined with swapcasting is its own demon too. Yes, exactly. It makes the animation change for your attack, but more importantly, it makes it so that instead of assigns attack speed. Exactly. So instead of using FCR for teleport, I would actually be using normal attack, my attack speed, to boost the speed at which I'm actually teleporting, right? So it's pretty crazy, but that's besides the point, right? Like I'm talking about something completely different. Basically, even doing Swapcast Telly Boazon, like it took me a whole season to actually learn how to swapcast properly because it's tougher than it looks, trust me. But this character it's a completely different demon. Like shit, dude. I don't think I'm ever gonna do anything like this again. Like legit, the sheer level of difficulty that this build has been for me has made me very tempted to just go Nova Baller next season again, because I need a vacation from this build, man. Like it's been something, let me tell you. Anyway, what else? How fast can this character do LK runs? I thought with burst of speed might be pretty quick, but I don't know Assassin, so I wasn't sure. So definitely not as fast as a Sork, obviously, because Sork teleport and telekinesis is just way too strong. But definitely could do LK runs pretty quickly. Having said that, I wouldn't want to do LK runs because, you know, I've already done LK runs in past seasons, and they're honestly super boring, and more than any of that, I'm already farming WSK2. Which is just more interesting, right? Like, what's the point of farming LK when I already did 5,000 LK runs, I think, 2 seasons ago even, so it's like, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be terrible. Just not as good as when I was pushing them in like 15 to 20 seconds. That's wild. You have all those items with no bots on the server, and you said that was only 2 months into the ladder? Yes! Yeah, I played a lot. The first week, I think, where we had the reset. Let me think. Although you said all these items, this actually isn't that many items, even, to tell you the truth. Like I still don't have Enigma. I don't have Enigma, I don't have Infinity. Right? Those are the big hard hitters. And to tell you the truth, like, I mean, well, no drop. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, no drop zero plays a huge part in this. It makes a lot of things easier to get, along with map pack too. That's why I was saying it's to call it vanilla is not entirely accurate, because having this no drop definitely makes some parts of the game a lot easier. But at the same time, like, if you know where to farm, then you won't have an issue trying to get your items, right? Like, if I really wanted to get items quickly, I would just run Quest Bugged Andy, Quest Bugged Duriel, or Quest Bugged Mephisto. Like, when I say items, I'm talking about uniques. And set items. Yeah, well, yeah. Like, really, act bosses would get you the items you need if you just Quest Bug them. Does no drop zero just mean they drop at least a potion? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it means. So there's a chance that they can drop. Basically, I think that the easiest way to explain it is like, imagine rolling like a 100-sided die, right? And this 100-sided die, it has 40 of the faces say drops nothing. And like, imagine with no drop zero that all of those faces are now gone. Well, there's still like maybe like a 40, or let's say 30% chance that they'll drop like a TP scroll, like basically junk, right? But you have still a much higher chance to get the items that you're actually looking for, that you want, like runes or like an armor or so on, right? Still not trivial. Like, if you're not putting in like however many hours in the game, you're still not gonna be getting these items that just fall right out of the sky, unless I guess you just ask them for them from people. Anyway. But yes, so, what was I saying? Yeah, the thing is, like, without, like, a lot of people I feel like on BNet make it sound like without bots that there won't be any items, but here's the thing you gotta realize, right? Like, if you're farming bosses, if you're killing a shit ton of monsters and you're putting, like, let's say 8 to 10 hours a day on the first 3 or 4 nights of the ladder reset, you're bound to get a good chunk of items. Like, let me tell you, with this character, the first night and a half for this character, I farmed, I think it was 1,000 Nightmare Eldritch, and then the second and third nights, I actually farmed 1,000 Hell Pindle. And I think it was run 78 of Hell Pindle that I got. It was my Shaco, this Shaco actually. Didn't come with the Ist, of course, but yeah. And also for Nightmare Eldritch, I found this, right? So, yeah. It also takes a fair bit of RNG work, too. And trading. You're not going to self-find everything by yourself, of course. Well, I mean, you can, but a lot of the items that you find are also going to be a product of trading with others, and, you know, they have something you need, and in my case, sometimes I find a rune that I don't need, right? Like, let's say a Malrune, and then I'll trade it for some janky piece of gear, like a Raven Frost, or these gloves, 3 martial arts, 20 assassin, or IAS. Anyway, you get the idea, Henry. You get the idea. I think I've answered pretty much everything, though. Yeah, so Henry, I definitely think you should try the Slash and POD, though. POD, I think it's worth giving a try, like, just because you can, like, right now I feel like of all the private servers, I'm pretty sure POD is probably the most popular, but it also comes with its own set of changes that you may or may not agree with. Slash is as close to vanilla as you could get, I would argue, but this late into the ladder, there might not be as many people as you would want there to be. I think that's the easiest way for me to explain this right now. And also, Fatty, I don't know if you're still around, but yeah, you were saying that it's the best ladder that you've ever played on Slash. I do believe that. You were making bank this season, and that is awesome, of course. However, next season might be a completely different story. I guess we're going to find out. Appreciate it, man. I'm looking into the Slashdiablo server. I probably won't try to play till the ladder resets. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I just want there to be that, well, just, as somebody who got fed up with BNet and Blizzard not willing to do anything about the bots, and in fact, you know that they're doing a ladder reset for BNet very soon, and it's kind of like, it's hard to really be excited for that when I just know that it's going to be the same bot mess that we've had the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, right? Like, so yeah, definitely just want to throw this as an alternative option to other people, because it's actually a lot of fun when you're playing the game legit with other people. Well, I shouldn't say legit because we have map hack here, but you get what I mean. Like, it's a lot more closer to what you want the game to be than BNet. At least I imagine as much. If main goal is Jaw, though, with no drop 0, wouldn't it be better to farm more high density areas? Ah, good question. Doesn't seem like WSK2 has that many monsters. Okay, so 3 things here. First thing is, yes, it sounds good in theory until you realize that also efficiency matters as much as the mob density, right? Like, efficiency in the sense that if I'm running cows at, like, you know, a minute and a half, let's say 3 minutes, same as WSK2. Let's say that my average time for WSK2 and my average time in cows is 3 minutes, right? Then yeah, of course I would want to do cows over WSK2. I mean, if that was my sole goal, like if trying to get a jaw was my sole goal, sure, I would agree with that. But the sad reality is you haven't actually seen me attempt to run cows, and me running cows with this character right now is a fucking disaster. My run times of cows are something like 8 minutes. I'm not even kidding you. I just simply do not have the damage. I don't have the survivability for cows. And my Merc also doesn't have the survivability for cows. And yeah, no, I'm just telling you. Cows is just not a good place to farm with my current setup, with this specific character, with my level of gear. And especially without battle orders, no survivability. Speaking of which, ISO more gold. Anyone got gold? I'm gonna need more gold. Because I'm down 7 runs, it looks like. I can probably make it to 145, or run 145 with my remaining tele charges, but I don't think I'm going to be able to make it all the way to 150. I'm going to have to... You think I got 2.5 mil? Oh shit, yo, crazy. Alright, let me check this out. Do I still have an Umrune lying around? Yes, I do. Sweet. Oh, well then, we don't want Emilio to die. Yeah, well, yeah, so that's just the first problem. The first problem is just that, yeah, like if it's a 1-to-1 in terms of time, then yeah, I would say go farm cows. Absolutely. Right? But you can see that I'm struggling... Oh, nice. Oh, wow, it's a norm game. That's a first. 144 next. Alright, sweet. Umrune. Come on, give me my gold. And then I'll go back to talking to you guys in a second. I still play every Blizzard reset. I basically lose my excitement level after a week once I see Inhuman ladder levels. Dude, for me, I would see Inhuman ladder levels like, not in minutes, but hours into the reset. I got sick of, you know, some bot with a randomly generated name comprised of 3 random words strung together, and then that's like the top 100 spots on the ladder reset for every character. Ugh, I hated that shit. Yeah, having said that though, like I said, you gotta give it a try. I'm telling you, you won't regret it. If nothing else, just give it a try in the future ladder reset. I think, honestly, you'll really enjoy it. Same with POD even, honestly. Although it might be a little bit too easy or possibly even too ridiculous for your liking. So I leave that up for you to work out yourself. I've said enough, and I don't want to keep rambling about this yet. You get what I mean already, I believe. Seriously, what the fuck? They're all just disappearing here. Yeah, this is GS4 too. I don't know why. Like teleporting on my screen. Anyway, let's see. BNet reset. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I saw that BNet reset's going on, and for a moment I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to give it a shot. And then I thought about it, and it's like, well, fuck, like, do I really want to see more bots again? Nah, not really. Most stuff in Slash? Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, you can. There's two ways to do it. Either you can leave the game open for, I think it's 5 minutes, I think is the, if you leave it open for 5 minutes, then I think that it'll perm itself for 5 to 10 minutes or something like that. I don't know. But on Slash, we have something called multi-boxing. And what multi-boxing allows you to do is you can have multiple windows of the game open at once, which, long story short, means that I could pull up my mule character. Here, I can demonstrate it more easily if I just go over here. Huh, interesting, they changed, okay. Let's try this one. Here we go. Check this out, okay? Boom. See, I can actually have up to 3 other characters join in this game, and then yeah, they limit it to 3 per IP. Or sorry, 4 windows per IP, but you can have multiple windows of the game open at once. It's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. It helps for self-muling, self-leveling, self-rushing. Yeah, those are the main uses, I think, main intended uses for it, but some people will also try to use bow barbs, or multi-box so you can use bow barbs, so that's also an option. Yeah, it is. It's pretty awesome, I'm telling you. It's pretty good. It is pretty good. The main drawback, I would say, is that it does kind of encourage people to just be self-sufficient and not play with each other in a sense. And also, let's see, you can use a bow barb, which, you know, again, like some people, like, there's mixed feelings on bow barbs. I myself am largely indifferent to them, but the fact that I have the option of making a bow barb means that it's much easier to run really dangerous areas early, right? Like, if I really wanted to with a bow barb, I could run Chaos Sanctuary day 1. Whereas if I were playing like vanilla D2, probably this would be very difficult to do with any class that's not called Hammerden. Anyway, yeah. So that answers your question, I think. You can definitely mule stuff in Slash through the use of multi-boxing, and self-rush and so on. You don't have to wait for other people. It's pretty nice. Hey, muling back in the day. Ah, yeah, no, I hear you. So many SOJs, yeah. Nope, you don't ever have to worry about that in Slash. You can just self-mule, and you can also just ask people to help you mule if you're really desperate, although it's not so much frowned upon, but you'll definitely get people who ask, well, why don't you just set up multi-boxing if, you know, you need help muling, because, yeah, then you don't have to wait for anybody. Anyway, you got the idea. It also helps with if you want to boost the players count, right, to, like, players 4. But I think that if you had the option to boost it all the way up to players 8, that would be a little too much, so they limit it to 4, which I think is quite reasonable. If it were up to me, I might even limit it to 2. But the fact that you actually have 4 is pretty nice too, because that means that you can do a lot of really cool things. You could get a Chanter Sorceress or an Enchant Sorceress for one of your characters. You can do what I did a couple seasons ago with my Summoning Druid and just do AFK Bales, right? Like, there's a couple of really good options that you have. Actually, I don't even need to back out to town. Alright, I'm done here. Anyway, so I never did finish answering your question with Mingle being Jaw to farm more high density areas. So, here's the interesting thing. Okay, so I was talking about how cows is a little bit more difficult to farm, but it's actually a little bit more complicated than that, particularly because WSK2 is it varies a lot in its mob density. There's some WSK2s which are pretty shitty in terms of mob density, and there's other WSK2s which have flare spawns, and those actually aren't terrible, although I guess flares themselves don't have as good a drop rate for runes as cows do. However, there are also times when souls will spawn in WSK2, and souls, as I'm sure you're aware, or ghost-type monsters, have an increased chance of getting runes over most normal monsters, right? So, so yeah, if I find like a bunch of souls, actually the souls themselves have a really good chance to drop runes too. Although granted, I guess they wouldn't be nearly as likely. Like, there's still not as many souls as cows, so that kind of makes up for it. So overall, still WSK2, like even with this in mind, probably is worse than cows for runes. But yeah, it's not like completely awful. And couple that with the fact that cows is like takes a lot longer for my character to run, I think it kind of almost evens out. And besides, here's the other thing too, probably the third and most important thing. Cows is just not that interesting to me. Like, in fact, cows is, for me, actually one of the most boring places in the game to farm. There's absolutely nothing dynamic about cows, aside from the fact that you're not really supposed to kill Cow King, so you have to avoid that as much as possible. And also that cows have a really good chance to drop high runes, and really those are the only two, well, and they got high, like, really high mob density, and those are really the only things about cows that are really noteworthy. I much more enjoy actually farming, like, any level 85 area, just because there's much more variation on monsters. Like with cows, it's like, okay, shit, yeah, they're gonna be melee, they're just gonna walk at you, and they don't have any special features or attributes unless it's maybe like a unique cow, right? With WSK2, you don't know what you're gonna come across. Maybe there's gonna be these exploding monsters, maybe it's gonna be souls, maybe it's gonna be poison mages, and you actually have to prep for some or all of these things if you want to be successful in farming these areas, as opposed to where cows, you only really need two things. A way to get the first corpse and corpse explosion, or I guess a Javazon, right? Like it's just not that exciting. You don't have to care about, you don't really have to care about resistances. You don't have to care about survivability. As long as you're a ranged character, you're fine. Like, wow, it's, yeah, again, not that interesting for me. Yeah, besides, I'm adamantly committed to running 1,000 WSKs with this character. I chose WSK, and so I'm committed to doing 1,000 WSKs. I'm not really going to try and be all like, oh, well, I'm looking for a jaw rune, so I'm going to try and run 1,000 cows to hope that I get the jaw. For sure, I'd probably find a jaw in 1,000 cows, but again, I like to try and pick a different area to farm a shit ton every season, and this season I chose WSK2, and the thing I'm hoping for most is a jaw rune. But of course, if I don't get it, then no big deal. I can always just try to trade up for it. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff there. Alright, next. Here's a bit of a weird question. Not sure if you'll know, but you seem super knowledgeable. Not really. I know a bit, but I know enough. But perhaps not enough to answer this question, but we'll see what the question is. Do you think that the ladder on BNet is less bot-infested on hardcore, or maybe classic non-expansion hardcore? If you have to reset a suit, I might try one of these things. Oh, you're asking if classic non-expansion hard, so basically classic hardcore, so either classic hardcore or expansion hardcore, basically is what you're asking. And to be honest, I would 100% put my money on classic hardcore. Yeah, okay, so there's a couple things I have to say here. First, there's the disclaimer. The disclaimer is that I myself have never actually played hardcore on BNet, and I also have, even more so, never played hardcore, or sorry, classic hardcore on BNet. But here's my understanding, right? A lot of the people who are botting are trying to take the items that they find and then sell it for forum gold. And I don't really think that there's as many people who are interested in doing classic as expansion hardcore, because there's fewer people that play classic than expansion. What I'm going to say is that it doesn't matter if you're playing on Classic Hardcore or on Expansion Hardcore, you're probably not going to come across public bot games anyway, because, well, they're prone to just getting PK'd. Yeah, like, hell, if I were a hardcore player, I'd probably go around on a bot PKing spree just for shits and giggles, like, I'll just say it straight up. But, this also applies to Classic, so, I don't know. I guess just the bottom line here is that you're probably not going to find public botters in Expansion Hardcore and Classic Hardcore, but if I were to speculate that behind closed doors, or if I were to speculate like behind closed doors, as in like in private games, I'm pretty sure that there would still be fewer botters in Classic than in Expansion. Just because there's, again, more people that play Expansion than Classic. So, yeah, that's, hopefully that is a good answer. What's the use in a bunch of foreign gold if it's not able to be used for anything outside of more Diablo stuff? D2JSP, yeah, it's popular for anyone who still plays D2. Yes, that's right. That's one reason I stopped playing on BNet. Because again, like, what's the point of playing on a ladder reset when the people who have the most foreign gold are the ones who are obviously going to end up on top, right? Or the people who run bots. Like, it's going to be one of these two. It is outside of more Diablo. So no, that wasn't quite what I was saying. Like, actually, foreign gold can be used for more non-Diablo stuff, but what I'm saying is that if somebody like if I give you the option of, hey, do you want, I don't know, what's a good item? SOJ, yeah. Would you rather have an SOJ on like, let's say non-hardcore, let's say softcore, right? Would you rather have it in softcore ladder, or like softcore expansion ladder, or would you rather have it in softcore classic ladder? Of course you would say expansion ladder, because you're probably playing on expansion ladder, right? It's the same way with hardcore and classic. Like if somebody's going to get an SOJ, they would probably rather have it in expansion, because that's what's more popular, that's what's more relevant for most people. Most people, not all, right? Like, some people really like playing on classic, which is fine, but I think the majority of people would be playing on classic hardcore, or sorry, on expansion hardcore, over classic hardcore. So yeah, that's mostly it. It's not so much to do with like, oh well, what use is foreign gold, or like, I'm sure there's uses for foreign gold. In fact, people use it to buy gold in other games too and whatever. But again, that's I think not quite the issue. Hom3 Watcher, you were asking if it's difficult to get my Annie. I assume virtually no botted SOJs here to sell/trigger declone. And yeah, so yes, you're right. That's why on this server they used to have it so that you only needed to sell one SOJ, and then it would trigger declone for every game on the server. But this method had a lot of different problems with it. I could get into it if you're curious, but what you need to know is that they changed that system. So now we use Gull Rune. Gull Rune plus TP scroll makes an item called like, if you cube a TP scroll with the Gull Rune, you get this item called an herb. And the herb, you sell it to a vendor, and then you can get a declone to spawn that way. So if you're talking about the rarity of declone, all you really need is Gull Rune, which isn't actually terrible at all. But I think a lot of people have been arguing that the rarity of the Annihilus doesn't match up to how valuable it is as an item. So yeah, that is another issue that I think has been brought up by the community, but I don't know if people are really interested in doing anything about it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the other thing too, I should have pointed out, like, you might be thinking, why Gull Rune? That's so random. I think part of the issue was that the old system was global spawn and it used SOJ. Also, I think they were trying to emulate BNet in the sense that non-ladder SOJs would also spawn declone. So there were actually 3 problems with this system. First was that at the end of a ladder, the prices of SOJs would get super inflated because it's literally the only item that matters for the next season, right? Like, SOJs would go from being worth like 1.5 ohms to being worth 5 ohms, or 6 ohms, or possibly even 7 ohms, because, you know, like, oh, start of next season, I can spawn declone for, like, you know, for all, for myself, like, a bunch of times. Yeah, hells yeah, that's pretty important, right? So you kind of get the idea. SOJ obviously held a lot of importance. And this obviously wasn't good because it became even a bit of like a non-ladder currency, essentially. People were trading non-ladder SOJs for ladder items, which, you know, you shouldn't be able to do. Like, a new ladder should be a new ladder, so they had to rework that. And then they probably could have made it so that SOJ was the item that you need to sell, but then a lot of people were also saying, well, shit, like my build needs an SOJ to be completed, so what? We're just gonna have to say, like, oh, fuck you guys, like, you know, we need these SOJs to sell for declone, and then the rest of us go to shit? Like, nah, like, they had to come up with a different solution, and so they settled for Gullrune. As odd as that sounds, especially because, yeah, like, a lot of people are like, yeah, Gullrune, I mean, I guess their reasoning was, yeah, Gullrune's not really used for any important rune words. Like, yeah, you take 2 gulls and then you cube it into a Hodo, right? Or maybe you'd make a death with it, but, like, aside from that, it's not actually useful for anything, so yeah, it was a pretty safe bet. Then they also, of course, made it single spawn, because otherwise what some people would do is they would take, you know how I mentioned that you can multi-box, right? Well, what some people would do is they'd have a bunch of level 1 tunes just opening games, and then, you know, you just, anytime somebody says, hey, I'm going to spawn a declone, well, you just open 4 windows of the game, and then you get 4 Annihilists off of that 1 SOJ for 1 player. Literally, in the olden days, what would happen was you'd have dozens of people in chat channels spamming, hey, I need somebody to come kill my declone now, please, K, thanks, 10 times, all over chat channel. So, yeah, it would be like, hey, can somebody come kill my, oh, fuck. That's death. I'm just gonna avoid that. So anyway, yeah, you can see that there's a bit of an interesting history with this this topic, with this server. But I don't want to bore you with all the details. Just know that, yeah, it's not like 80 SOJs, 80 to 120 SOJs. There's no way they could carry that over from BNet, of course. They had to come up with a different system. So they sell it for 1 SOJ, which makes far more sense than the previous system, of course. I don't know if they intend to do anything about this system, if they intend to change it up at all, but maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I'm indifferent either way, really. I just want to play some classic D2. I think that I get enough of that here, so whatever their decision is, I'm probably going to be cool with it. I think most people would trade a Gull for an Annie. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, but then, of course, the trade-off here on 3 Watcher, which is, funny enough, you remember that, I'm sure you remember ZZZ from earlier. He's the one who was pushing this for a while. He's the one who's been pointing out, why the fuck is Gull still considered, well, you see, there's a very interesting thing about the server with the trading system, and there's it's called breaks, okay? Usually, well, some runes can be broken. Well, basically, you can try to find somebody who will turn your runes into smaller runes. So, like, if you have a Gull rune, you can try to find somebody who will break your Gull rune into 2 ists, and that's kind of like, that was something that people on the server did for a while, you know, all's hunky-dory, but now no one wants to, like, previously, if somebody asked for 2 Gulls for their Vex, then yeah, there is definitely going to be people who were willing to do it, but now no one really wants to do that, because why would they try to give up 2 chances at an Annihilus over getting a Vex rune, you know? Like, it's kind of fucked up. But anyway, I guess the point here is that yeah, Gull rune actually increased in value because of this too. So it did have that effect, yeah. Like, people would think that, oh well, yeah, this is a rune that no one cares about anyway, but actually, because of this change, now people actually care about the rune. You see, it's kind of weird. understand, is looking at it through a lens of supply and demand being less relevant for items in Classic Hardcore. Exactly, thank you. Put into really good words. Really, really good wording for me. I should have just started with that from the beginning. Yeah, supply and demand, exactly. Much more people who are playing Classic, or expansion over Classic, I believe, so you get the idea there. I have an old JSP account with a bunch of FG, but I have no clue what to use it for because I really touched it much for years. Oh, fair enough. I don't blame you. Like, kind of in a similar boat. I have a bunch of foreign gold lying around that I'm just never gonna end up using because like I have nothing to use it for. Yeah, I really can't wait until I get CTA. And Enigma. Life after each kill and the increased life should help me enormously with these runs, so I don't have to keep potting up. Oh, no wonder. My fade wore off, probably. That's why I'm having such a hard time dealing with all these monsters. Maybe it'll worth something come Diablo Remastered? Yeah, honestly, yes. Legit, like I wonder if, like, you got me thinking now. I wonder if Diablo Remastered is going to cause a resurgence of people to return to D2JSB and then be like, hey, yeah, I want to sell my account for real money. Obviously discounted, but that'd be a pretty good money-making business, you know? That'd be pretty legit. Anyway. Okay, so this was run number 147. So we're down to the last 3 runs for this evening. I hope you guys have had a lot of fun. Just want to take a look quickly. Yeah, I don't know if Bernie is still around, but yeah, because I know he was running pub bales earlier. I don't know if they're still going or what. All right. You are just hard playing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was actually just looking for your bail run to see if you were still going at it. I couldn't find it on my other window, but it's okay. D3 Remaster same as original, but now D3's auction house. Oh, dude, no, that'd be fucked. Although I guess the reality is, I don't really think it matters. For as long as D2JSB lives, like there might as well just be an auction house. As much as I hate to say it, like it's a pretty cynical way of looking at it, but I'm not even kidding. Like what the fuck's the difference? Oh yeah, right. In D2JSP, you can work for your foreign gold. That's the difference. Except you could also do the same with D3's auction house, technically speaking. I don't know, man. That's all fucked. Like I don't want anything to do with that. But I would still play. I would still play Diablo Remastered, even for a couple of days, because like it would take some time for the botters to get up and running, I think, in Diablo 2 Remastered. I would love to actually use the knowledge that I've gained playing this game in the last couple of years to see if I can like get a leg up over the competition. I guess is just the way I would want to look at it. Because that's something that I never got a chance to really I never really got a chance to experience, I would say. Like, the closest I got on BNet, arguably, was, like, recently, I mean, was back when they had just recently done a bot ban wave, and then a lot of the botters were scared to come out of hiding because Blizzard was still actively banning people for a while. But then eventually they stopped, and then they just went back to shit, as per the usual. But again, it'd be nice to actually live like a bot-free BNet for, honestly, even for a week. Like if BNet were like actually bot-free for a week, just because like they released D2 Remaster, I'd love to play for that week. Like maybe not 24/7, but like a lot. Like if someone released the D2 Remaster with 0+, I would be in heaven. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? Like I'd love that. Like again, this is probably fucking unicorn land, but I would love to see something like that. Same with Modern Warfare 2 Remastered, in the same vein. Like it would just be nice to see a game that isn't just torn to shreds because of some stupid exploits. And then to be able to play with real people for, like, you know, a good couple of weeks, good couple of months. Maybe a year, I don't know, right? But of course, once again, this all is dependent on what Blizzard decides to do. And how they decide to implement garbage, I guess. Ugh. Part of me just wants them not to remaster it, though. Like, just let it die, please. Just let it live as a glorious legend, you know? Like, this game had its glory days, and y'all fucked it up by not doing anything about the existing problems. Don't start trying to fix it now. I don't know. Anyway, so where are we at? Alright, we're almost done this run. Almost 4-minute run, or almost 5-minute run. Yeah. Stupid souls. I would love a remaster, but even if it's basically the same. Yes! Yes! Okay, yeah. Honestly, same. You know, you gotta be honest, I gotta be real with you, Hamry. Compared to a lot of people, how should I say this? For me personally, when I see the remastered of a game, I don't actually look at it as like, oh, well, you know, it's a better version of the old game. All I care about is that it has the spotlight. If a big company announces a remaster for something, for me, that's all the game is. Because I don't generally pay attention to graphics. Like, I don't really care much about graphics for most of the games that I've played. I never have. What I care most about for any game I play is gameplay. That's what I play a game for. Is the game fun to play? Is it a good, like, well-balanced, in quotes, game, right? And I say in quotes because Modern Warfare 2 was far from balanced, but it was still very, very fun, and I really liked it. But, like, you know, so balance is, actually, even balance isn't, like, anyway, basically, what I'm trying to get at here is, a lot of people want to see these, like, Diablo 2 with better graphics, Diablo 2 with, like, fixed bugs, Diablo 2 with a bit of new endgame content. All I care about is that Blizzard just finds an excuse to bring Diablo 2 back as the front-runner game for even 3 weeks. That's all I ask for. Look at World of Warcraft, right? You know, World of Warcraft was always like this game, which was kind of popular. There were people playing it. They brought back World of Warcraft Classic. Bam! Spotlight. For the first month that game was out, everyone was on it. I go on Discord for Slashdiablo. Everyone was playing. Like, it's like, you know, Laws playing World of Warcraft Classic. Dewscrim playing World of Warcraft Classic. Everyone's playing fucking World of Warcraft Classic. I would love to see a day where I just go on Discord and it says for everyone on Slashdiablo's private server or like any other server I'm on, it just says, you know, this person playing Diablo 2 Remastered, Diablo 2 Reborn. You know, that's what I want to see. I don't care about these visual updates. Like they always try to cake these new releases, these re-releases as like, you know, oh, I want, like, you know, people want extra graphic. Like, honestly, yeah, for me, I've always looked at those graphics as just an excuse to re-release the game so that it becomes the new hit again. Like, it's like, you know, bringing the game back just for a couple more weeks, right? Like, you get to relive the glory days, even for a little while. It usually doesn't last for very long because people come to realize what kind of a broken mess it is, and, you know, that feeling of nostalgia quickly fades away after a while, right? Why people quit it in the first place. But especially when people inevitably get bored of it. But for me, I'm like, yeah, that just being able to see like a Modern Warfare 2 remastered or a Diablo 2 remastered, dude, that would make my life like legit. Like my life would be fulfilled. I long to see the day. I'm telling you, that would be a beautiful, beautiful day. But we'll see if it ever ends up happening, because I have my doubts. That one for sure. More eyes on the game, more people to potentially build communities with. Yeah, more people to build communities with is one thing, but for me, I think it's just the... I spent the last couple of years doing lots of different, like, learning a lot about, you know, let's say Diablo 2, right? I know more about like the way drops work, about the game's mechanics, right? Like a couple years ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you about, oh, well, this is how no drop works. And I wouldn't even have been able to tell you about like what items are good on specific builds. But now I've made like a Pit Singer, I made this janky ass martial arts assassin, I made the Nova Baller, I've made a lot of really cool builds, and I'm like thinking to myself, well, shit, you know. The thing is, no one really cares about any of this information right now, but if they were to ever, you know, release Diablo 2 Remastered, I wonder if I could actually put this knowledge to use, and then be like, okay guys, yeah, I know that quest bug Duriel is a thing. Most people don't know that you can quest bug Duriel. Most people have no idea. Sorry, quest bug Duriel with one character. You can quest bug Duriel with one character, but most people just don't know how. Or I shouldn't say with one character, but I mean... in such a way where you don't have to use two characters to keep making the game like you would with Meph. Didn't know that. I know about Andy. See, yeah, exactly, right? Most people don't. They're in the same boat. And I'll tell you how it's done, okay? Because you're here, I might as well. You just need to find a way to make it so that your character doesn't get the Duriel quest when Duriel dies. So, for example, you could just poison his ass, and you just walk back to town. Right? Just straight up, you poison over him, and then you just step back to town, and then let the poison finish him off. You come in after the game says, oh, well, sorry, you can't complete this quest, and just go talk to Tyrael. Boom, done. Solved. There's your quest bug Duriel. You're welcome. Hey, Coaster. Oh, my boy, I'm going to bounce. All right. Have a good night, Coaster. Thanks for tuning in. I know it's getting late for you, so I don't blame you. Hope you had fun, and I'll maybe see you next Wednesday, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to see. As long as I'm not sure. Yeah. Have a good one. But yeah, Hamry, I'm telling you, man, like, there's a lot of things people don't know. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, the best source of rainbow facets is like Hell, what is it, Hell Trav? And I'm just like, ha, 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 ha. Oh yeah. Oh, dude, absolutely, yes. Yes. I'm telling you right now, Duriel is 100% worth to take my fucking word for it. If you walk out with one thing from this channel and you never come back, I'm telling you right now, like, Questbug Duriel is fucking insane. Okay? Don't listen to what the normies are gonna tell you on the Diablo 2 subreddit, okay? Like legit. I'm telling you right fucking now, that, like, Questbug Duri is fucking bonkers. And as with specific drop tables or eye level, he is level 88. Level 88. That is higher level than Mephisto, just so you know, okay? Just on the way we see some of the things, I'll be back. Alright, that's good, that's good. I'll probably be back again next Wednesday. I mean, you're going to be seeing much of the same content for the rest of the season. My big goal for this character is Enigma, and also to do 1,000 WSKs. So, yeah, I've been trying to make it a regular routine, you know, every Wednesday, just do 50 runs, trying to get closer and closer to 1,000. I don't know if I'm going to hit 1,000 this season. 1,000 is a tall order, but I'm doing what I can, you know? Doing what I can. And honestly, it's a pretty fun build, so... Yeah, I'll be around, though, especially because next season, I think, or next week, is going to be the BNet reset, which I'm not going to take part in, but I'd love to hear how it goes. Anyway. So, yeah, I didn't even get around to talking... Going back to the whole Duriel topic, though, I'm not even kidding, dude. Like he's level 88. He is level 88. Like, that... okay, here's the thing. What that doesn't mean that he can drop any item in the game. I should start off with that disclaimer, okay? There are some items he can't drop. I believe he can only drop up to Burr, for example. He can't drop Jaw. He can't drop... Oh, okay. He can't drop Jaw, he can't drop Cham, he can't drop Zod, if I recall correctly. He can't drop TC-87 items, so no D-Fathom, no D-Web for you, okay? So tough luck, so sad. But, I'll tell you what he can drop. He can drop Arachnids, okay? And he also has the highest chance in the game, okay? Bar none. He literally has the highest chance in the game to drop a Rainbow Facet. Like, I'm not even kidding. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, well, actually, Mephisto... No. No, just no. But what about Trap... No. 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 Like, Duriel legit has the highest chance to drop a Facet. It's pretty crazy. And let me show you something, okay? Something that might be of interest. I'm gonna give you, okay? I'm gonna give you a list of drops. Give me a sec. This might be of interest to you if you find this indeed interesting. 1,000 quest book Duri. Okay, here you go. You might be interested in this. Okay. These right here are my results of 1,000 quest bug Duriel runs. Okay. You're gonna want to check that out. 100 MF. No more, no less. Exactly 100 MF. 1,000 quest bug Duriel runs. You're gonna want to look at that. It's pretty nuts. Like. And keep in mind, again, this is no drop 0, but here's the particularly interesting thing about bosses. If you're playing on players... One sec, let me just make sure I don't just immediately die here. If you're playing on players 7, you can actually emulate no drop 0 with bosses. You can't do this with regular monsters, but with bosses you can. You can actually hit no drop 0 with bosses with a higher player count. Even if you set it to players 3 or players 5, the no drop is something like 14% on players 3, and then I think it's like 2% or something like that on players 5. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I'm telling you, man, like with these runs that I do on Slash, normally things are not representative of what you can get in the vanilla game. But if I were playing on BNet and then I went into like a 7-player game and I just started farming Duriel, did 1,000 of those runs, I'd be able to, like, quest bug runs. I could expect that, yeah, facets would eventually be popping off pretty quickly. So, Hammery, let me know when you're done looking at those results, and yeah, we can chat about them for a little bit before I hop off, because this is my last run, I think. Oh, yeah, although, I don't know. I want to stay for a bit longer. I mean, I'm having a little bit of fun and not in a huge rush to get off, but let me think about that. Anyway, yeah, this is also, like, I'm going way off tangent, though. Basically, the original thing I was saying was that was just meant to be an example. Just one way to quest bug Duriel, and the fact that quest bug Duriel is actually pretty freaking insane. Doubly important to note is that if you're playing on multiplayer, then it's even easier to quest bug Duriel, and you can do it for multiple characters at once. So really, quest bug Duriel, man, I'm telling you, that's gonna be the meta one day. Like, once people realize just how busted that shit actually is. Although the only catch here is that you need to know which tomb to farm with your character. That's the only caveat, which I guess means that you'll probably have to run Arcane Sanctuary first, which means you might even have to do 4-way Arcane Sanctuary, but again, that's, if you're playing single player ever, yeah, that's, with static maps. Quest bug Duriel, I'm telling you. Ah, so I'm glad you noticed that, yes. It is indeed something like 1 in 100 runs for a facet, which actually adds up to the drop calculator that I use. Don't use Silaspin, by the way. Silaspin's buggy. Let me pull up the drop calculator I use. Do I have it on hand? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, perfect. The German drop calculator is generally what they call it for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because some German made it. What the? Okay, that's not... ignore that. For some reason it didn't copy properly. There you go, now it's copied. There you go. This is the drop calculator I use. this drop calculator, assuming that it is correct, it says that with 100, I think it was with 100 MF or 300 MF or something, I don't know. I think it was 1 in 800 to drop a rainbow facet. Now, what you probably also didn't know is that rainbow facet isn't one item with variable rolls. It's actually 8 different items. There's 5/5 light. There's 5/5 light die, 5/5 light level up, 5/5 cold die, 5/5 cold level up, 5/5 fire die, 5/5 fire level up, 5/5 poison die, and 5/5 poison level up. So there's actually 8 different rainbow facets, and each of them have about a 1 in 800 chance of dropping, which essentially translates to 1 facet in 100 runs, apparently, at least from when I do my runs. Which, you know, again, this isn't like exact probability, but you can kind of see, like, yeah, that's nuts. Then each of those have variables. Yeah, you see what I mean, right? Like, there's a lot of things that people don't actually know that I've come to learn in the last couple of years, and it would actually be nice for them to actually release a remastered version so that I can go around and be like, yo man, guys, I got this shit. And I actually have, for once in my life, some leg up over the competition on what I actually know going into a game, rather than, well, I don't know, other stuff, I guess. Other games that I'm not as interested in. Anyway, I wanted to farm 6 -5 fire facets from a necro single player, but well, quest Duriel done. You can always just make a new character for that. That's no big deal. It's always an option for you. Fatty was asking, have you ever tested P8 bailing with 4-piece Tal's set light sword? No, not really. Yeah, no, I really haven't. I tested, I think, 3-piece and 5-piece. I can't imagine 4-piece being that much more different. But I don't even think that I went Tal set for P8. Why would I do Tal set P8? That's so weird. I do Tal set like P1 on Slash, but if I'm doing P8, I'd definitely be using the standard setup Light Sork for either 117 or 200 FCR with an Infinity, and ditching the MF gear, including Tals. 4-piece setup is pretty interesting, not gonna lie. That's good. That's good. Yeah, like I said, I haven't myself tried it. I don't... See, here's part of the issue. I don't generally... Like, if you're doing... You said P8 bailing, right? And I assume this entails that you're doing this on single player. Now, the thing is, I don't generally play single player because I have way too much fun on Slash playing with other people. So, yeah. P8 generally isn't a thing for me at all. Is a video doing P8 bails with 4-piece setup Tals? Yo, that's actually pretty crazy. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I never thought about that. Maybe I should give that a try sometime. 300 MF, P8 bails, 300 MF with 4-piece Tals. Yeah. It's pretty legit. And yeah, Hamray. So each of the facets that we were just talking about, each of them have variables on the plus and minus rolls too. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? And that's just one of many things. I'm trying to think of some other things too. You probably know how to do like actual quest bugging. You probably know even how quest bug drops work. Or not quest bug drops, but just quest drops, and how monsters can't drop. Sorry, the bosses can't actually drop white items if they're quest bugged, right? Like, so. Anyway, just trying to think of other things. Tal's armor as your, like, non-Sork armor. Seal glitching. Here's another one for you. Strategy for getting high runes quickly in multiplayer. I think right now people have discovered recently P7 Arcane is pretty busted. LK in single player, of course, is always the thing, and then of course one of the things that I would have wanted to try is actually Player 7 Seal Glitch Chaos. Basically, you spawn everything Player 7, except for the seal bosses, and then you go and run something like AT. wait for everyone to leave, come back, spawn each of the seal bosses, kill them on players 1, and then seal pop everybody. And all the monsters that were spawned on players 7, they drop as player 7. So, yeah, exactly. As Fatty said, Arcane Sanctuary players 7. Yep, that's right. Arcane Sanctuary is apparently a top tier farming area. You never would have guessed for runes, right? Who just figured that out? Not it wasn't that who just figured that out. It's just that Dark Humility actually went and sat down and actually did, I think it was 2,000 Arcane Sanctuary runs. So that's what he discovered. So, yeah. He was the one, if I recall correctly, who popularized this method of farming, or one of the people who did it. Got like 7 skill GCs and 15 arcane runs, yeah. Anyway, well, their drops are assigned by player count when you change the player count immediately. Another good question. So, they're not assigned by player count. So, no. So, this is how it works, okay? Let me give you a good example. Halls of Pain. All these monsters that I can see right now, these guys are all going to be players 1, okay? Now, let's say let's say I bring my second character in this game, right? All these monsters that I just visited now are on players 2. So what you can do, you can go to a River of Flame, right? You just, like, assuming that it's a game which actually has 7 players, which is very doable. Like, all you need to do is go to like a botted Bale game, or maybe say, let's just for shits and giggles assume that in the remastered version there are no bots, so 7 real players are running Bales, but they're completely skipping Chaos. You can go into Chaos, teleport all the way to like up here, teleport over here, but don't pop any of the seals. All of the monsters that you visit are going to be spawned players 7 or players 8, right? Whatever, doesn't really matter. Let's just say players 7 for simplicity's sake. Then you just pop the seals so that you can kill the seal bosses on players 1. But all these monsters have already been spawned on player 7. So you can yeah. So if you're on P1 and you're fighting Diablo and then change to P8 before he dies, then it's still going to be P1. He's still going to be P1. However, why this is important is you can actually take advantage of this by, let's say, let me give you a really good example. Let's say you made it to Hell Trav, and you don't want to deal with fucking players 8 council, okay? Like, you're trying to rush a bunch of lobies with your maybe like day 2 or day 3, like level 85 Blizzsork. Your Blizzsork can kick ass in AT. She does a pretty good job, players 1, players 3, but players 8 against Trav, players 8 against Hell Ancients, you don't want to fuck with Hell Ancients. You don't want to fuck with core like whirlwinding and then just kicking your ass. Like, no, fuck that. So what you do, okay? What you do is actually quite simple. You tell everybody to fuck off out of your game. You go into Trav, spawn Trav players 1, then you get everyone to come back, right? So you spawn all the council members as players 1, and then people can all get the quest as players 8. Does this make sense? Like, I'm telling you, it's pretty insane. This is like, yeah, right? So you see what I mean? There's a lot of things that people don't really try to think about or utilize, because I didn't even know this for a long time. I didn't know this, but it was only, I don't remember how I found out or when I realized that this was the case, or maybe like I was watching somebody stream and it was like that. So nuanced, I love it. Yeah, it's a pretty cheesy way to get through some of these areas, but again, right, like, this is how the game's designed, and this is how you can take advantage of it. Same thing with Ancients, although Ancients is far more difficult to set up this way than Trav, because you are going to be re-rolling for a good set of Ancients, because you don't want to deal with Stone Skin, Modic, or Corlic, or whatever the fuck, or like Magic Resistant, or Cold Lightning Enchanted. Oh, what a mess. So what you do is you send somebody to Ariat Summit, they spawn the Ancients, right? And they'll re-roll a bunch of times and try to get like a good set of modifiers. Then once they're happy, they're going to teleport away. All 7 other players will come in, and then you'll all kill players 1 Ancients while you are 8 players. See? But of course the trade-off is you cannot utilize this method to get players 7 drops from these monsters, you have to spawn them ahead of time as players 7, which is why I'm saying Chaos Sanctuary is perfect for this. You just go in, you spawn all monsters players 7, then you pop seals, kill the seal bosses, teleport back, and then finish the seal glitch. So, I'm telling you, man, a lot of things which I don't think I'm gonna ever get a chance to utilize, but hopefully some of these tricks are interesting for you. And then of course, I don't know how their new system is going to work, right? Or their remastered version CD key system is going to work, but I'm going to tell you this right now. If you have 2 computers, just get yourself a bow barb and a sork, and you could probably just run wherever the fuck you feel like, right? Like, I think this one's pretty obvious, but man, a lot of people go CTA, so. Anyway, this is so, well, I'm going way off topic though. I think that's pretty much it. I can keep playing. Wait, one sec. I got a message from Seth earlier. Oh, okay, never mind. That's something else. I'll tell you guys what. Maybe I'll do 5 more runs, okay? I'll do 5 more runs just for good measure, and then I'll call it a night. I think that would be a good place to stop. I feel like if there was a D2 remaster, I'll just genuinely play it through to experience first. Oh yeah, absolutely. I 100% recommend this, for sure, for sure. Then worry about everything. Oh yeah. No, I gotcha, for sure. I'm gonna try to sleep again. Alright, have a good night, Tom3 Watcher. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week, perhaps. But anyway, yeah. I always recommend this to people. Don't try to ruin the game. Griffin's Eye coming. Well, we'll see. But yeah, I always recommend to people that, you know, you just enjoy the game for what it is first before you try to worry about min-maxing and what. But at the same time, like, I do happen to know some of these things, and I'm quite happy to share them just to show you, like, what things that I'm telling you, like, a lot of people don't know, right? A lot of people play this game for so long, and it's like, there's things that you learn that are just mind-blowing. Like, you don't expect these things at all. Or at least some people don't. Maybe some people are just super knowledgeable about the game. They know all these nuances. Like, good for them. But with me, I played this game a long time, man. And it was only the last couple of years on Slash where I actually discovered a lot of the things that I know now. But at the end of the day, it'll just be nice, I guess, like, more than anything else, to play with, like, other people, like, lots of other people, and to see a game that I genuinely enjoy be at the top of the chain, you know, for a couple weeks. That was what we were originally talking about. I guess the being able to, like, get ahead of everyone else should come second. Have you ever wondered if you got a friend who is doing pit runs and you itself as a barb who has full pure MF for horking? Wins the game with him and farming via horking? Okay, so I don't have the wonder. I actually did this with somebody. You know that season where I complained non-stop that some dude got like infinity and enigma, or no, sorry, his infinity by duping his burrs? Yeah, well, the way I got the Sir originally was that I was running pits with this bow barb. I was a Hammerden, right? And in pits, like, we were running at players 2-2. He was tailgating me. I would kill packs, and then he would walk, like, after he battle orders both of us, right? He would walk over and hork whatever corpses he came across. He didn't use full MF gear, but but you know, he was there, and he probably had fine item max, I'd imagine. So yeah, this was legit, and I actually think that this would be a really cool way, in a remastered game to actually to get items. I'm not even joking you. Yeah, this would be fucking legit, dude. Come on, just die already. There you go. So yeah, I don't have the wonder. I definitely don't have the wonder at all. I've already been there. Like, It'd be funny to be a straight gold 5R on the remaster and just flaunt the millions of pointless in-game gold. No, I disagree. I honestly disagree. Because, I'm gonna be honest, there's not gonna be as many people who have value for gold. But in actuality, I would want... Okay, so there's a couple things here. First of all, despite people saying that gold is useless, it's actually pretty useful for if you want to gamble. And also, like, gold finding, or, you know, just the idea of, like, farming gold for that kind of thing is actually pretty fun in itself. So that's already pretty rewarding. But, you know, you can use that gold for gambling, and at least on this server, you can use it to repair tally charges like I do with my stuff. So actually, despite what people say, it's a bit more useful than I think some people let on. Especially early ladder, I should say. Oh, okay, let's just make sure I don't die outright here. I don't know why my fate... Oh, I guess I ran out of time. Anyway, yeah, like, generally speaking, yeah, I can see why people say it's useless, especially when, like, you know, over 50%, like, over half the players are going to be rocking Sorks, like, let's be real here, in remastered D2, but, like, yeah, I don't really feel like people value gold as what it should be, but, yeah, that's just my take on it. You hork jaw again this ladder. Haha, yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Hey, user miss, do you think the D2 remaster will remove Magic Finder drop rates? Also, hello, hey, hey. A long time no see. And I'm probably going to only be doing another 3 runs, but yeah, I was already going to hop off earlier, but hey, cool, and it shoot us. That's a nice way to end the night. Yeah, I was just going, or I was going to keep going for just a little bit more because Fatty and Hamry Adam over here, a newcomer, have been keeping me some good company, so yeah, shout out to them. Now, it looks like I actually got an Ishudas with +3. That's pretty good. The other 2 rolls were garbage. 12, 13. I think it's LR... Oh, wait, no. Ice 12 light. +13 fire. +19 energy. Ishudas. $29. Okay. 29 energy. Is this right? Yeah, there you go. That's more accurate. All right, cool. Anyway, from pubs, yes, yeah. Anyway, so remove magic find, increase drop rates. No, I don't think they would, and I personally wouldn't really want them to. Like, why are they trying to rework? I mean, if anything, what they should do isn't to rework the drop system, but to actually give value to some of the items that aren't useful. Like Tyrael's Might, for example. Like, at a bare minimum, Tyrael's Might should actually just give you some fucking wings, okay? Like legit. Like Tyrael's wings should just sprout from your fucking back if you have Tyrael's Might equipped. And end of discussion. Like that should just be it. Like, you should just get a set of wings, like, from Tyrael's Might. Yes. Right? Like, why it's not already like this just blows my mind. But I'm telling you, I don't think they're going to try and tweak the drop rates, though. Maybe they might. Maybe they'll make it more forgiving. I wouldn't be too surprised. But again, they want... Like, think about this. From their perspective, they want to make the game... They want to... If they were to make a remaster, they want to put the least amount of effort to get the most amount of monies. Okay? And what that means is that, yeah, very likely they're not going to touch anything to do with the drop rates of the game, I'd imagine. So that's I guess the short answer. I'm not even kidding though. Like, I really hope they don't touch the drop system. They might make it more forgiving for the newcomers, but then again, like, I don't know, man. I feel like part of a lot of games nowadays, it feels like they make things a little too easy. I don't know. Grinding out for hours is, I mean, tedious for some, but for me, I actually like the challenge. So if they actually try to like make things way easier, I probably wouldn't be too keen on, probably wouldn't be too happy about that. I don't know how other people would feel about that either, frankly. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know how they would increase drop rates either, though. I guess they could make it like slash no drop 0, I guess. But I just don't want them to make it so that like Burrune now is like, you know, the same frequency of drops as Orts or some shit like that, right? Like that would be pretty messy. I'm about to be straight gold find Barb on classic hardcore new ladder reset. I'll not be able to kill anything, but I'll be rich. Okay, but can you even? I mean, I don't even know. Is gold finding like actually a thing on classic? I don't know. Unique amulet, get your guesses in. I don't know. Cat's eye. Would have been cat's eye. Ah, Noko. It's sarcasm, by the way. Oh, okay. I mean, I honestly thought that's legit, man. I'm telling you. There are crazier people in this world than I who decided to go martial arts assassin, you know. Gold Fine Barb and Classic. Psh, not even that crazy. +1 to teleport skill on Tyraels. Yeah, honestly, I'd be down for that. I honestly would be down for that. I don't support the idea on Slash where we're trying to emulate the vanilla D2. But if in their remaster they added +1 to Tyraels, I would actually kind of be intrigued. That would be a pretty interesting change. Because then at least Tyraels has some kind of value. It's not just this piece of garbage that just sits there and just collects dust for 99.99% of builds, right? I was thinking we're gonna see some more overhauls, personalized drops, no MF, account bound kind of stuff. Dude, that's too much work for them. Let's think about this, right? I gotta be lazy. I gotta be lazy. What's something that's like low effort? Like they don't have to overhaul anything. Like just add a couple of reskins, and then what, right? Like, well, I don't know. I just don't think that they're gonna do it. I don't think they can do personalized drops because then they'd have to like recode how the game determines who gets those drops or what. So does every monster roll no drop for the number of players in the game? Like how would that work exactly? No MF. Basically, you're thinking they're gonna try to turn it into D3, which is actually a really scary thought. Oh fuck. Okay, now I don't want to think about it. Oh shit, yo, that's like a really deep rabbit hole. Like I'm not even trying to like, I'm not trying to bamboozle you. I'm not trying to fake. Now that I'm really thinking about it, the more I think about it, this is scary because, like, knowing Blizzard, they would actually do this, especially with the like after seeing kind of like what Diablo Immortal was looking like. They might actually turn Diablo 2 Remastered into a D3 reskin. You know what? You have kind of low-key convinced me, user miss. Account bound kind of stuff. Please no. I'd still play if it were things were account bound with no MF. I just want to know what like this, but I wouldn't play for very long, I guess, is just the bottom line. I really want to know what kind of mess they would try to make with this remastered D2. Just found my first TC level 87 unique on pits. Oh wow, congratulations. That would be a Stormspire, I believe, yeah. Okay, let's just full rejuve that before I just immediately die. Let's guarantee that they will do everything in their power to prevent a secondary market for items that exist. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, last time somebody brought up the idea of a D2 remastered auction house. Like, at this point, no matter what idea it is, I'm starting to think that it's just not beneath Blizzard, and I hate to say it, but like, I actually believe that they might do it. D3 auction house? Damn. Or D2 remastered auction house? I don't think so, but the things that you were talking about, personalized drops, account bound, I believe it. Hey, Caesar, welcome to the channel. David, I mean, coming in a little bit later because I'm probably not going to be on for too much longer, but yeah, let's see. That's what you're saying here. David Brevik said a D2 remaster would be near impossible to get to feel exactly like classic D2, so it's not out of the realm of the possibility they just reskin D3 to D2. Yeah, honestly, that is a good point, right? Like, again, if I had to put my money on something, I would say that these rumors that's just what they are. I honestly think that they're just going to be rumors and nothing else. But again, like, take into consideration what David Brevik said, it could just be reskin Diablo. Like, it's very true. There's that shit. They would do something like that. Yes. Actually, yeah. I believe that. Honestly, I believe that. Especially after Warcraft 3 remastered. Or reforged, I should call it. Yeah. That strikes me as something they would totally do. I don't know, man. You're right, though. It's true. Like, I've heard David Brevik say something like this before, right? But then again, too, like, some people can be very clever. Like, some people can be very creative with how they end up remastering a game. Like, I don't have high hopes in Blizzard, but the people that work for Blizzard, some of them are very talented, very smart. They might find a way. You never know. Again, I'm not holding my breath, but I'm just saying, like I think, yeah, probably more likely that it would just be a Diablo 3 reskin, but I also wouldn't say that Diablo 3 reskin is the only possibility, or that they necessarily might have these personalized drops and blah blah blah. I think that's the end of the run too, because most of the level was exploding, the exploding hellspawn. Yeah, dude, I feel you though, Caesar, for sure. Like, ugh, Blizzard, they would do that. They definitely would. Who are we kidding? Or who am I kidding? Like yeah, they would totally try and cheap out on a remastered version of the game. Come on, just let me... Okay, there you go. Okay, dead. Warcraft 3 Reforged was so bad, and yeah, so I heard. I mean, again, I didn't have the misfortune of playing that garbage, but I heard plenty about it. And I think more importantly, not only did Warcraft 3 Reforged, well, the other problem with Warcraft 3 Reforged wasn't just that it was a bad, like, remaster. The other problem was that it basically divvied up whatever players remained from Warcraft 3 and... Sorry, Warcraft 3, like the, let me try this again. Basically, they split the community, right? Like, Warcraft 3, previously, it was just Warcraft 3. And now, if the remaster was successful, then yeah, all the people who were previously playing Warcraft 3, they'd be like, okay, yeah, time to hop over to Warcraft 3, and everything's good in the hood. But what ended up happening was that remaster was hot garbage, so a lot of the people who originally played Warcraft 3, from my understanding, went back to playing the original Warcraft 3. And then some of the people who got the remaster actually end up staying, right? So that's kind of messy. You end up splitting whatever players you have left over for a game like that, like a classic like that. And, you know, you divvy it up between two different communities, like Warcraft 3 and original and Warcraft 3 Reforged. So that's also pretty shitty for people who wanted to find a game on either side, because now it's like, yeah, it makes things difficult. Anyway, Caesar was saying, I think obviously with enough willpower they can do a proper D2 remaster, but do they really care that much to put that much effort in? Yeah, and that's why my money is already on the money, like on the notion that they just won't remaster D2 probably. Like, but yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from too, for sure. Like, it's just they're not gonna put that much effort. Like honestly, your theory is honestly, if I were to think about what strategy they would use to, like, for the Diablo 2 remaster, Caesar, like, yeah, I think you're right. I honestly think they're not going to try to put that much effort, so a Diablo 3 remaster, when I really think about it, is probably what they're just going to end up doing. Like, it's the most, it's arguably the most likely course of action. But in terms of, like how the gameplay will turn out, like different features compared to like Diablo 2, basically the drop system, like UserMiss was saying, I also do think that, yeah, well, it's also quite possible that they're going to do personalized drops. I was thinking that they might just clone the old system that Diablo 2 had, because, you know, it's already there, right? But again, they might try to make it closer to what Diablo 3 has, so that people aren't fighting over loot. People will actually play together or something, and I don't know. It's kind of a scary thought, and something I never thought about before, but it's actually a very real possibility. It's been fun listening to you, D2D2, says Bernie. Sorry, I can't really chat with 4-Box Bale, Neil Thax, Shrine Diablo. Oh, that's cool, dude. It's totally cool. I mean, I'm glad that you're just around, chilling, listening in, and that you're enjoying our conversation here, and that we're not just boring you to death. It's definitely fun speculating about what Blizzard has up their sleeves, but, I mean, I think we're all pretty much of a similar mindset that we just don't have very high expectations for. We just don't have high expectations for them. That's just the bottom line, right? Like, we just don't have high expectations for them. It's just going to be some clone of D3, or they're just going to fuck something up. I think that's the general consensus for most of us. Or perhaps even in my case, that yeah, they're probably just not even going to do a D2 remaster. At least not this year or next year, despite what people believe. Okay? So, yeah. The current rumor UserMiss is saying is that the studio that redid Crash Bandicoot is doing it, which means it could be amazing. Depends on the framework Blizzard holds them to. Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe. Could be good. But I'm also kind of like, well, like, the people who made Crash Bandicoot did a really good job with Crash Bandicoot, but like, that doesn't necessarily mean they might do a good job, that they'll do a good job with the Diablo 2 Remastered, assuming that they actually are put up to the task. At Dreams, I'm trying to keep them in the back of my mind, the far back of my mind. Yeah, exactly. Same boat here, for sure. And it's probably better off that way. It's like, it's just not worth really trying to hold our breath for a lot of the time. I feel like is just the thing that we can all agree on. I don't know. Well, anyway, yeah, and I think that's a good place to end, guys. It's been fun, but I think that I'm going to be calling it for the night. It is getting a bit late over here, not like past midnight late, but I think it's a good time to kind of wrap up for the evening and go and chill for a bit before I hop off to bed. So, guys, it's been real. Shout out again to Hamry and Caesar. Hamry especially, a newcomer who definitely had a lot to say and a lot to converse with, or converse about. Hamry, yeah, hope to see you again next week, and same to the rest of you guys. Again, I'm going to try to aim for next Wednesday, if possible, for my next stream. Yeah, and I hope I see you guys then, I guess is just all I can say about it. Congrats on the Ashutas. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, not the best Ashutas, but at least it's +3, right? That's a lot better than what I usually get. And speaking of drops today, my drops today weren't that great. Just the V-Gaze and Arcanes, which I guess is pretty good, all things considered, but I was hoping for a little bit more. Yeah, anyway. These dudes, it's been a pleasure. Yeah, same to you, Hammy. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining. Hope you had fun. Same to everybody else who was dropping by. I hope you guys have a lovely week and weekend, and I hope you're all staying safe from COVID-19. Jeez, yeah. You too, Bernie. We did have a good one. Yeah, same to you, Usermiss. Thanks for dropping by. Alright, guys, have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. And I'll see you guys next time. This is D2D. This is D2D2, signing out.